There we are. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next or the first individual here, everybody. Why did I say that? I meant like, what's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? We're not even. People haven't even joined the live yet. I'm like, we're gonna go on to the next person, bro. What is that? What is going on? What's up, Katie? How you doing? What's up, Mila? What's up, Monica? What's up, Hannah? What's up, Jesse? How you doing? Courtney, what's good as always? Yes, what's good, Monica? What's up, Sarah? What's up, Heidi? What's up, Heather? I like cats. How you doing, everyone joining in? Sierra, thank you. Thank you. I meant to say hello. What? Maudie, what's up? How you doing? Chat. Oh my gosh. Early day. Early day. Early day. Okay. Early morning. Early morning. Give it a second for me to load into the map, everybody. It takes a second for me to load in sometimes. What's up, Eli? How you doing, man? What's good, everyone joining in? What's good? What's good? We're going to start getting some debates here very, very soon. The map is still rendering. Give me a second, everyone. I'm still loading in. We're going to start getting some debates up here very, very soon. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria that I'm about to put on the screen here very soon. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing this lovely morning? Alrighty, we're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I've listed on the screen. I'm going to give it like 1 to 2 minutes, and then we're going to start adding people up here, y'all. I'm going to give it 1 to 2 minutes, then we'll start adding people up. What's up? What's up? How are you doing this morning? I'm doing pretty good. I actually went to sleep earlier yesterday. I got some sleep. I got some good sleep. I feel good today. Typically, I feel like I feel tired when I do these live streams, but today I feel a lot better because I went to sleep a little bit earlier. So that was really helpful. That was really, really helpful. Good morning. How's Juno doing? Juno's doing great, of course. What time is it for you? It's 9 o'clock for me. That's early for me. What's up, everyone joining in? Do give it a second. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Maudie, I actually messaged the Instagram channel today. I did it before I went live. So, I actually didn't forget it today. Crazy, right? All right, we're going to start getting some people up here. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
What's your birth year?
My birth year is 2004.
And you said you're how old?
I'm 22.
How can you be 22?
What's up?
Alrighty, let's get this first person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
How are you doing?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
I forgot. Can we move on?
How do you forget your birth year, bro? Come on. We're going to start getting some people up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're simply just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you. Let me fill you up.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. What the fuck is going on today? Give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How
Hello?
old are you?
14, but I want to say something. Can I say something? Can I say something?
Nope. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007, August 11th.
For sure. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Oh, I was wondering how big is your penis?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Nancy, thank you so much for the 5 pounds. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W Nancy in the comment section. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? Oh, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you said you're how old again?
29.
And what's your birth year?
996.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So I want to talk about the recent one, right, where Donald Trump signed the executive order burning the American flag, an offense, right? So do you think it's okay to burn an American flag inside America and not be deported to Canada or Mexico?
I think it should be legal, and I don't think someone should be deported because of it. I think that's a violation of their
No,
First Amendment.
I'm not saying it's illegal, right? But staying inside a house and burning things inside a house, how is that good for anyone inside the house?
What? I'm confused. You understand there's a distinction between burning a flag outside and burning it inside your house? I mean, you can still burn it inside your house. That's still legal, right? If it's your own house. But that would be like an issue, right? That would be like a risk to your safety. So unless it
So you
violates,
think
if it
anything
violated
that
fire safety
does
codes,
not-
then you could address that.
So the only thing you care about is safety and not about the moral or ethical?
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that for legal concerns in terms of people burning the flag because I think it's important for the First Amendment.
Yes, but then why are you staying inside the United States if you're burning the flag of the country that you represent?
I never said I burned the flag.
No, but you support that, hey, if you do burn the flag, you should not face any repercussions?
Yeah, that's
Right?
totally fine. I think that's American. I think that's pro-America to say that people should be able to do that. And also, like to retire the flag, you have to burn it. So, are you saying people should go to jail for a year for retiring the American flag?
Yes, I think they should be, at least because they're adding carbon, right, in the atmosphere.
Wait. Stop.
I don't think it's helping anybody.
Stop right there. You said burning the American flag to retire it should lead to jail for a year?
Did I say jail? No. I don't think they should stay in the country at all. That's what I believe.
You think someone should be deported if they retire an American flag by burning it?
Because I think they're Canadian too. I don't think they're American at all. No American would burn their flag. Should burn their flag. And if they are burning their flag, I think they should
I
go
want to
to
let you know
Canada.
there are a lot of
Or even a
Americans
US
that
qualifying island.
there are a lot of Americans that would burn the flag. I don't know why you would say that Americans wouldn't burn the flag, and then also I don't know why you would associate being
Yeah, you can
Canadian
burn the
with
flag,
burning the
right? But
flag?
not just in front of people.
Dude, I so badly want to do that on live right now just to rage bait you. To be honest with you,
Yeah, go ahead. I would love to see it.
I don't
Yeah, go
have
ahead.
one. I don't have one.
Yeah, you have the freedom, right? So go ahead.
I want to do it so badly to rage bait you.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, do it. You want to do it, right?
I don't
burn
have
the
a
flag?
I don't have a flag. I don't have a lighter.
Just like you want to burn your brain cells, right? Just like last 4 years, you turn off your
You
brain
mean by
cells,
talking to you?
I guess. I guess you could, right? Because I mean, increasing right now, right? Adding some of the brain cells into that.
How are you
Thick brain of
adding
yours?
brain cells into my head? That makes no sense. I'm actually losing brain cells by having this conversation.
Because you want to burn the flag, right? Go ahead and do it.
Dude, I just
Because
said
you
it
think
should
it's
be-
okay.
By the way, I said it should be legal, and I said I would do it to rage bait you. Because like clearly
So
you're so
it's
upset by
legal
the
to
flag
beat
being
children
burned.
too. It's legal to beat your parents too. You do know that, right?
You said it's
legal
legal to what?
beat the shit out of them, but I don't think it's good.
I never said just because something is legal, it's good. I'm saying it should be considered
No,
legal.
I can beat the
like,
shit
to
out of my
burn the
grandma
flag.
too. You see?
No, that's
that's what I-
illegal. That is illegal.
How is it illegal? I can beat the shit out of her, and I can.
That's
how is it illegal?
Assault? Hello? Do you know that's assault?
And if she does not press charges, you do know that it's not assault, right?
So it is illegal. You just like would say
No,
that
it's
they
not
might not
illegal at
press
all.
charges. Someone
Nope.
might not press
Nope,
charges on me
it's not
burning the
illegal.
flag.
Yeah, I'm speaking for the. So someone has to speak for the flag, right? Because that flag does symbolize
Wait,
something.
I'm sorry. Were you
that,
really trying to argue
Mhm.
that elder abuse was legal? Like, were you seriously trying to argue that?
Were you, so do you? So I'm speaking a lot of things, right? And the way you want to
Not
catch
really
is you
anything
want to
coherent.
catch something that is not even relevant, right? You just want to catch
Something that's not relevant. So you
that's
agree what you
really
said.
irrelevant, but that's something you can.
So you agree with me that what you said was totally irrelevant. Thank you. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you to buy a flag and burn it online. By the way, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm not going to actually end up doing it, but like genuinely, like I don't know what you're so up in arms about. I really don't get it.
No, you should go ahead and you do want to burn the flag, right? And
No.
because now it's illegal, you're suddenly afraid, right, of the consequences.
I
Repercussions?
wouldn't go out of my way to burn the flag either way.
You would. You said you want to, right?
I wouldn't.
To prove a point, you should, right? Because hey,
I don't know
I'm
why you're so
exercising my
obsessed with the
First
flag,
Amendment,
dude.
and you
Hey,
should burn the flag.
Hey, why are you
Right
so
now.
obsessed with the flag?
So I'm obsessed with the flag, just like I'm obsessed with my country. You see, if anyone dares to do anything against my country, it's a huge thing for me.
How about inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
That's a civil thing, right? Civil.
It's not civil.
I don't want to put
No.
the last word, but
No, I said Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. That's not civil. That's definitely
and the
federal
music
law.
festival going on right now. What's the difference?
Say it again.
The music festival in different cities, or are you not even aware of the term?
No, I know what you're saying. I'm confused what that is in response to. I said specifically, January 6th, Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Yes,
You
and I'm
agree with
bringing
me?
the I'm bringing the current music festival, right? What's the difference between what happened there? Yes, obviously they went inside the White House, right? Which, and again, right? I still don't believe the 2020 election was fair. But that's on my own opinion.
I'll ask the question one more time, and then I'm going to just have a productive dialogue with you. I'm asking you a very simple question. Is Donald Trump inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol? Is that in defense of your country? You supporting that?
For the right cause, yes.
Do you know what an insurrection is?
Do you know what the right cause is?
Can you answer my question? If not, I'll just go to the next person. I'm sick of having to restate
Yes,
my
I do know
questions
what
over and
insurrection
over
is.
again. You do know what insurrection. What is it?
Trying to overthrow a government,
So you
functioning
think
government.
so you think trying to overthrow the US government is not anti-American under your view?
Not really. Depends on the cause.
So burning the American flag to him
Slavery.
is anti-American,
You
but
see?
trying to
That was
overturn the
anti-American at
government
first.
is not. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You did not just say that.
And I think you'd probably be for pro-slavery, right? In Abraham Lincoln era. That's what you are.
No, I wouldn't.
No, because that was against the government, right? He was trying to overthrow the government
So
for
specifically,
the quota of the whole U.S., right? Hey, let's make slavery illegal and put, like, I don't know,
okay. Well,
60,
I have a question
40
then.
or 50% of the populations.
So then, would you be okay with me or Democrats inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol under Trump's administration currently?
Depends on the cause, right? Do you have a just cause?
Yeah,
What is the just cause?
overturning the current United States government.
Just cause. What is your just cause? You don't even have a just cause. Do you?
That is a just cause.
Mm-hmm.
What was your just cause in 2020
Not a fair
or
election,
2021?
rigged election.
There was a fair election.
Yeah. So you see now, like I said, right? I don't want to argue on that. I'll never argue with on that. Like I cannot even bring you proof.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So then, if you can't bring me
so I
proof that
want-
the election, wait, hold up, stop. If you can't bring me proof that the election was stolen in 2020, then how can you use that as a basis for saying that their violent insurrection was not anti-American when it is the case that we're referencing situations under our current government that I could give you evidence to point to that, under your view, would definitely establish a violent insurrection?
Evidence is destroyed because Biden was in power. That's what I cannot say now. That's what I can say.
Evidence
right?
was
And I
destroyed?
don't care. Yes.
You know who
Biden was in
actually
power, right? For the last 4 years, you do know that, right?
No, it was Trump, you fucking idiot. Trump was literally the
Oh,
president
Trump
when
was
he
in power
lost
the
the
last 4
election.
years. Ah, I do know that. Thank you.
No, the last election, Trump did win, and Harris
And we
certified.
did have COVID.
Do I need to
remember?
mute you because you're
and
not
everything
listening?
was closed.
Jesus Christ! Please listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain, and it seems like you're not listening to what I'm saying. Okay? Please listen. Okay? The last election that just happened in 2024, that election was not rigged. That election was free and fair, and it was the case that
2020.
Harris. I'm about to kick you. Okay, keep muted. If you unmute one more time and cut me off, I'm just gonna kick you from the stream. I'm done. I'm done having to restate what I have to say and go over it. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay? Please stop. Please stop. Because now I can't even remember what I was saying. Yeah, I'm just gonna kick you. Fuck you. I don't like talking to you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Why do you not support Donald Trump?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
1998.
And you said you're how old?
Huh?
You said you're how old?
I'm 27.
Okay. What month?
Huh? March.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's gonna get me rich. You feel me?
How's he gonna get you rich?
He's-
People said that you
he's-
said 21 at first. All right, let's go to the next
He's
person.
fine.
Edward, thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Edward in the comment section right now. That is incredibly nice. If you could some W's for Edward, thank you so much. Seriously, W's for Edward in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Edward. Seriously, W's for Edward in the comment section right now. As will be is BJC. Thank you so much. I pushed the $5. Thank you. For I'm a veteran. Would he deport me if I burn the flag? I thought for people's rights to burn the. I fought for people's rights to burn the flag if they so choose. I actually defended that. Literally. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And then Lovey, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. It doesn't show me the full message for some reason. Venmo's been doing this recently. I gotta pull it up on my email. It doesn't show me the full. I don't know why Venmo's been doing this. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person real quick, everybody. They said plenty of us focus on the harms because the country didn't. Well, actually, that was from yesterday. Please wait, hold up. What? Oh my gosh, why is it not showing me? Oh, my veteran father and I burnt a flag last night just for the hell of it. Some of us burn these things just because we hate what America has done to our ancestors. Saying you think an American vet should be deported is crazy. I know, right? That's nuts as fuck. Especially for retiring the flag, right? That's so nuts. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, hello?
How old are you?
44. 44 years
Do
old.
you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
I love what he's doing.
Why?
Well, okay. Well, look at the 401k. Have you seen that lately? That's going up. That's going sky high, rocket high.
Okay. Did you know that it was all-time highs under the Biden-Harris administration, that it would be in a better circumstance right now if Trump never imposed tariffs in the very first place?
Trump's a little bit higher than it was back then. I know that because I made money off of it.
Well, it's higher now, but like if Trump were not in office and said it was the Harris administration, it would be even higher than what it is currently because tariffs would have never been implemented in the very first place.
You know, the tariffs, it's like, you know, if you order certain parts in certain countries or, you know, it's going to be, I buy a lot of car parts, buy a lot of stuff. I haven't seen nothing change in price. Nothing. Nothing's gone up. I haven't seen anything.
Under Trump's administration so far, prices have gone up.
I get the same part for a car. And it's the same exact price that was when Trump was in the first time, and Biden was in. I mean,
That would be the specific supplier that you're referencing. For the overall market, prices have gone up.
I haven't seen it. Hey, one question: have you heard of Kirk?
Charlie Kirk, yes.
Have you battled him yet?
Yeah, I debated him on Jubilee.
You have. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But besides that, and then have they released the guest to see if he was over there? Oh God, what's his name? I'm trying to think of his name, but has he released it yet? Because I don't watch TV much anymore.
Has Trump released the Epstein files? Is that what you're asking?
No, yes.
No, he hasn't.
Okay. When he releases it and his name's on there, is he guilty?
It depends on how he's on there. Is he? Do you mean guilty of being on there, or like?
No.
I'm confused. What you mean?
Are people going to think, oh, well, you're on there, so you must have did whatever? You know, like P. Diddy, they had proof, videos, all pictures, all that. He got out. So you can't say he did something. You got to have proof first.
Hold up. If you want to reference like there being proof or whatnot, I'm confused with that. How that relates to what we're talking about here.
Like if his name's on the
hold
list.
Up. I understand. It's on a. It's we know it's on. He's on the Epstein files. We just don't know how he's on the Epstein files. Well, why is he not releasing it? If he's not in the Epstein files in an incriminating way, why isn't he releasing it?
Why didn't Biden release it? I don't know.
Sealed. And why do people always say that to deflect away from answering the question? Trump is the one who ran on it. Answer the question.
He's the one that ran on it, but I mean, if his name's on there, his name's on there. But there's no
So
proof.
still not an
if
answer to
anything
the question. Still not an answer to the question.
Why he's not releasing them, I don't know. I have no
I
idea.
guarantee you guys would be putting significantly more pressure given that a Democrat was in office, and you guys were. Vegas, think of the $5. Thank you. Seriously, like people were saying this about Democrats, that they were all on the list, that they were scared to drop it, and then it is the case Trump gets in office after saying he's going to drop the Epstein files and then doesn't do it. Vegas guy, again, think of the $5. Absolutely, thank you.
I think Parker on that one, I think that's 50-50 both sides.
What do you mean?
It's 50-50 if it's a Democrat or a Republican. I mean,
Yep, but what makes you think it's 50-50? That's essentially what I was trying to ask.
the Democrats would do the same thing as Republicans would do.
Yeah, but like, what's your basis for saying that?
That's how I would look at it. Like if Biden was holding something, oh, you know, all Republicans or we'd all say something, right? But since Trump's holding something, all the Democrats are saying something. So don't you kind of think that's like maybe the same?
No,
Across the
because
board?
I explained to you, one, their ceiling, and two, they did actually drop that Donald Trump was on the flight logs, things that they did have access to. So I do think that they did drop to some degree. And also, Hunter Biden was the one putting pressure on it. Hunter Biden was talking about releasing them now, right? And Hunter Biden was trying to put pressure on Melania specifically because Melania was going to sue Hunter Biden, right, for, I think it was like $1 billion or something. And Hunter Biden's like, do it. I'd love for you guys to clarify your relationship with Epstein. So, like, that's specifically, like, what Hunter Biden's saying to do. So Hunter Biden is putting his money where his mouth is. Why would he do that if it is the case that he knows that, you know, other Democrats are on the list or something, or that his dad is going to be negatively impacted in some way? That wouldn't make any sense.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. But I guarantee there's other people that's on that list. I mean, that's
Yeah, but okay.
a lot.
Yeah. So then why is it a big issue for other people to be on the list but not Trump?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Big issue. So you laugh at other people being on the list like, oh my God, that's so bad for them. But then Trump being on the list, oh, it's not bad for him.
Oh no, I say if Trump's on there, I mean, if Trump's on the list, okay, he's on the list. But what did
And
he
would
do?
you
when
support him if he
there?
was on the client list?
Would I support Trump?
Yeah, if he was on the client list.
He was on that list. If Yes, if they don't have any proof, pictures, videos, anything, then yeah, why not? What if Hillary's on there? Bill Clinton, he's on there. I bet you other people are on there.
He needs pictures and video of Donald Trump on Jeffrey Epstein's island, not just the client list. So he would still support Donald Trump if Donald Trump were on Jeffrey Epstein's client list for Epstein Island. That's
Client
nuts.
list?
Client list.
Why is that nuts?
It's nuts because that is literally him being a client for child sex trafficking. And you're like,
Yeah,
dude,
both
I
of-
need video evidence of this being the case. Are you kidding?
But look at P Diddy. They had evidence and they let him go.
Wait, I'm
right?
sorry. Who was best friends with or good friends with P. Diddy? Donald Trump. Why are you bringing up him as an example that's supposed to make you look good? Trump said that Diddy is a good guy and that he's going to stand up for Diddy.
Donald Trump and Diddy weren't good friends.
Do you want me to play you a clip of him saying that he loves Diddy?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, what year was this?
Wait, does that matter? You just said that they were never.
Well, I'm just curious what year it was. They're not buddies.
What do you
Not
mean by
friends.
that?
I mean, I don't think what happened, Diddy and all that. I don't think Trump's gonna go. Oh, I like
Watch
that
it.
guy."
He's gonna say this is
After
AI,
the
chat.
fact.
He's gonna say this is AI. Watch this.
No, I won't.
Do you see this?
Yes, I do.
Who's this a picture with?
Well, at that time, that was Puff Daddy, not Diddy. I know that for a fact. That's before he changed his name. That's Donald Trump. What year was that? Holy crap! 2001, 2002? No. Yeah,
Does that matter? And now let me play a clip of Donald Trump saying that he loves Diddy.
Strict and focused businesswoman because working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy.
Absolutely.
I love Diddy. I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
yeah.
I
Hey,
love Diddy.
kind of
You
his.
know, he's a good friend of mine. I love
Can't say
Diddy.
nothing about.
I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
He expects.
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that
Oh,
question.
wow.
don't
I
know.
think he's a good guy. I'm going to stick up for him.
I'm gonna have to look up some of those videos. I don't know, but I do believe, yeah, he was with Trump, but that was at New York. That was at his hotel.
What?
So
Say that
I-
again.
I said that was in New York.
Wait, so I'm sorry. So do you agree with me now that they are good friends, or that were good friends? Sorry.
Yeah, but not like they Trump
So
says
then,
that
like,
about
why did
every-
you bring that up as an
Oh,
example to make yourself look better? That made you look worse, bro. That made you look worse.
Oh no. I'm just saying that would be okay. Trump said, "Oh yeah, he's a good guy. He's my friend." He says that about everybody. Everybody's his friend. He's a good guy. Everybody. People he don't like, he'll tell you. Now, is there some weird things about Trump that I don't agree with? Yes. Is there a lot of stuff that he said that he would do and he didn't do? Yes. Yeah, I will admit
Could you
that.
name something Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, one of them would be the VA, Veteran Affairs Disability. That'd be the first one. Trying to tax it or take it away or something. It's not in that thing someone says that he's going to go after. He'll never go after that.
He has cut the VA.
Yeah, VA disability. The VA
They cut the VA already.
the VA disability.
They cut
money
the
I get
VA in
for-
general because it is the case that they cut employees that work at the VA, which also provide care overall. So yes, it does cut that because it cuts
Yeah.
personnel
Well, they're getting rid of 70,000 people, and they hired another entity, like another company, to fire them. Just like he fired IRS, hired them back.
So
Some
when
of
did we
that I
hire
know.
them back?
The IRS?
No, you know what we're talking about.
Yes, the IRS he fired.
I'm not talking about the IRS.
You talk about the veterans.
Yes, when did he hire the people back at the VA that he cut off?
What he did is he wants to get rid of 70,000 veterans. He's hiring a separate company. If you look it up, a separate company to get rid of them.
When did he hire the people back that they fired? You said they hired them back.
No. Okay. No. He hired like another company, another outfit to fire them. Not Trump fired them, the company to fire them. If you look it
Okay.
up, you'll see. I can't think the name of it. What's the name of that? If you look it up, I can't think of the name. But it's a separate company that either gives them a medical or gives them money to leave.
Hey.
Go ahead.
When did he hire them back?
Hire who back?
The fucking people they fired.
Okay. Trump wants to get rid of 70,000 veterans. 70,000. Trump don't want to fire them. He hired a company to come in and get rid of them. Not hire them, get rid of them.
So, so then why did you originally say that they were... Okay, that's bad, isn't that?
Yes, it is. But if the VA
that's cutting the VA, right?
That's cutting the VA, yes. But to certain, for me, people being... You might not agree with it. I've been working my whole life. I put my boots on, wake up 3:30 a.m. and go straight to work. So the people that work from home, VA, they need to actually go to the building and work, not sit at home. He wants to get rid of all that riffraff.
That's not the only connotation that they got rid of. And also, you understand that there's important aspects of also like healthcare operators that also, in some connotations, work at home. Like, I'm confused. You understand that there are people who have at-home services. There's telehealth. There's so many different types of things that could be relating to why like a certain healthcare provider would be working from home that would be relevant in terms of VA care, especially if we're talking about therapist work. And like a hotline for unaliving, for self-unaliving.
Well, hey, yes. Now that's veteran crisis. That's the veterans, but that's a crisis line. That's a whole different thing. That's not actually veterans working there. That's not. They're not working there.
You're not listening to what I'm saying though, right? I'm saying those are all examples of healthcare specifically that are based in working from home healthcare providers. And it is the case that their work is important. So cutting access to care reduces care for veterans. You understand that this is for veterans and there's reduction in the access to care for veterans.
Yeah, I'll talk about making appointments. Call the VA, make an appointment, not somebody sitting at home, smoking a cigarette, drinking a beer, and just answering a phone and making appointments. I mean, and they're paying them, they're making $60,000, $70,000 a year at a job to do that. That to be done in the business, not sitting at home. The other stuff, I agree with you. Yes. Therapists, if you need to call somebody on a therapist or home aid, somebody needs to come in and take care of an older person. But that sitting at home, you're pretty young. I mean, I've been working since I was 12 years old. I'm going on 45. So I believe in the work is driving to work, sweat, and put your boots on, wake up in the morning and drive to work. That's just how I believe. But the veterans, the 70,000 people, they hired another company to get rid of it.
And that reduces access to care for veterans in the VA. So you just said he's never going to cut VA. I showed you how we cut VA. And now it seems like you agree with me that that's the case, right?
No, there's different. Okay, people that they'll do a building. They're add to the VA building. and there'll be a person say, okay, I want to hire this contractor, or this one that's working for the VA. He wants to get rid of them people. They're all over. They're all over. There could be somebody that's in charge of that VA. Don't hire an outside
I'm
company.
sorry.
to
Do
do
you
it.
think it's a good thing that he's cutting the VA?
To go down on the VA on certain things, I agree with it.
Dude, this guy's priorities are not to cut corporate subsidies. His priorities are not to audit the Department of Defense. His priorities are to cut benefits for veterans. What?
Not benefits. No, not benefits. I'm
That is-
90% disabled.
That is
Don't
cutting
touch
benefits.
the benefit.
Wait, Donald Trump did touch the benefits.
No, he's actually giving us a raise next year, 3.6.
He's cut. Wait, how do you feel about this? He's cut Medicaid. He's cut food stamps, and that's leading to 420,000 children not having access to free school lunch, right, and breakfast at school per month. Are you okay with that?
They still have that.
No, 420,000
Like-
kids won't have access to it according to the Congressional Budget Office.
Okay. No. But that's
So,
a state
but
level too, though.
And so are you? No, this is federal. Are you willing to be okay with that?
No, but the school still gives people don't make money.
No. So then you
so-
you would agree that the
I
big
don't
beautiful bill should not have been passed, correct?
been passed, but certain things should not been passed that was in there.
Okay, so if it should have been passed overall, then you're okay with the 420,000 children being kicked off of access to food, free school lunch, and breakfast every month, right? Specifically because it is the case that you think that there are other aspects of the bill that you think make up for that. So what aspects of the bill make up for that? Because I think that's fucking sick.
The kids at school reduced lunches is still. He's not taking away that. I don't know why people say that.
He is.
And that's not federal. That's state.
It is the
Federal
congressional. No,
gives it.
it is
They
federal.
give it.
The big beautiful bill is cutting that. The Congressional Budget Office, quite
Yes,
frankly.
but state. No. My kids are in school and they get that. So
I understand.
it's
I'm
still
not
there.
saying every single person who has access to it is going to get cut, but 420,000 children per month will get cut off of it on average. That's from the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
I'm gonna have to read some more into that one. The EBT though, he's not cut. What he's doing is if you have an EBT card, why you're not going there and buy a Monster drink or a Red Bull? or
That's
a
actually
Rockstar?
not what it is. You're listening to people on the internet, and you think the position on the internet is Donald Trump's position. No, nowhere within the context of the bill does it restrict people from getting access to Monster energy drinks. Nowhere does it do that. It specifically makes it harder to meet the work requirements.
Okay, just like he's touching Section 8, you only get 2 years to get out.
I don't think Section 8 is in this bill. I haven't seen that. If I didn't see it get cut in this bill. This is specifically
he's
food
put-
stamps, Medicaid, and access to free school lunches for children.
You have to read more into that. But the EBT, they want to next year, January 1st, you won't be able to buy any sugar products on sodas. Or
Where did you see
all-
this? Is this like a new executive order that came out, or was this in the big beautiful bill?
It was a big beautiful bill. It's all in there.
I didn't
Everything's
see
in
this
there.
in the big beautiful bill.
What's it? The Section 8 was in there. The EBT was in there.
So I think what you're referencing is statewide policy, not federal policy on food stamps. And statewide policy can exist for food stamps, right? But we're talking about federalized policies.
Okay. Well, I mean, the school lunches, that comes to federal and state.
What's up?
So doesn't the food stamps go federal and the state?
I'm
They give them
confused what you
their
mean.
federal gives the state their monies and then they do whatever they want with it.
Yes.
Okay,
but
so
yeah, we're talking about the federal particular regulations that exist. Can you
Yeah, I'm
can you
gonna have
tell
to look
me
at it.
the qualifications that we're talking about in this scenario? Can you reference those?
The which ones again?
The qualifications for access to food stamps.
Qualifications. Okay. I make a certain amount of money. To qualify for food stamps, you can't, if you make $2,000 a month, but your house and your kids and they go buy all that stuff.
Dude, what conversation are we having right now?
About food stamps.
I understand, but like I'm confused. I was talking about something completely different, then you just randomly started talking about that.
Are you saying how you qualify for food stamps?
And I wasn't asking you how you qualify for food stamps.
Okay, then what were you asking then?
We were talking about the set of qualifications that existed for the federal government, and then you were bringing up set of qualifications that you think exists, right? And I was saying no, those are not in the big beautiful bill. Those qualifications are not.
So the Section 8's not in there?
You said the dieting. I didn't see anything about Section 8. I'd love to see that. Could you provide me like where I could see that? Because I would bring that up as the thing that's bad about the bill, because I haven't seen that in the bill. But if you want to reference the dieting, right, in terms of that you can't get Monster energy drinks, that's not in the big beautiful bill.
It's sugar. Like you can't even get tea. You get juice.
What is this guy
Sugar-free juice.
saying? That's not in the big beautiful bill.
It's coming out January 1st. They ain't gonna be able to get it.
So not the big beautiful bill.
It's part of the big.
You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you, man. I'm kidding. I
Oh,
can't.
it's part of. I was trying to look at it. It's part of the big beautiful bill.
No, it's not.
I have to look at. Damn it! Where's my laptop? You got my laptop?
If you'd like to go find that, I would love to see it. Observation. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as
Are you
Vegeta,
on
thank you so
later
much. I
on?
appreciate the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it as well as Justin. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I'm 100% disabled vet and I can't get an appointment until February of next year because of this crap. So yeah, he's screwing us too. That's crazy.
He can't what?
They said Justin said I'm 100% disabled vet and I can't get an appointment until February of next year because of this crap. So yeah, he's screwing us too.
He could go to an outside doctor if it's that long.
Yeah,
So
we're talking
he don't
about
know what
for,
he's talking about.
we're talking about for the VA, dude. Oh my god, bro.
Exactly. If you go to the VA and you try to make an eye appointment, they don't have it. They'll send you to a third party.
Do
to
you
go
think
get an eye
that
appointment.
do you think that we should be cutting the
I
VA
don't.
for veterans?
No. But with that many people,
So then why are you okay with Donald Trump cutting it?
get rid of certain things? Yes, it makes sense.
Again, you don't even know what things you got rid of. You didn't even read the bill. You didn't want the VA to be cut. I gave you an example of how the VA was cut, and then now you're like, I don't know about the bill in order to say this. Like what? Ramona, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Maggot Cries, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the mental gymnastics
Someone was saying
lessons for the
that you
guest.
should try to
John,
keep
thank you for the
the
$5. Thank you.
bill.
Tiana, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Valkyrie again, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
He was
And
gonna
Lucas,
cut
thank you for the
VA
5, and Abby with the $6. Thank you. What's up?
benefits. He was going to cut the VA disability benefits. That's what I heard. That's what someone said. It's in there. It's not in there. I looked. That's not in there.
No, they cut the overall VA because they cut workers and providers at the VA, which then is going to affect disability care.
It won't affect. It won't affect this. It won't.
So that's not a
Because-
response to what I just said, dude. You can't just say, "Oh, it's just not." That's not a response to what I said at all.
If I make an appointment, say I go in there tomorrow and make the appointment for podiatry. Oh, well, we don't have an appointment until next year in January. I can go to a different hospital, any doctor. The VA pays it, and I can go get seen the very next week. So whatever guy was saying that he has to wait till February next, no, you don't. And he's 100%. He said no. You can go into any other hospital, any other doctor. You don't have to. If there's a wait longer than 2 weeks or 30 days, you could go somewhere else and get seen, and the VA pays for it. Been there, I've done that, so I know. So it's not going to affect us. It won't affect us. There's a lot of VA people there.
So you think the VA wasn't cut at all?
Oh, VA was cut. I got friends who were cut.
I can't do it, dude. I'm about to throw my head through a wall. Holy shit. What type of conversation are we having? I'm so lost. What conversation are we having? What the fuck is going on?
The VA's cut, yeah. They hired that company to get rid of 70,000 people.
And you think that's bad, right?
Certain things, yes.
So are you think that's bad because you don't want those certain things to be cut, correct?
Certain things need to be cut because it's a waste of money. That's why.
Okay. If you want to save money, is that because you want to balance the budget?
No, I don't even want to touch the budget. I care less about that.
Then what's the point of
I don't
saving
care about
money?
it. A budget could be a budget. It could be anything.
Then what's the point of saving money?
It could be anything, though. There's too many workers.
What's the
that
point of
don't-
saving money?
A budget's a budget. I know what a budget is.
What's the point
they
of
just said-
saving money? I'm going to keep asking the question until you answer it.
What's the point of saving money?
Yeah.
I don't know. I save money to pay bills. I don't know. I
I'm
have no
talking about
idea.
from a governmental perspective. Jesus fucking Christ. You know what we're talking about. We're having the dialogue right now.
What's the purpose of saving money? It's firing people saves money. I mean, you just want me to say that? Get rid of people, get rid of jobs, saves money.
What is the point of saving money? Is it to balance the budget? Is it so that you have more money to take care of other things, or what is it?
Money can flow other places, yes.
Okay. So, the best way for you to save money would be to balance the budget so that you have other money to spend on other things. Okay? Who is more likely to balance the budget? Well, the Biden-Harris administration, because they signed off on $4 trillion less debt-related spending under their first administration. And then for the next administration, according to the campaign plans from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, it would be $4 trillion less than Trump over the next 10 years. So if you want to address this, that, quite frankly, will actually save us more money if you were to have Harris in office comparative to Trump. That saves, way more money than anything you're going to be saving by cutting the VA.
Okay. Okay. What about when Biden was in office, we were giving billions of dollars to these other countries?
We're still giving money to Ukraine. What other countries were we giving money to that you think that we should be giving money to?
Egypt, $2 billion a year.
Was that? I think that's Congress.
Shit, that was when Bush was
What
in.
is? Okay, so what does that have to do with? What does that have to do with Biden when that's Congress?
Both sides just give money. They just give money, give money, give
So
money.
then,
give
so
money.
then, why are you blaming Biden instead of blaming Trump? Because that
Oh,
happened
I
under
blame
Trump's
Trump.
administration too, right?
I blame them all.
Okay, so then why are you saying this is a reason to support Trump? I'm so confused.
Because he wants to go after certain things that I agree with.
I understand, but you said that the point of that was to save money, and then I demonstrated that you save more money by voting for Kamala Harris than Donald Trump.
Well, you save money, vote Democrat. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you save
So-
money. So if you want us to save more money, then why are you cutting VA rather than supporting Democratic politicians over Republicans?
A lot of Democrats are going over towards Republican side. I already seen that.
Okay, well if you don't want them to move to the Republican side, stop voting for Republicans. Because they interpret people voting for Republicans as, oh, the country's more right-wing now. Literally, politicians do that, and it's annoying. So please stop voting for Republicans, because that's what it does. It doesn't make Democratic politicians think the Overton window is to the left. It makes them think it's to the right.
Yeah, vice versa. Sure. Yeah, sure. What I'm gonna do? Are you on later on tonight? Because I'm gonna look that stuff
No.
up. Plus, I'm sleep.
I'll be on for like 4 hours more maximum. 4 or 5
Are you on
hours more.
tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm on every day.
Tomorrow about the same time I'll call you and I'll have all those notes and then I'll be more awake.
I won't be on at this time tomorrow.
What time you be?
I'll probably be. It'll probably be nighttime when I'm on.
Okay, that's fine.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'll do that. I'll look it up, get all my notes together, and then I'll be more prepared.
Can I ask you one question before you leave?
Yeah, go ahead.
For sure. Can you name one economic policy outside of the big beautiful bill that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Oh, no. Benefit the middle class. Let's see. Taxes.
What taxes?
That to help sign in that tax law.
The big beautiful bill?
No, well, no, it's the one that's good for this year and it goes away.
That would be a part of the big beautiful bill. Is the
Yeah.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? You
Yeah,
didn't know
well,
that?
no, I know. Like you get.
Is there any policies outside of the TCJA, which is in the big beautiful bill, that you think is beneficial to the middle class, or is it the only set of bills that Trump has passed that you think is beneficial to the middle class?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right, man.
For sure. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description, the YouTube. Amabel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Taylor, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. No one should have a bill like that. That's fucking nuts. Marie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's honestly crazy. Like, taking away food from children is nuts. Kim, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, that does sound like it was statewide stuff. And then for the VA, my husband has to wait for months now for his appointment, and they will not send you to another doctor. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. So he apparently must not have known that. That's nuts. That's nuts. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person, everyone.
Niggers!
You're disgusting. You're fucking disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
Dude, we're just gonna get disgusting fuckers on the live. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's happening? 43, California,
support Donald
and I
Trump?
voted for Trump. Yeah, I
Okay,
did, of
why
course.
so?
Well, I just think I look at what's going on right now in Washington D.C. I don't know if you've seen the videos that have been uploaded. Probably hundreds of them. You can go. I will challenge anybody to go do a search on Washington D.C. cleanup, and you're seeing hundreds of videos popping up right now. Most of them from Black Americans. City. Because they can't believe, I saw this one, it was really crazy. This woman is sitting there saying, I cannot believe I'm about to do this. I'm going to go up to a stoplight with my windows down. I cannot believe this is happening. These people are walking around in wonder because Trump went in there and actually made their city beautiful. He actually cleaned it up. And you can say, oh, that's cruel what he did. It's so cruel. But, if you go listen to the testimony of these people, I mean, how can you sit there and look at them and say, sorry, that's bad? It's not. And I think what Trump's going to do, and this is just my opinion, I would imagine that what just happened in Washington, D.C., a lot of those people now are Trump supporters that weren't before. And I think what he's going to do is he's going to go into all these areas, Portland, San Francisco. I already said he's targeting San Francisco. He's going to go into these areas that have been taken over by crime, homeless, drug use, and all this stuff, and he's going to drop the hammer on it. And he's going to show the people there what their city looks like when it's actually a functioning, beautiful city again. And I think he's going to change a lot of people. And I think he's already done that in DC. And I think you can go see it. You can see the proof for yourself. You can say, oh, you're just a MAGA supporter. I think you can go there and go search the TikTok videos right now. The testimonies that are happening. And those are not Trump supporters. Those were not like, oh, these are MAGA people. Those were not MAGA people.
So would you support the federalization of the National Guard in every single city across the U.S.?
I would say that we have a serious, I would say if there's a situation, I live in California, so I see it firsthand, like the homeless and the drugs, and it's just like, it's tents scattered everywhere. You can't park certain places. You get your cars smashed out. People leave their windows down.
Do you live in downtown LA?
No, I live in Bakersfield, California. But I
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Dude.
You think it's not bad here? People
So I live in LA. I live in LA.
Okay.
Right? Specifically, you're referencing specific areas in downtown LA where there's going to be people specifically who are unhoused. And the idea that you're referencing people who are unhoused in those conditions and you're blaming them rather than blaming the system overall that doesn't provide them access to resources and help is ridiculous. Now, we want to increase access to resources and help. Republican areas don't do that. Trump has no policy to do that. And if you want to talk about Bakersfield specifically, Bakersfield is actually more shifted to the right.
No, not the areas that you're talking. So here's what happens.
As you go towards Central California, it shifts to the right.
Right. Let me explain what happens. So you are right. It shifts to the right, but we're under Democrat policy. If you look at what Gavin Newsom has done, he's totally, fueled the homeless problem in California. You know that Gavin Newsom put 20. Okay. Well, they closed the prisons first off, and they dump them in areas so they close prisons, right? So they put these people, and if you look at the drop-off zone for these prisons, a lot of them is in Kern County. So that's why we get a lot of homeless here. There are people that are literally dropped off here. So if you look in 2020, you know this, in 2021, you should know this, 2019, I think, California spent $24 billion on the homeless issue. It's gone up 20% since then. Nobody knows where the money went. It was all engulfed by NGOs. I mean, that's the whole problem with the homeless issue, especially in California. And the reason they do not solve it is because it's a moneymaker.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
which prisons were closed?
I'd have to go see. Are you saying they weren't closed?
Wait, you're making a claim
They
that
closed one here in They closed one here in Bakersfield. There's one here in Kern County. In Taft, they closed one. So they just closed one here. So they have closed them. I mean, you can go search. I mean, it's not like rocket science. And he has another one he wants to close because they don't want to pay the bills.
Am I able to speak, or are you just going to keep yapping?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So you can't mention the specific areas, right? You're saying that like immediately, if I were just to ask you what the areas were specifically that were shut down by the government, that somehow I'm disputing it. No, I'm just asking you for evidence that this is the case. And if you can't provide the evidence for this being the case, I don't know why I would believe it or anyone on the live would believe it. Now, if you want to talk about specifically people who had been released from these prisons, are you saying that people released from the prisons then led to like an increase in the homeless population?
Yes.
Okay. So can you show me one prison in California where they just released every single prisoner without sending them to another prison?
Okay, hang on. But my original post, you never addressed what I originally said. That you kind of moved that needle on it. And I was saying, what do you say to those people in Washington D.C. though? If you had to go tell them right now that what happened there was bad, I mean, what would be your reasoning for telling them that's not a good idea? I mean, tell them. I would like to hear what while I'm looking for this. Can you please tell them why this is bad for their community?
So, by the way, you're referencing a small portion of the people in D.C. I can send you a survey from the Washington Post that indicates 69% of participants strongly oppose the president's decision to federally control, right, D.C.
When was that?
This was, I can send you an article. This is from
No, just tell me the time. Just tell me, is it a week ago?
Less than a week ago. 6
It was
days
less
ago.
than a week ago? Because these videos are popping up like now. Like you can go search these videos. I would challenge
So can you show me any evidence that it is the case that there is widespread support for this other than I saw a few TikTok videos?
No, not a few, dude. There's hundreds. I would challenge you.
I would love
Okay,
for you to
don't
give me
take-
like a
don't-
survey or give me any evidence in general instead of just saying, "Oh, I saw some people on
So
TikTok."
you're saying they're lying. You're saying those people are
No,
look them in the
I'm
eyes and
just
say,
saying
"You're
that's
telling the
not-
truth."
I'm just
Yes,
saying
you are.
that's-
You're saying those people are lying. Why are they lying? Because they're Black Americans? Why are they lying?
You're so disingenuous. It's unbelievable. I
No,
never
I'm
said
telling
they
you,
were
why are they
lying.
lying?
I never
Why are
said
they
they're
lying?
lying. Can
Yes,
you let me
you
speak?
are.
Can you let me speak? I never said that they're lying. I specifically just said that's not representative of everyone within the context of DC. You specifically bringing up the fact that they are black Americans in order to say that, like, I'm against, or I think that they're lying because they're black Americans is actually fucking insane, given that you literally are voting for a racist. You know that, right? You're literally voting for a racist.
No, I believe you're being racist because you think they're disingenuine. Yeah,
I never said that. I just repeated multiple times. I don't think they're disingenuous.
You said it's not. You're not going to believe a few TikTok videos. There's hundreds of them.
As representative of the entirety of DC. No, I'm going to look at.
You're saying you don't believe them.
No, I'm not saying I don't believe them. I'm saying that I don't take that as representation of what's going to be true for most of people who are living in DC. I'm going to look at statistics to say that to be the case. I'm not going to just look at a few videos on TikTok. Judy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it, Judy. So can you give me any sources, any evidence, any surveys that indicate a majority of people specifically within DC are in support of the federal takeover of the city?
I can give you video proof, which I believe way more than a
Lucas,
liberal.
thank you for the $5.
media
Thank you.
company.
Then no,
then
don't go to a liberal media company. Go to any conservative survey. Any conservative survey. Any conservative media company. I just want to see, is there any poll you could show me that shows that most of the people in DC are in support of the federal takeover of their city?
I can only show you video proof, documentation. And if that's not real, if you think that's not real, then it's not real.
We're not.
If you don't think hundreds of videos
You're
popping
so
up on
disingenuous.
TikTok,
You're so disingenuous.
no, if you don't think that hundreds of people showing video proof of themselves in awe of what their city looks like and how they can walk down the street without getting mugged is not proof, I don't know what to tell you. If you want to go believe someone that the city was fine, it was beautiful before, by all means, go look at it. But people are actually showing you and telling you, and you're saying, that's not real. You don't believe those people. I believe the media. That's the problem with people. That's the problem with liberals, dude, is they don't want to believe something and say, you know what, maybe Trump had it right on this one. So what? Maybe he did. You know what? Good for him. That doesn't mean I have to agree with everything he did, but it's okay to look at something like Washington, D.C. and say, you know what? Those people deserve to have a nice city. Why can't they have a nice city? Why can't they go down the street without feeling like they're going to get mugged? That's okay.
Okay. So I'm not disputing the stories of this happening, right? Of people saying this on the internet, as that's true for plenty of different things in the context of politics. You can find people from either side expressing their opinion on the matter. The way that I identify what percentage of the people within a certain city have a particular perspective is based upon surveys, is based upon different types of analysis that take into account detailed demographics of the area and take into account different types of ways in which you can then estimate or a sample size of that certain city population. That is a significantly better way to identify what is going on in terms of the city, rather than just to say that you saw some people on TikTok say like a certain type of opinion.
Okay, but they're not saying it. They're showing it. They're taking their camera, they're panning and then saying, this is what it was like before. And I can't believe that I'm walking down this beautiful city and I'm sitting here at night at 9 o'clock at night where I would never be able to do this before. Why can't you say that's okay? Like they're not lying. They're being real. I'm not asking you to say that you approve Trump's immigration policy. I'm not saying that I expect you to do this. All I'm saying is why can't you just say, you know what? Maybe he got it right this one. I'm glad those people have their lives back, and I hope this continues. And I hope they figure out ways to maybe do this to other cities where people feel like they can't walk down the street at night.
It's like he doesn't listen to me. It's like he doesn't listen to me. So I have a few things here. Crime in DC was at the lowest rate in 30 years before Trump got into office. The idea that DC specifically needed to be federalized under this administration, but not his first administration, is ridiculous, given that crime was higher in DC under Trump's first administration. Why didn't he federalize it then?
You know why it's high? You know why it's lower under Biden? Because they stopped reporting the crime. That's addressed in many of those videos. If
you disingenuous fuck. I didn't just say that. I said under. I said
I'm telling you though, because they don't report the crime, and that's what I'm telling you.
I said under Trump's administration, you fucking dumbass. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm telling you, if you actually listen to what I'm saying, you'll be able to respond to what I'm saying. Okay? Actively listen and engage with what I'm saying, please. I just said specifically under Trump's first administration, there was higher crime. You say, oh, they weren't reporting it under Biden. Well, apparently under your review, they were reporting it under Trump. So why didn't he federalize the city when there was... Why didn't he federalize the city when there was higher crime under Trump originally?
Because he finally got to the point where he has the backing now for people to realize that this has to happen. And he did. So I'm just trying to get you to understand.
He would have been able to do this in his first term. What do you mean? He doesn't have the backing
dude,
now
he
to
was
realize
battling
this is
Russian
going to
collusion.
happen if
He
a
was
majority of the
battling
country
Russian
opposes
collusion.
it.
He did not have the people behind him to do what he's doing now. He had Russian collusion going on. He had all this. Dude, he was being accused of a bunch of things. Now he has the people behind him to do this.
He's been found guilty of those things now. Like he's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
He has the DOJ
the court system. The court system
But I just want
specifically.
you to. But why can't you say that actually worked? Why are you saying that's a failure though?
I'm saying it is the case that, again, based on Washington Post, 79% of residents are against it and 69% strongly oppose. Okay,
Dude,
that is
this
a
thing-
overwhelming majority of the city that specifically opposes the federal overtaking of the city. If your specific goal was to decrease crime, please explain to me why you voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops.
No, you're trying to change the
it's
post. Why
okay
can't
to.
you just see? You cannot address what I am saying. You have
Says
to.
you.
move
You're
thing.
using this to
You want to
deflect.
go to the Donald Trump is a convicted thing. You will not address that those people are genuine and what happened in their city.
Genuine. And again, I already said this multiple. I responded to this multiple times. How many more times do you want me to say? I agree that there are people that have that position in DC. Do you want me to say it again for you? Did you not listen to me saying it the past 6 times?
So let me tell you this right now. Let me tell you something. When you poll people, you totally control what the outcome is, dude. 100%.
No, you don't. What are you fucking talking about? Do you know what a poll is?
100%.
What is a poll?
So here, let me give you an example, and you'll say like, "Oh, bull," and here's I'm going to set you up fire. So I have a media company, right, in Bakersfield. It's not as big as you. It's about 10 million a month, right? And I can put a poll out there. It's more conservative, right? You have more liberal followers, which I totally respect. That's your angle, right? And I can put a poll out there, and it will be 95% towards. And I do these all the time because when I see these polls, like I'll say, "What do you think Trump's popularity is?" Right? And when I see these like on ABC or CBS, whatever, and they say, "Oh, he's tanking in the polls," and then I go put it on Bakersfield Tough, and with like 2,000 votes, it's probably about 95% positive for Trump, right? And I do those not to say like, "Oh, he's really getting 95% approval." I know he's not. I do that to prove a point that I can, because of where you put the polls, you can dictate what you want. And because that's in a conservative, more of a network, it's not radical conservative. It's just like we're in Bakersfield. It's a conservative city. But because
dude, are you really assuming there's no methodology for the poll? Like I can't do it,
Yes.
dude. There's a
That's why the
methodology.
Democrats
By the way,
lose.
I the first thing I referenced when I was talking about this is that they have a methodology for statistics. No, Democrats don't. Wait, we're not talking about Democrats who created statistics. What are you fucking talking about? We're talking about a survey that has a specific methodology that you can look at the methodology.
Okay, so why every election year are the polls wrong? And they always
We're talking about different types of polls. We're talking about
and
polls
why,
specifically.
I'm asking, why do you think that though?
Do you think there's no public opinion polls that you can reference?
No, but I'm asking you, why do you think that?
Wait, I have a question.
every
Do you think
year
there's no
they're
public?
always wrong
I have a
in
question.
the Republicans' favor.
He can't answer this question. Are there no public opinion polls that you could reference?
Are there no public? It's hard because it all depends like where they ask. If you go put a poll in a college,
That's not answering my question. I'm gonna go nuts because the amount of times I have to ask you a question just to get you to answer it is fucking crazy.
Okay. If you don't see my point,
are you gonna answer it? Are you gonna answer
I'm
it?
trying to tell you that I believe the people showing video over a
Dude.
poll.
Can you accept any? Can you accept any of the polls?
So the only thing I'll tell you is ask Iowa Challenger people. Make your own decision. You can either listen.
You
to the
can't do
polls.
it. You can't do it. You can't.
If you listen, you can listen to the
Stop!
polls.
Stop!
if you
Stop!
want, or
Stop!
you can
Stop!
go
Stop!
watch
Stop!
video of
So
people
is
that
that a
live there.
no? Is that a
You tell
no?
me.
Is that a no?
I don't trust the polls. No. Of course
Okay,
I don't.
so you can't accept any public opinion polls.
Because I'm in the media business and I do polls and I know how they work. No, I do not trust the polls. 100%.
Okay, so polls
Just
that
like that
indicate
offends you.
so for example, polls that indicate 97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is caused by humans. Do you accept those polls?
Are we going to get into a climate change thing here? I mean, what percentage of the atmosphere is carbon dioxide?
Am I gonna have
What
an answer to my?
percentage?
Am I gonna have an
No, I'm
answer to my
asking you.
question?
I mean, what are we getting? Why are we switching the polls to climate? I came to talk about New York and how Washington D.C. and how I believe.
I'm just making sure that you accept public opinion polls or you accept any type of polling structure in general. And right now, you're trying not to answer my question. It's actually
You have
really
to move
annoying.
off what
It's
I
actually
called for.
No, we're still talking about the public opinion polls. We were talking about polls. I asked you about polls. Do you accept polls in relation to determining what percent of climate scientists think that climate change is caused by humans. That's all I was asking you.
No, I do not believe that.
You don't accept the polls that indicate that.
No. Did we lie to you?
Would you accept polls that indicate 99% of Americans believe the sky is blue? Would you accept that poll?
Yeah, because it's evidence. I can walk out and look at it.
Wait, no. Would you accept the poll though?
Well, I don't need a poll. I don't need a poll to tell me what to believe.
No. I'm just asking, would you accept the public opinion poll? Would you be able to say that 99% of Americans believe this?
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, I don't look at a poll and say, oh, okay, the sky's blue because this poll said that.
No, that's not what I'm claiming. I'm not claiming you determine that.
You're asking me what I believe it. I'm just telling you.
Dude, you're not listening.
I'm
Dude,
not
there's no
listening.
way. You're actually embarrassing yourself a lot right now. Please listen to what I'm saying because you're misunderstanding me. Okay?
Okay.
I'm not saying these things are true because of the public opinion polls. What I'm saying is that it is true that certain percentage of Americans have that certain opinion.
And I disagree. I'm saying that poll is not factual. It's based on who they decide to poll. That's my answer. You won't accept
I understand, but they have a methodology on that.
Right.
And you're saying that you don't accept the methodology of it. So he doesn't accept a poll that says 99% of Americans believe the sky is blue. He doesn't accept that.
Dude, you're reaching. Try harder, dude. You're better than this.
Wait, I have a question.
Come on,
Do you accept? What's Donald Trump's approval rating?
You know what? What is the Democrats' approval rating over? It's like the 35-year low.
So do you accept that approval rating? That's a poll.
No. I don't know. I depends who you ask. I'm just saying.
Wait. So he doesn't accept that. He doesn't accept that one. So hold up, dude. You look really bad right now. I'm just asking, do you accept the approval rating for Trump or for the Democrats? Do you accept those to be accurate at all?
I don't. Yeah, I accept.
He does.
Accurate from a Democrat.
He accepts they're accurate, so he does accept public opinion polls. He accepts public opinion polls on approval ratings for the different presidents, but apparently public approval polls or public opinion polls are not relevant when we're talking about DC being federally taken over. But apparently they're incredibly important when we're referencing approval ratings.
So let's just all right. So let's say that okay, you're right. So here's what we came up with: those hundreds of videos. And let's agree. Let's find common ground, and then I can leave. So here's the thing.
Oh, you're gonna run away?
I agree. No, I'm not gonna run. I'm gonna tell you. So here's what we came up with. The polls are right. Most of the people don't want the people there. The videos you're seeing of people, mostly Black Americans, who aren't Trump supporters, walking around saying that their city is beautiful and they're in awe of what they're seeing, that's not real. The polls are real. Don't believe what you're seeing there. That's what we've come up here. That's our common ground. That is what we've come up here with, right? That's it.
Most Black Americans voted for Kamala Harris. Do you agree with them?
I would say,
most Black Americans said that Kamala Harris was a better candidate for president than Donald Trump. Do you agree with them?
I don't know. I'm not going to make a problem. I would maybe see.
What is this tokenization? It's nuts. I like how you don't accept what Black Americans have to say when relating to the person of president that they're voting for, but apparently it's so relevant for you to bring up, specifically when referencing, again, people on TikTok who are expressing their opinions on specifically what's happening in terms of the federalization of DC. Wow, you just got cooked.
I'm just trying to find the common ground, dude. Listen.
He keeps getting cooked. There's no common ground with you at all.
Whatever you want to call
it.
Where?
You show me where the common ground is. I would love to see it.
I'm trying to say between us, we're trying to lay down what we've both said so we can both walk out. And I said, yep, that's what it is. And what it is you have said the polls are right. Most people think the federalization of New York is bad. I said, look at the hundreds of TikTok posts, mostly from Black Americans who aren't Trump supporters, saying their city is beautiful. I can't believe I can walk down here at night. Your point is you shouldn't believe those videos because Washington Post has a poll that says most people don't want it.
That's not what I said, by the way. So
Okay,
I never said that you shouldn't believe those videos. The fact that you keep trying to represent me as saying that people are lying is really fucking sad. It's actually embarrassing for you because you have to do that because you have no intellectual. He has to cut me off because he has no intellectual argument. So again, you specifically have to do this because you have no actual arguments against what I'm saying. I did not say that people are lying. I said that that's not the best representation specifically for what the overall opinion is, specifically within the city. You'd have to be able to look at more of a sample size. You'd have to. Can you shut the fuck up? Just be quiet. Are you a child? Be quiet. Please, I'm trying to explain. I'm not done explaining, okay? Right? It's not the best determination for what it is the case in terms of the overall public opinion within the city because it's not a large enough sample size. The sample size is not statistically significant. And
Okay,
also,
so I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. So what you've said then is that because the sample size isn't big enough on those TikTok videos, we need to lean more towards those polls that the Washington Post said. Okay, so that's it, dude. That's all I'm saying. Why can't we just agree with that? I said my point of view, I may be wrong, is like, dude, I'm pretty happy for those people that are walking around their city, and I believe them when they say that my city's beautiful now and I can walk around. You're saying, hold up, dude. There's not enough data on that. We have to stick with the polls that people don't want them there.
No,
That's
no,
it. There's
this is not what I said.
Oh,
I'm not
dude.
using that as a qualification for whether or
Come
not
on, dude.
the
You
certain
just
city.
said it.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Hey,
Okay.
calm down. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. All right. I'm not saying that's a determination for whether or not it's considered safe. I'm saying that's a determination for whether or not the people within the area wanted a federal takeover of the city. That's what I'm saying. Do you understand the
Okay.
distinction?
Yeah, you're saying wanted. So now you're back. So because I asked you earlier, I said, when was this poll taken? You said it was taken just not too long, a few days ago, right? And you just used a term. They didn't want their city federalized, right? Which means it's coming,
taken over,
right?
yeah.
Which I totally get that, dude, because in their mind, they've been told by the media it's going to look like Nazi Germany. But the thing is, the problem is that's not what it was, and that's why you see
Give me any good evidence that there's been a distinction
hundreds of
or
TikTok
a
videos. Do your own,
difference?
just any of your followers.
you
go,
saying
go search
you know what?
it,
You know
dude.
what? Show me 3 of the TikTok videos you're referencing.
Well, just go search it, dude.
No. You tell me. You tell me what.
Okay, listen.
Tell me
Okay,
the
yeah.
accounts. You tell me the accounts, and I'll look it up right now on TikTok, and we'll play it on the stream.
Okay, that's fair. Hang on one second. That's fair. That is something fair. I actually agree with you. Because these are just a couple, dude. I just ran a couple of these, dude, because I was like, dude, these are amazing. Hang on a second. Just give me a second here. Because I wasn't ready for this. Actually, I'll play it and you can listen to it. That'd probably just, can I just play it and see if you can hear the audio on it? Or do you have to see do you want to see the?
No, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up for you.
Hang on.
And I'll put it on the screen.
Okay,
Actually,
that's fair.
I probably shouldn't do that in case
That's
there's
fair.
something on the video that I can't put on the screen. But
No, they're not. That's fair. That would be fair. I accept that.
But yeah, do you understand? Do you understand that a few TikToks is not representative of the overall city, and that public opinion polls are going to be a better determination specifically on that in general? You saying you don't accept any public opinion polls is ridiculous, because then you're not accepting any of the approval ratings for Donald Trump, any of the approval ratings for Democrats that you specifically
hang on.
cited earlier in this conversation, and you thought was completely okay. So explain to me, can you not? Are you a child?
Dude,
Can you
it's
repeat
pretty
back?
low for you.
Can you
This is
repeat back?
pretty low for you.
It's
dude.
low for
I mean,
me.
seriously, I'm just saying. This is like you sound like you're like flaming out right now. Just chill out a little bit, dude. You sound like you're yeah, dude. Chill out, dude.
Do you hear yourself?
Yeah. Okay, here's one right here.
I
It's
think
at real-
you need to watch back this conversation. You need to watch back the conversation.
Right.
You need to watch back you being a little baby having a tantrum on my stream,
You've
right?
called me
And while
name after
literally
name.
saying that I am.
You've called me name after name, dude. Come on.
I called
slow
you an
down,
idiot
dude.
because you are.
Right, and you called me a baby. You called me something else, dude. You called me this. That's how.
Yeah, you're a
we know
baby having a
Democrats are
tantrum. You
flaming
were.
because they always
You totally
insult,
were.
dude.
You totally were.
Right. So here's the first one. You can go to @realcast1, @real REALCAS1. That's someone that lives in the city, dude. Play this video. I want you to hear this.
I want you to play or tell me the 3 different videos, and then I'll pull them all
hang
up.
on. Okay.
What was the first person's name?
Go ahead and hook up your controller.
Okay, ready? Spicy, SPICY.
Hold up. I have to get to TikTok real quick. Give me 1 second.
Okay. These are great
If I
videos.
were
Dude.
in-
I'm glad you're playing them. I'm glad you're playing them, dude. Seriously.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, so try this one @realcas1, REALCAS1.
Okay. Next.
Okay. Here's one too. It's called Spicy, SPICY PARANOR.
Wait, hold up 1 second. I'm just try again. What's the name?
SPICY PARANORMAL
Okay.
REA.
Paranormal?
It's Spicy
Spicy Paranormal?
Paranormal Reads. Spicy Paranormal Reads. And at
Why
the
can't
end
you
it's
just say
RE.
spicy paranormal reads? Like, I don't know how to spell paranormal.
Hang on. It's not paranormal. Okay. P-A-R-A-N-O-M.
Why are you just tell me what it says?
Okay. At Spicy Paranormal Reads, but Reads is with a Z at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Just play those two to start. I mean, we can go down this
No,
thing
just
and
tell me
play
a third one. I want a third one. I said 3.
I have to see this one. This one I don't. Hang on a second here. I can just play the audio on it. They're all over the place, dude. I've got 4 of them here, dude. If you want to hear them all, and there's the best one is this one.
Can you tell me the third one?
I have to get the thing, but I'll play the audio for this one. Like,
I'm waiting for you to give me the third one real quick.
I don't have it. I just have the video saved. I don't have the actual.
Just tell me that
TikTok.
I want a third. You said there were so many hundreds of videos.
There's a ton of them, dude. There's not 2 or 3.
Wait, so you should just be able to
Like
scroll on your For You
oceans.
page and see them, right?
There's 100%. But the thing is, like, they're posted up. Like, I have them saved, but it doesn't have the TikTok author on it.
So then just tell me.
But they're on there, dude. Like, just
wait.
play
So
those
if you
2
have them saved, you should be able to click on them, right? And then tell
Okay,
me.
I'll tell you what. I know, I'm dumb. Yeah, it's not real. Just go ahead and play those, dude.
Wait,
and
just
then I'll
click
play
on
the
them.
audio.
Seriously, wait. If
I'll
you
play the
have them,
audio.
click on them.
I'll play the audio. And
Wait.
tell me if you
Just no.
if
If
you
you
can't hear
wait.
it.
Wait, if you have the audio, wouldn't you be able to stop?
And it's like
Stop.
all over DC, not just.
Do you want me to just mute you? I can just mute you.
the area.
I know because I'm playing it.
When I shared on my
No, because I did not indicate that you should play it yet. I did not indicate you should play it yet.
Okay, I don't.
Did I tell you can play it yet? No, I didn't. Okay? So I don't know why you're just randomly playing it. You're still showing me another account that you don't have, apparently. So, again, click on it and tell me.
Okay, listen. I have it saved as a video, but it doesn't have their logo on it, but it's from TikTok. If you think that can't be done,
What do you mean it's on? What do you mean you just click on the video and tell me the account? It says
it's
on
not-
the video.
Listen, dude. You can save a video of TikTok through Talk Repost, and it takes the TikTok name off of it just so you have reference.
And by the way, the spicy person they referenced, Spicy Paranormal Reads, that person is MAGA.
Okay, I don't. But just watch the video.
You
I'm
said
actually showing you.
said that people who are not MAGA were making videos.
Okay,
right?
watch the first
I would love to
video.
see these hundreds of videos where there's not MAGA supporters saying this.
Okay, here I'll play the devil's advocate. You're right. Prove me wrong. I want your followers to prove me wrong and go search in Washington cleanup and watch what they
So he can't prove himself right. He needs everyone else to go look him up. Look it up.
No. Dude,
He can't
you
prove
act like,
himself
are you in
right.
junior high, dude? Are you in junior high? You act like a junior high kid, dude.
I
That's trying to
do.
one-up
I do.
someone. That's
You
what
guys-
you look like, dude. I'm
Really?
serious. You look ridiculous. So play
Really?
the video.
So, wait.
from
So
Talk
to clarify, I as a 23-year-old look like a child, but Donald
No,
Trump
you-
saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years isn't him saying he would date a child?
Wait, yeah, let's go talk about other stuff, dude. I'm
Jamie,
telling
thank you so
about
much for the
this.
Galaxy. Oh, he can't respond to that one. He knows that one's
Yeah.
too hard to
I don't
respond
ca-
to.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. Why are we moving goalposts? So
I'm
wait,
not
will you
moving
play the-
goalposts. I'm sorry. I'm responding to what you have to say. You
Play
said
the
something.
video
I
for
respond
Realcast
to it,
1.
and then he's like,
Play the
"Oh,
video
you're
for
wrong for
Realcast
responding
1.
to what I had to say."
Play the video for Realcast 1. This is actually for you, dude. This is a great because this is actually
Coffee,
he
thank you for the
talks about people
$2.
like-
Thank you.
He actually talking about people like you.
I asked
Please
for
push-
I asked for 3 videos. You couldn't name to me the 3
Okay, yeah,
videos.
I know because you won't play that Realcast video, dude. Because he's talking about people like you.
Dude, I said if you give me 3 videos, I will play
You
it.
won't play
You
that
didn't
video.
give me 3 videos because you
He's
didn't give me
talking
3
about
videos.
you, dude. He's talking about people like you that don't live there, that are trying to say there's nothing wrong here, and you're wrong, dude. And what's going on is like he's cleaning it up.
By the way,
You
that's
won't
not
play
even the
that
claim
video.
that I made. That's not even the claim that I made. What
Well,
I
play the video
specifically
for your people, dude. Play the video.
Hey. I know you're gonna keep freaking out over this, but you're not actually responding to
video.
anything that I have to say. You never gave
Play
me
the
the 3 videos. Why would I play the video given you never met the 3 videos?
I'm gonna play the audio for 2, and then you play those.
If you
2
play
I
the
gave
audio, I'll literally mute you.
I know
Okay?
you
Because
will,
you
because-
never provided the 3 videos.
Dude, I'm providing it by playing it for you.
The whole
you think
reason.
I'm, you think I'm
By
lip
the
syncing
way,
it? You think I'm like? You think I'm got like can do my voice like that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What are you talking about?
You think
have to
it's a lie?
I'm saying you have to provide 3 videos specifically. And again, the whole reason as to why we even got to this point of you providing the videos is 1, because I think you were bluffing. You didn't actually have the videos. And 2, just
the
because there
videos,
are
I'll play 'em.
videos, does not mean at all that it is the case that the public opinion within the context of DC wants the federal takeover of their city.
Okay, that's it. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that we have agreed with this though? We're not. Why are we arguing about this? We are in agreement of this. You say that you can't believe those people. They're lying. And I'm saying
Dude, this is so frustrating because that's
No, it's
not what
not,
I
because
said.
you won't
That's
accept
not
it.
what I said. That's not what I said.
Yes,
How
it
many
is.
ti- he just tried to say that multiple times that I'm saying that they were lying. I never said that they were lying. I just said that that's not representative of the entirety of DC's public opinion. And if we want the better determination of what's the entirety of DC's public opinion, we're going to look at public opinion polls. We're not going to just make determinations based upon, again, a few TikTok videos that you can't even find.
Okay, wait. So wait, are you saying that if someone shows you a video, they take their camera, they pan it around, and you see people walking at night in wonder, like
in one
you're
area of
sa-
the city that is not demonstrating of the entire city.
Okay,
It's
but
not
you-
demonstrating
so
of the
you're
public
saying,
opinion
though-
in that city. I'm not judging space based upon any other criteria other than I'm
That's
just
unreal,
saying
dude.
that the
Like,
public opinion, listen, I'm just saying the public
Wow.
opinion polls determine
crazy.
what percentage of the public particularly wants this to happen.
You know I know, but those polls were taken before, dude. That's what I'm
Then
saying.
can you
That's
give me
what
any
we're
polls
supposed
that of after that indicate that this is wanted?
I can.
I
show
don't think you should just be
video.
able to federally take over cities that don't want federal takeover.
I think there's people that are posting videos that are saying, like, this isn't what I thought it'd be. I can't believe this. Like, this is not like, this is crazy. Like, I'm walking down. So you're
You know
saying
what?
that's not.
I agree with you. Those videos are real. Those exist. There are people that have changed their mind based upon what's happened. That's not
Right.
representative of the entirety of the city's public opinion just because you saw some people who had those particular positions or changed their minds in that way. That
And
happens all the
I'm-
time. There are people every single day that change their minds and realize that Kamala Harris is a better candidate than Donald Trump. You wouldn't specifically point to that to then say, oh, Kamala Harris would have won the election. Right? Like that's not what you say. You don't judge based upon that. You judge based upon what are the opinion polls? What are the public opinion polls that indicate this? You do that when it comes to approval ratings with Trump and approval ratings with Democrats. But apparently we can't do it here when it relates to the public opinion polls in terms of literally whether or not they want their city to be federally taken over.
No, because what you're saying is, like, I didn't believe the Kamala opinion polls when they were coming out that she was to win. I didn't believe it, and then when it didn't happen, when Trump actually won,
Wait, a
and he
lot of
won
the
all
polls,
swing
a lot of the
states-
polls were in between. So that, like, I
right.
don't know what
But
you're
anyway,
talking about.
when he won all the swing states, I was like, yeah, that's what I was seeing. So like, I don't know. That's why I don't believe the opinion polls. So like on this thing, I see this, and I'm seeing the opinion polls.
Okay, this is
from
also
liberal
wrong.
media
You're wrong.
outlets.
You're not understanding. There's a difference, and again, based upon the polls. Some polls, right, in some scenarios, based upon it being harder or easier to get a certain type of methodology down, right, could be harder to particularly go through, and there can be issues in terms of different types of swing states and determining the approval ratings of the different candidates. That is a completely different set of scenario than we're talking about whether or not someone supports a particular set of policy because it's hyper specific, right? There's less misinterpretation. Okay. So
Would
there's
you say?
and
Let me
and
ask
it's
you-
easier to get the demographics of just DC comparative to like the rest of the nation overall.
Right. So let me ask you this question: would you say most of the people in DC support Trump?
No.
Okay, no, right? I mean, it's probably one of the most anti-Trump places in the country, right? You'd agree with that, right?
I'd have to look back to see if it's
Yeah,
one of the
it is,
most.
dude. I mean, Baltimore, DC, they're like the most anti-Trump places. I mean, next to Manhattan and stuff. So when you poll there, what kind of response do you think you're going to get with anything with what Trump's doing?
Repeat what you just said. Sorry.
When you poll in an area that is one of the most anti-Trump places in the country, what kind of response do you think you're going to get on your poll?
I mean, obviously you want to. Okay, well then why are you disputing the numbers then?
No, I'm asking you a question. I just answer you. It's a simple question. If you're in an
Watch
area
this.
that is the
Wait.
most anti-Trump areas in the country, what kind of result do you think you're going to get from your polls? It's a simple question.
Anti-Trump. What
Right.
kind of opinion do you think is going to be held amongst people who live in that area?
So now that you've said that, which is what I was saying before, how the polls are going to be skewed depending on where you take them.
They're
now
not,
that we
they're not
know
skewed.
that,
Would be representative of that area. How are
Right.
they skewed
So
if it's
now that
representative
people
of that
see-
area?
right? So now that people have seen the results and people are posting videos on it, would you more believe the polls going into it that was done in an area that was anti-Trump, or would you agree? Would you rather look at
DC
the
is
videos
anti-Trump.
that
You just
actual
proved
proof?
my point. You just proved my point that DC is anti-Trump and that it's not skewed. It's just representative of the like the public opinion. So actually,
Right.
this is getting really annoying because we're going over the
I
same
know,
point
because
a
you can't
million
win,
times.
dude. Because you can't win, dude. Even though your follower, I know you got some liberal followers that are.
What do you mean? What do you
trying
mean?
to say,
I
got this
can't
and
win?
all this stuff.
What do you mean I
Dude,
can't win? I have annihilated you this whole
You flamed
conversation.
out. You flamed out on this thing so many times. You called me names. You've kind of gotten all uptight. That's how I can tell that you're hinged right now, dude. And
No,
so I've
it's-
just tried to.
I just want to let you know.
know.
It's really frustrating dealing with people that are so ignorant and that aren't willing to change their mind based upon information that is clear and obvious. Like again, I'm providing you a base response to what you're saying, and you're purposefully misinterpreting what I'm saying. That's of course going to make me irritated to some degree. Like I'm not going to dispute that. I was irritated with you. I still am irritated with you. You're annoying.
Yeah, I know. And dude, you act like a high schooler, dude, that's trying to get up on somebody, but you can't just acknowledge something that's so blatantly black and white that you can actually look and watch things. You won't even accept that we have to accept a poll that was done in an area that's mostly anti-Trump, and that's
DC is anti-Trump.
That's the truth. Right, and now those people are showing videos.
Well, dude, of course the poll is going to be representative of being anti-Trump if the area is anti-Trump, because it's a public opinion poll determining what the public opinion is. You're not actually critiquing anything that I'm saying. You're just acknowledging that DC is anti-Trump and doesn't want the federal takeover of the city. So if you want to federally take over a city, go to an area that wants to be federally taken over. Don't go to an area that doesn't want to be federally taken over.
Dude, they're not federally taking over. You know what
That's
they did?
exactly what
they cleaned
happened.
up the homeless and they dropped the hammer on the crime, dude. Like,
But
why do you
wait,
think
that was federal
criminals should-
takeover. Trump literally acknowledged it was federal takeover.
No, let me tell you something. The one thing that liberals do is they totally take homeless, drug addicts, and criminals and put that over the citizens of America. They do it in all their cities.
They are
California.
citizens of America, you fucking idiot. This is why I call you an idiot. Do you think that they're not citizens? Hello? Do you think they're not citizens? Hello? Like, what type of conversation are we having?
Okay, well, listen to me. I'm saying that someone that goes and causes havoc on their citizens should not have precedence over the citizens. And anybody that thinks that
They
is out
are
of their
citizens
mind.
themselves. Wait, what do you mean by precedence
listen,
over? I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, so you're saying right now that if someone comes up and punches you in the face, right, that they should, for no reason, that those people should have more precedence over you, the citizen who is just not doing anything.
No,
Because
they should be held accountable. Now, can I
There
give you an
were
example? Can I give you an example? So then, would you totally and 100% agree with in DC pardoning violent crime?
Pardoning violent crime? No.
Yeah, like if a presidential candidate pardoned violent criminals in DC that committed violent crime in DC, would you ever support that person?
Can you tell me what the DC crime bill was?
Can you answer my question?
Read the
Before
DC
you
crime
ask,
bill.
hey, I promise you I'll answer any questions you have after you
Okay,
answer
so what are you
mine.
asking me? Okay, go ahead, ask me again.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they should pardon criminals at all.
Okay, again, that's not my question. My question was, if it was the case that there was a candidate that pardoned violent criminals in DC who committed violent crime in DC, would you ever support that candidate?
No. Well, I would not support that policy for sure.
Would you? So you agree you wouldn't support that candidate?
Well, I can't say candidate. I can say policy.
Wait, so you would support a candidate that pardoned violent crime in DC? What? I thought you were against crime in DC, especially violent crime, right?
I am. Yeah, of course. Why? Who's not? You're not against
So then
violent
why
crime?
would you? So then why would you vote for a candidate that pardoned violent criminals who committed violent crime in DC?
Why would I pardon criminals that would do? I wouldn't pardon.
So you wouldn't support a candidate that pardoned violent criminals who committed violent crime in DC?
I can't say. I have to look at the bigger picture. You're trying to get me to say something that Trump fucking is letting someone off.
Wait, I'm not talking about Trump right now. Trump was not mentioned. I'm confused why you're thinking about that.
I don't. When you say
I never said Trump. I'm not. What are you talking about? Why did you think about that? Huh?
No, wait. Let me ask you this question. So you're saying that if I disagree, so what you're saying is if I disagree with someone on one policy, that I have to completely.
No. I
disagree
just said,
with
like, if you're so against crime in DC, like, I just want to clarify, would you ever support a candidate that pardoned violent criminals who committed violent crime in DC?
like a mayor, like you're talking like a mayor on a mayor level, or what
Just
level? Are we
any
talking?
individual, any candidate that pardoned violent criminals in DC.
I would not support that move at all. No, but I
Would you support that candidate ever?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the whole
You
thing.
might. You might support that candidate that pardoned violent criminals who committed violent crime in DC after you're advocating that because violent crime exists in DC, you have to federally take over the city? So should there have been a federal takeover of the city on January 6th?
Well, what happened on January 6th?
Why wasn't there? I really wonder why they didn't drop the federal takeover of the city when there was a violent insurrection at the Capitol. I really wonder why they didn't do that.
Didn't Trump ask for it?
Violent insurrection, yes.
No. Didn't he ask for security and they denied it?
No.
Okay, sure.
That's true. It's true. He didn't ask for it for hours.
They did.
It took him hours to ask for it.
Yeah.
It was never denied when he asked for it. I'm confused what your point is there. Can you
Right.
give me a single source that says that?
No, dude, I'm not here to talk about that, dude. You're trying to move the goalpost where I have to go. Haha, I got cooked. Haha. Look, dude, you don't laugh like that in real life, dude.
I do,
There's no way you
actually.
laugh like
I do. I
Dude,
do.
you tell me you don't laugh like
This is
dude,
real
at least
life.
Put better acting. Put better
This
acting
is
in
real
your laugh,
life.
dude.
This is
No,
real life. It's not
There's no
acting.
way-
It's real life.
Dude, if that's
Alice,
what,
thank you
like,
for the
makes you
$5.
laugh like
Michaela,
that-
thank you so much for the $10 for you just wants your validation. Yeah, he
dude.
really loves me on the inside. John, thank you for the $5. Tiana, thank you for the $1. Scotty with the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Charis, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Bethany with the $5. Travis with the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. James, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Imabel, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Okay, so can we talk about? You want to talk about the DC crime bill? I
Kitnish,
mean,
thank you for
said-
the $3. Thank you so much, Kitnish. I mean, do you want to finish talking about why you would support a candidate that pardoned violent crime in DC?
Pardon violent crime in DC. I mean, why can't you just be upfront and talk about why are you trying to get some gotcha moment? You go, aha, you voted for this, now you can't support them, dude. That's like lame. Like
You want to know why I do it? Because Trump supporters, they seriously will have a complete difference in the way that they respond, knowing that it's applicable to Trump versus knowing that it's not applicable
Do you
to
think
Trump.
Democrats support crime? Like,
Hey.
do you think they favor the criminal more? I'm just honestly asking you. Be honest.
Can I hit a restart my live and you come back? You're the first guest. I got 2 flags for hate speech and harassment and bullying, so I have to restart the live or my live will get fully taken down. None of them were applicable to you, so they were applicable to me. So I have to hit a restart. You can come back as my first guest.
Okay.
Saray, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Saray. I really appreciate it. Unicorn, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, everyone, for the 4.7 thousand people in here on TikTok, come right back. I'm going to stay on YouTube. So if anyone wants to go over to YouTube, Parker Get a Job, I'll be there. I'll be right back, everyone. We have to restart, or I could lose my account here on TikTok. He's going to come back as the first guest because I don't want him to claim that I'm fucking running. So I'll be right back, everyone. Be right back. Just be right back in a second, okay? I was talking to you, Billy.
What do I do here? Do I just stay right here? Or do I have to
Just go to my account and then refresh. I'll literally be back in 20 seconds. I just have to hit a quick restart.
Yeah,
So
that's cool.
all I have to do is
refresh it.
end the live and then turn it back on. All right. I'll see you then.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really appreciate it if you hit that thumbs up on YouTube. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. We have to do that in order to keep the TikTok account safe because I would literally get my account taken down if I don't do that. Alrighty. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's so horrible, Charis, by the way. That's so horrible. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. All right, give it a second. He should be back in a second. We'll have him back up and we can continue the conversation. I really hope that they can just engage with the point. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. Do give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. Do tap that screen. They're going to join back here in a second. I don't see them in the guest box quite yet. Do give it a second for them to join back up. Parker on Bill Maurer, please. I mean, I don't know if you would have me on. Alrighty. Do give it a second, everyone. All right, everyone, do give it a second. Do give it a second. We're going to start getting people up here. Give him a second to come back. He, for some reason, isn't in the box quite yet. Alrighty. One sec. I'm responding to my sister, actually. Well, give me a second, everyone. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's see if he joined back, everyone. Let's see if he joined back. I don't see him in the box. Did he run away? Did he actually run away? Or is he in the box asking how to join? You have to... Did he not know how to join from before? You click the multi-guest thing in the bottom right and then click on the send request. I don't see him in the box. Is he in the comments? Oh, there he is. All right. What else did you want to bring up, man?
No, so we
are okay with voting for a guy who pardoned violent rioters in DC.
So
we don't care about violent crime in DC when we're talking about that circumstance.
Right. So I asked you a question if you thought that the Democrats actually support the criminals over the citizens. Like they do, you know, because we talked about, I say that citizens should have priority over, you know, criminals that make the community's lives hell. I think that they should have some preference over, and I think that what Trump's doing is that he's saying, look, I value the citizens more than the people, right, that are doing harm to our cities. And so I asked you the question.
And that's why he pardoned the violent rioters on January 6th after he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. Yep. That's exactly why he did that. He cares more about the citizens of our country, the innocent civilians.
Yeah. So let me give it, because I don't want to do the thing where you did where I try to track.
Actually, you know what? Since criminals are not citizens, Trump's not a citizen, right?
Okay. So let me tell you what the Democrats did to D.C., what the Biden administration did to D.C., right? So, backing, right? The old law was 40 years in prison. The Democrats cut that down to 24 years max. Okay?
For what?
Democrats did
you
that.
Cut out.
Armed robbery, right? Armed robbery, right? The Democrats, the old law was 45 years, right? The new law that the Biden administration put in, the Democrats cut it to 20 years max, okay? Burglary, the old law was 30 years. The new bill under Biden was 20 years max. Felony murder.
Still longer than what Trump had people on for.
Okay. Well,
by the way, this isn't Biden. This isn't Harris. This is specifically. You're saying the city Democrats.
Yeah, the Democrats.
Can you tell me the specific policy when they changed that?
Yeah, it's the DC crime bill, dude, that they overdid. It was in 2022. The DC crime bill. Just search that. But let me finish for your audience while you search. Felony murders, right? That's killing someone while committing another felony, right? The old law was life without parole, right? The new bill allowed life with parole, right? Instead. So parole can be set at any time, right? And so if you look at all these things, the Democrats went in there and made it so these severe criminals, dude, would have less penalties, right? And that's not even counting the fact that they just stopped like counting aggravated assaults as aggravated assaults, and they just weren't arresting people, dude. And so so if you ask me, do I think the Democrats care about their citizens? When I see the DC crime bill that was done by Democrats, I say no. They don't care about their citizens. They care more about the criminal, dude. And I see that in California all the time. Prop 47, you lived here. People were walking into Rite Aids, walking out with anything under $1,000. They wouldn't even charge them with anything. They let them go the same day. So what happens? You have all these Rite Aids right now. If you live in California, I'm sure they have one in your city. Where I live, there's about 6 Rite Aids right now that are closed up. And all these, that's across all California. And Gavin Newsom actually was opposed to getting rid of the Prop 47. And Kamala Harris was a proponent and helped get Prop 47 passed. So, yeah, dude, I would say Democrats have a long history of trying to empower criminals at the mercy of the citizens.
Okay, so the fact that you're sitting there and you're trying to compare changing the specific outcomes of violent crime, specifically from 30 years to 20 years, to literally pardoning violent rioters, releasing them into the streets after a few years, is nuts. You're talking about people assaulting police officers. You're talking about people breaking into the Capitol with a riot shield, breaking into the window to be able to break into the Capitol. We're talking about people or police officers were bruised, where they then later self-unalived because of the harm they were going through and the bullshit that they had to endure, right? That's specifically, right? You're saying that is comparable to some Democrats in D.C., which weren't even Harris and Biden, specifically changing, right, the length in which someone is in prison for robbery, right? From what 40 years to you said 25 or 30 years.
Yeah, right. So if you want to talk about
like,
J6,
how is that comparable? You're releasing them onto the streets after a few years who beat police officers.
That's horrible. Yeah, that's horrible. Let's talk about the Democrat riots of 2020, where federal buildings were.
Can I have a response to what I just said without you pivoting?
We can't compare. We can't compare, dude. Look, the Democrat
What do you
riots.
mean we
over
can't
25
compare? That's not a comparison. Because that name
people.
any of those people that were pardoned by Biden or Harris.
They served years in jail. How many years should they stay there? You had people walking in with like as a
wait. You just said that 30 to 20 years for armed robbery was pro crime, but apparently after a few years, people who assaulted police officers, drove stun guns to their necks, stomped on their heads, they should just get out after a few years.
Well, at least they went to jail. The people in the Democrat
and
riots,
you know that they were also acquitted of all their charges.
Stations,
that's what a pardon is. A pardon means that they were acquitted of all their charges. You know that,
Democrats
right?
took over police stations. They set up autonomous zones. That means they took over.
And they were pardoned by the Democrats? Really?
Yeah, 100%. They weren't arrested by the Democrats. Hey, not only that, you know what?
This guy's such a joke. What a joke. What a joke. You think Democrats specifically decided not to like put people in prison for committing violent crimes? You're fucking ridiculous. People absolutely got put in prison for violent crimes under the context of any scenario that you're referencing, and no Democrat specifically pardoned a violent rioter who beat police officers. Didn't happen.
Okay, well, let's talk about this. Kamala Harris goes on the Corbett show, right? Now, this is what
Kamala.
What, I don't care, dude. I do not care. Harris goes on the Harris goes on the Corbett show, right? And while this stuff's all going on, she basically empowers these people that they're not going to stop and they should not stop. And then not only that, she was helping set up a system that would bail out people that had been arrested. If Trump didn't do any of that,
what specifically? What system?
Hang on, I'll tell you right now.
So legally bail out people, right? Is in situations which they have not committed violent crime. Those situations.
They're in jail. They're in jail.
That doesn't mean that they committed a violent crime.
Well, why would they throw you in jail?
Because you were protesting. They didn't want you to protest.
So the people at J6 were all violent protesters, but the people.
I never said that everyone at January 6th was a violent protester.
They were, and people in 2020 though, all the people that did anything out of the ordinary were put in jail. That's what you're saying, right? And they were put in there for like 3 years.
I'm saying people. I'm saying people specifically, right? Who needed bail through the Minnesota Freedom Fund, right? Specifically, were not people who had committed violent crimes. Most scenarios were people where they did not commit violent crimes, and that's actually what Kamala Harris's understanding was that it was going to be applicable to people who were peacefully protesting and that needed bail.
She said that the protesters should not stop. This is why cities were burning in autonomous zones.
Wait. She said protests, not rioters. And again, they didn't. Dude. They had the ability to. They had the ability under the Biden-Harris administration to pardon violent rioters, and they didn't do so. Why didn't they do that?
Yeah, J6 was a protest.
Can I have a response to my questions?
What are you asking?
Why didn't they pardon violent rioters? Because they were president. The Biden-Harris administration was in office. Why didn't they pardon violent rioters?
Because a lot of them weren't even arrested. Did you think those people? You think all those people were arrested? Dude, they took over a police station.
Yeah, you're ridiculous. Listen, yes, they were arrested. If you committed a violent crime, you were arrested if they were identified by authorities.
How long did they serve?
Tell me when Democrats.
How long did they serve?
Tell me when. I'd have to know the specific cases you're referencing. Tell me when Democrats. Tell me when Democrats passed a policy to not enforce the law, in terms of rioting.
Well, so the organization that Kamala was part of was the Minnesota Freedom Fund. Harris was part of was the Minnesota Freedom Fund. It was founded in 2016 in Minneapolis. It pays for people who can't afford it, including those arrested at protests. That's what she was helping.
Yeah, which she understood specifically as peaceful protesters. That's why she was saying to support it. Can you name a time?
Why did Democrats think cities?
I want an answer to my question, and I don't want to have to ask the question a million times for you to answer it because you want to deflect every single time I ask a question. It's actually really annoying to have to repeat the question over and over again. Okay, so can you please answer my question? When did they pardon violent rioters? Why didn't they pardon violent rioters?
I don't know if they pardoned violent. I don't think they arrested a lot.
They didn't.
Okay, listen.
That's because a lot of them weren't arrested. Didn't because. Okay, I'll ask you a separate question because apparently you don't get this. People who pardon, if there's a candidate for president that pardoned pedophiles that rape children, would you say that they condone or condemn that behavior?
They condemn it.
They condemn it?
Wait, you're saying that if people You're saying it. You're saying that. Say that again, because maybe you're cut out for a second. So maybe
Yeah, let's say that there was a candidate that pardoned pedophiles that raped children. Would that mean that they condone it or condemn it?
They condone it. If you're saying that.
Okay, exactly. So that's exactly my point. Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers. Condone or condemn?
Well, how long do they serve? I mean, didn't they serve for 3 years? I mean, like, the problem is like this: is that they had people serving.
You can't answer questions.
Were they arrested? Were they
Dude,
arrested?
no, you know what it is? It's not that he can't answer questions in general. It's that he can't answer questions whenever it is the case that he knows that there's a question that destroys him. He knows the question makes him look bad, so he doesn't want to answer it.
How long do they stay in prison? Just tell me how long they stay in prison.
I'm going to wait until you answer my question, and then I'll answer any questions you would like.
I answered it.
No, you didn't.
I said that he condoned it. You asked me already.
So he condones violent rioters committing violent riots. Okay.
I think
so. Then let me ask you this question. Let me clarify this question, and then I promise you I'll answer the question right after. I promise this is it's a clarifying question. So wouldn't that mean he incited a violent insurrection because he condoned the violence?
No.
But he condoned the violence.
No, he didn't. And so what I think his take on it is that these people were arrested. They spent 3 years in jail. Some of them, not all of them, punched police. Some of them definitely deserve to be in there, 100%. Like, I'm all for that. If you went in there and you were like a violent insurrectionist, or not an insurrectionist because you don't insurrect.
Yep, violent insurrectionist. Yep, you got it right.
You know why that?
You see how I just did that? You just said the right thing, and he has to try to correct himself now.
No, I'm just going to say there's no insurrections ever happened on this earth without firearms, right? So like no one's going to go in there and overturn the government without firearms, right? So
they had deadly weapons, and also that doesn't change anything. Again, that doesn't mean that they didn't try to. He literally told them to go take back the country from those that stole it from them, and then he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. So let me clarify: protest
peacefully.
Is that consistent with pardoning violent rioters?
Protest peacefully is what he said, and then
someone who wants people to protest peacefully, would that mean that they condone or condemn violence?
Do you think that someone that was trying to overturn the government...
can't answer the question. I'm done having to ask questions over and over again. Answer the question. This is ridiculous.
But you're trying to say it was an insurrection, like it was a full-on like overtake of the government, and I'm saying no.
Do you want me to kick you because you can't answer any questions? Like I'm serious.
No, you want to kick me because you're getting cooked, dude.
You think I'm getting cooked
when
you can't answer a question? I wish that I was as ignorant as you. I wish that I lived in as much ignorance as you. Because there's no way. There's no way.
Where you got kicked off your deal, dude. You're picking up right off your last one, dude, where you got kicked for like bullying, dude, or whatever you got kicked for. Dude, here's the deal.
I didn't get kicked for anything. I just had to restart my live because of TikTok's TOS being weird. Now, can you please can you please respond to my questions?
I'm telling you that there's a history of Democrats, and if you live in California...
Okay, so he can't answer the question. I'm going to ask it again. Is that consistent with condemning the behavior that you pardon the violent rioters? Someone who wants a peaceful protest, would they pardon violent rioters?
If they felt that they had served enough time for what they did, yes.
So you think that the people who were stepping and stomping on police officers' heads and driving a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, you think that they should just get out?
Do you have proof of that?
Yes, DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and some of these others were on video. They were convicted of it.
And he should be in jail.
Okay, and Donald Trump pardoning them, would that mean he condones the behavior?
What's the sentence for it?
I'm gonna go crazy.
Why are you going crazy? What's the sentence for it?
Because
I'm asking you what the sentence should be. What do you think the sentence should be? Why is that so hard? What do you think the sentence should be for people that fought
violent insurrectionists? Violent insurrectionists should stay in prison for 20 years to life.
Would you agree that people resisting arrest should still get that same punishment?
That's not an insurrection.
I'm asking you if you think that people resisting arrest should get the same thing of people that are fighting officers at the Capitol.
No. I don't think older millennials should be in prison for 20 years because he resisted arrest and had to pee himself. I seriously don't think that older millennials should get 20 years for that. I think that would be ridiculous.
Okay, so you're saying that when an officer says, "Sir, you're under arrest," and then the person gets violent, that you're saying that they shouldn't get, and then does harm to the officer, you're saying those people should not get that severe. And see, this is what I'm talking about. This is how the Democrats think.
Am I
Like,
going to give
they
the
don't-
answer to my question?
I already answered it, dude.
No,
I
no.
answered
Then
it.
let me clarify one more time because apparently I must have
I
asked it in the
answered
wrong
it.
way.
I said it depends if he thinks that that was enough time. If he feels like, yeah, 3 years.
Let me
was
just
enough
clarify.
time-
Let me clarify this.
Okay.
Let me clarify. Do you think that pardoning violent rioters that beat police officers on January 6th, those that drove stun guns into the neck of a police officer, do you think that Donald Trump pardoning them is condoning or condemning their behavior?
I don't think it's either. That's my answer. And why do you think that? I think that because he thought that these people have served their time
So
and
then
should
why
be
didn't he
released.
so then why didn't he commute their sentence?
I don't know. You asked me a question, I answered
You
it.
know, there's a difference between commuting a sentence and pardoning them. Why did he pardon them if he just wanted to like end their sentence because he thought it was too long?
I think that he felt like a lot of those people were treated unjustly.
The people
Not
who
all of
drove
them.
stun gun. I'm talking.
Nope.
You
That guy
keep-
deserves to be in jail.
This is what's annoying, because you
I agree.
you keep trying to pivot away from me addressing the people who drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and you keep referencing people that
That guy
just
should be in
walked-
jail. I agree with you. What do you want me to say? I agree with you on that. That guy should be in jail.
So okay.
And Trump
so,
shouldn't have got that guy out. But that doesn't mean that represents.
so do
all
you
of them.
agree that Donald Trump is condoning the behavior by pardoning him?
Do I think he's condoning behavior by pardoning him? I would say, I don't know if it's condoning is the right word, but I would say that he's too soft. For that person that put a stun gun to someone's neck and did it, it's too soft of a crime. Like that guy should serve more time than 3 years. I agree. So there's nothing to argue with on that. I agree. Now I ask you, do you think all those people?
I wanted an
that-
answer to my question before.
I gave it to you.
like. No, you didn't. You like.
Now you're gonna
saying
call me a name.
things-
Call me the name. Get that
I'm
out
not
of the
going to
way.
call you a
me the
name. I'm not
No,
going to
do
call you a
it.
name.
Just do it, please, because you've done
You
it.
see how
all
he's
this
using
whole
this to
thing.
deflect away from answering the question?
Please just call me the name real quick, and then we can get forward. Because you've done that like you called me like 10 names in the last like 40 minutes, dude.
Because you act like this.
Right. Just give me one more name,
You want me to degrade you?
please, dude. Just so we can keep consistency here. I want to make sure that your little thing you do here is consistent. Call me like I'm ignorant. Say you don't know what you're talking about because I have a different opinion than you. But please just do it real quick.
Me saying that someone is ignorant is somehow an insult. Like I was just acknowledging that you don't know something.
Right.
Can I
And
please
I would-
answer? Can I please please
Yeah,
ask
ask
my
your
question
question.
again because you keep
Yes.
trying to
I
get me
don't
to
think
feed into
Donald
your
Trump is
humiliation
condoning it.
kink. I'm fine. I don't want to do that.
Okay. I don't think that Donald Trump is condoning it, but I do think that he should not be letting people off that do the serious crimes. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody that went in there was putting stun guns to police officers' necks, dude. That's just
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. So
Okay.
then you agree that he's condoning the behavior in the circumstance where he pardoned the person who did that.
I'm saying that if I haven't looked enough, just to be honest, I don't know enough about that specific case. So I'm just I'm
Say
going off
everything
this,
I'm
like,
telling you is accurate because it is.
Okay. I think that he should not be doing that. Yeah. I mean, I guess I think if you well, it depends. So like he has to, I don't know what his rationale was for that, but I would say that those people should spend more time. Just like I think that the Democrats aren't stiff on crime. I think that, yeah, definitely, dude. If you're going to have people that are committing serious stuff like putting stun guns to people's necks, yeah, dude, they should have serious consequences. I agree with that 100%. You're not going to get me to say like, oh no, he should have been let
I
off
agree.
because
No, it depends is not an answer to my question.
Yes, dude. I just gave you my question. It should not be that he should not have been let out, dude. What am I saying? Does that mean that he's condoning everything that happened there that day? I don't know about that, dude. I don't think so.
Okay, so
But I do
don't-
think-
So to clarify, you don't think pardoning crime is condoning it. So then, would you say that the example I provided to you in terms of the candidate that pardoned pedophiles that rape children, do you think that's condoning their behavior? Because they could make the same argument from their position. Oh, they don't think they should have been in prison for that long, which is fucking crazy. They should be in prison for life.
Right, I agree. I think
Okay.
we should definitely do more. Yeah, 100%.
So are they condoning the behavior by pardoning them?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so.
Okay, so just to clarify, Donald Trump, is he condoning the behavior by pardoning DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer?
Is he condoning the behavior? I would say, I mean, if you want me to say, yeah, he condoned it if to make you happy so we can move forward, then to get
No,
your answer, yeah.
It's not just to move forward.
It's-
I
but
want to
but
know
you've
what
kinda-
you're...
It's
You
kind of
see,
like
do you
a-
see
if
how
you're-
he does everything but genuinely answer the question?
No, but you're trying to like mix apples and oranges together to like you're trying.
It's
to put
impossible to
something
get him to
together
answer a
that's
question,
ridiculous,
dude. I can't do it. This is so
You're saying, like-
immature. You're
you're
acting like a
saying
child.
so-
You're acting like a
so
child.
basically- I know. Thanks for that. Thanks for the next insult.
Oh,
so here's the question.
oh, maybe he can finish now. It's crazy.
No. So look, yeah, now I can move forward. So like the thing is, you're saying that Donald Trump. So what you're saying is Donald Trump condones crime on a mass level because we have a guy here that put a stun gun in a police officer's neck and he let him out after 3 years. Therefore, the overall answer is Trump is soft on crime and doesn't go after criminals. That's the whole gist of this, right? That's your argument. So like, that's what you're trying to push, right? Well, if you believe that, why does Trump do this if he does that? So I'm like saying, okay, so what you're saying is Trump is not stiff enough on crime and he should be, and he should put that guy away for like 10 years. And then he can start cracking down on the crime that the Democrats have softened in DC that made their city hell. That's what you're saying, right? I just agreed with you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The fact that I've had to go over this and explain it to you so many times without you understanding is actually insane.
No, I
it's
just
fucking diabolical.
He condones. Okay, so I'm agreeing.
So then,
let's
wait,
say
you
I
agree?
say
So then
he
you
condones crime.
not.
criminals.
You know what's annoying is that you're not actually saying that. You're just saying it so that we can move on, which is really annoying because I want you to actually tell me your position.
Okay, my position is this, dude. My position is I don't take one-off cases, which I agree. Like, Trump has done a million things that I don't like. Dude. Trust me, dude. I don't even consider myself MAGA. I would consider myself conservative, and I agree with a lot of Trump's stances.
You're MAGA. Stop distancing yourself.
Okay. Anyway, I don't take one-off cases as being an absolute to the big picture, right? And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to say is because Trump.
There's no way he's making this argument. What was your first argument when you came on this live stream?
That the people in DC, that you should believe the people in DC over the polls. That you're trying to say. There's no way you laugh like that in person, dude.
No, because people in my real life in person don't say such ridiculous shit. How did you not realize that you just argued against yourself? I can't even do it, dude. I can't even do it. He couldn't even realize. He was just arguing against himself. By the way, I'm not even giving a one-off. All I'm trying to demonstrate.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me explain what I'm trying to demonstrate again. Let me explain what I'm trying to demonstrate. Is that Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol because he condoned the violence that happened. Okay?
No, he didn't. Yeah, he said it was a protest, and he said protest peacefully.
So again, him pardoning the violent rioters is condoning them, or isn't condoning them? You think it's
on all social platforms and told them to go home.
Do you think he condemned the violence on January 6th?
I think that he told everybody to go home on all the social platforms. Yeah.
So you think he condemned the violence on January 6th?
Yes. In fact, on one of the posts, he said that in fact, he did a live video that said if you are one of those. He said,
so to clarify, and that's exactly why he pardoned the violent rioters on January 6th. You can condone. Wait, hold up.
Why are you laughing like crazy?
Because you're saying that you can condemn the violence while also pardoning the violence. That's like someone saying that a candidate who pardoned pedophiles that rape children also condemns pedophilia. Do you realize how ridiculous that is?
I think it's ridiculous that Democrats are all hardcore on J6, but ignore the 2020 riots that killed over 25 people and destroyed cities and set up autonomous zones and took over police stations and firebombed federal buildings. Yeah, I think that you have not ever talked against those people. I would challenge you to ever show me one video where you went up and you challenged those people and you said that was out of line. I bet you never have, and you sit here and try to defend it and try to push towards J6 so people won't even talk about that. It wasn't even on the same level. You know why? Because after J6, you know what those people did? They went home. You know what the people in 2020 did? They did it all summer, and they were provoked by Democrats taking knees. They were provoked by Democrat mayors that would not arrest people, that allowed them to set up autonomous zones. That's what happened, dude. So you're trying to sit here and talk about apples and oranges, dude. But the reality is you won't even condemn your own people, dude. You think that that's normal. And you've sat here and tried to defend Harris for what she did when she was trying to bail people out and provoke them to keep going. You think that's normal and that's okay. But what Trump said when he said, go protest peacefully, all of a sudden he's an insurrectionist. And then after J6, he went and told everybody, you're not part of MAGA. If you're out there creating, we are a party of law and order, go home. And they all went home, dude. That day, the next day, there was not J6 protesters. That's why it's J6 and not J6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, dude, because they went home. And you know what? They walked out, dude. Go look at how they were taken out. They weren't forcefully moved out like the Democrats had to be. These people walked out on their own, like it was some kind of a tour of the Capitol, dude. So you're disingenuous, dude. I mean, come on. I mean, and I didn't even come to talk about that. I asked you specifically about the people in DC because these people here that are showing up probably didn't see our first video where I said,
Can I
videos.
respond to some of those points? You made a million points. I wanna respond
Yeah,
to
go
that.
ahead. Yeah.
So I do condemn violent riots. I condemn anyone who engaged in violence. I support peaceful protests. I support only peaceful protests. Right? I don't support violence in the U.S. Right? Specifically for political movements. I don't think that we need it in the U.S. for political movements. Now, in terms of that, I can easily say that. I've been saying that for years. You can't say that because Donald Trump literally pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops. You're saying not only is he condemning the violence, but he also pardoned it, which is absurd. Again, you're like saying a candidate who pardoned cannibals that ate people, right? You're saying that him pardoning them is also consistent with him condemning cannibalism. Like, that would be nuts. Then you also tried to act like it was a quote-unquote tour of the Capitol, when again, there were over 100 people specifically that violently assaulted police officers and committed violence on January 6th. There were police officers that died because they self-unalived due to the threats that they were receiving and to the harm that they had specifically that they undergo under January.
There's no proof of that.
That they unalived themselves?
Yeah, there's no proof that they did it because of the J6 protesters, dude. There's just that's a reach. There's no data that points.
Wait, what do you mean data? Like there is. They did it
So
right
this-
after. They did it
Why
after.
why would they unalive themselves?
Because
I'm
of
asking
everything
you.
they went through and because of all the people specifically that were
So
harassing
why
them.
weren't the officers at the 2020 riots? Which
Wait,
lasted
you
all
tell me,
summer,
why did they
weren't-
unalive themselves?
Yeah, because people protested at the Capitol, and then they're going to go unalive themselves because of a protest that
Wait,
happened.
no,
at the
you tell
Capitol.
me. You tell me. Why do you think that they unalived themselves?
Who knows? Maybe they had issues before. Possibly. Anybody that unalives themselves has some issues, right?
Was there any evidence of any other issues that they had in their life that they were dealing with?
I don't know. I don't know their stories.
Wait, so then why
don't
did you
know their
ask for
stories.
why did you ask for evidence from me specifically in relation to demonstrating
Because you're trying to-
can I please finish? Whether or not that specifically led to this happening when it happened right after, when it is the case that you have no evidence that any other thing specifically led to this happening.
Right, and you have no evidence that proves that they did it strictly. There was no letters that said, I did this because of those conservatives that went into the Capitol. I decided to unalive myself. That is ridiculous on every level. And I'm not saying that I feel bad for those people. They obviously had other things going on in their life. But at the end of the day, you trying to group them in for your political purpose is ridiculous, dude. So you can get some points that actually people lost their lives, when actually 25 people lost their lives in the Democrat riots.
Did I not have, again, you say Democrat riots. Have I condemned the violence?
Of the Democrat riots?
Have I condemned it?
Yeah, and I condemn the ones at J6. I told you, the people at J6, they should have, the violent people should be there. So why are we even arguing about that? But that doesn't, see, here's the thing, is we probably have some mutual ground here, but the thing is you want to pin me on it, and you don't want to accept me pinning you, right? So you agree that those people that did violent stuff in the 2020 riots, whether that means taking over police stations or firebombing, federal buildings or setting up autonomous zones, those people should have long jail sentences. You believe that, right?
I think people should be held accountable for committing violent crimes in any scenario in which they commit violent crime.
Right.
And I think that people who support candidates in which pardoned violent rioters are condoning that behavior. And I think that you specifically sitting here and you're saying that Donald Trump is condemning the behavior that they engaged in while also pardoning them is ridiculous. If it was the case that he wanted to end their sentence, he would have commuted their sentence. He didn't commute their sentence. He pardoned their sentence, which removes all charges are all determinations of crime. You are sitting there and you are denying reality. Don't ask me a question instead of just acknowledging what I said, please.
No, I'm acknowledging what you said. So here's what I said. After what happened at the Capitol, Donald Trump made statements. Go home. You're not part of MAGA. He said protest peacefully going in. He asked for support going in. Harris, who you voted for, went on Colbert while all this stuff was going on and said those people should not stop. You can go watch it on YouTube. It's plain a day. She said those people should not stop. She said that, dude. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but she said it in those words that
she never said violent rioters should continue on. That's
ridiculous.
Says
they're protesting what they believe, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop, and they shouldn't. That's exactly what she said. You can go watch on Colbert.
She didn't say that about violent rioters. She's talking about peaceful protesters.
Right, exactly. Peaceful protesters.
I think that Donald Trump would have plausible deniability about the peaceful protest comment if it was the case that he didn't pardon the violent rioters. The reason why I don't accept the peaceful protest comment is because it is the case that it contradicts him pardoning the violent rioters. That's why. So do you understand the argument that I'm providing? I'm not saying that he didn't say peaceful. What I'm saying is that that is contradicted by him pardoning the violent rioters. But given that he didn't pardon the violent rioters, I actually believe that he had enough plausible deniability where I didn't make this point. So prior to him pardoning the violent rioters, you didn't see me running this argument.
I mean, I don't understand what we're arguing about here, dude. I mean, it's like at the end of the day, my personal belief is I think Harris encouraged protesters to keep going, and I think Trump didn't want what happened to happen. I think he asked for National Guard before. They denied him. Both Washington, D.C. and Nancy Pelosi denied him that. And I think
Can you repeat back what I just said, please?
No, I'm telling you, I don't want to keep doing this circle, dude. We do
I know,
it over
I know.
and over.
I don't want to keep doing this circle because I don't think that you even heard what I said. What did I just say?
Repeat it, dude. I'm like,
are you
just repeat
serious?
it.
Are you serious? Can you repeat back anything I said in general?
No, here's the deal, dude. We've been doing this for like 20 minutes now.
Because
dude.
you're not listening to me, and I just proved it.
Okay, yeah, dude. I already get it, dude. You think that the Democrat or that Donald Trump condones violent behavior because of what he did, because he allowed these people to leave jail after 3 years, or however long they were in there, dude, right? That's what you believe, or 4 years. It was almost 4 years, right? Because they went in on early January or at the end of January, and they were let out after his taking office, right? So we got 4 years in prison. You're upset that those people were pardoned after 4 years. I get it, dude. And you're thinking that condones
Can I
violence.
clarify again? Because you clearly didn't hear me. So I was saying I think that Donald Trump has enough plausible deniability if he didn't pardon the violent rioters and actually didn't run this argument prior to him pardoning the violent rioters, because he had enough plausible deniability because he said that he wanted it to be peaceful. And I'm just saying that him saying he wanted it to be peaceful is contradicted by him pardoning the violent rioters, because pardoning them condones the behavior. If he just wanted to get rid of their sentence because it was too long, he would have commuted the sentence. Biden commuted sentences of people. You can commute the sentence as a president. He would have done that if it was the case that he just wanted to end their sentences, but they should have just still had the charges and the sentence to that degree. He would have commuted.
I think that. Do you think that maybe he thought that the reason why he pardoned them is because a lot of their lives were destroyed, and he felt like some of those people that were in there were political prisoners? Really? I mean, that's what he believed.
No, not violent rioters. You can pardon the people who are in there who haven't committed violent crimes, while also not pardoning the violent rioters. Did you know that's possible?
Yeah, of course I know that's possible.
So like, again, if you think that some people are there because they're quote unquote political prisoners, okay. That's not justifying him pardoning the violent rioters.
Right. Didn't we already agree that I said that those people shouldn't have been pardoned?
You agree with me that they shouldn't be pardoned, but that still
Right.
demonstrates.
And just like
that,
you agree that those people on the 2020 protests.
Can I demonstrate the point before you try to like not understand my point again? Is that fine? So I'm just demonstrating that Donald Trump pardoning him specifically indicates that he condones the behavior, which then means that he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. Okay?
Okay.
So then my question would just be, why do you support a candidate that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
I support him because he makes things happen like Washington, D.C. And I see these happy people, and I think that they deserve to have their city. And I think that Biden let that stuff go on. Biden let that, they empowered it by dropping all the penalties for criminals. And I think if you look at Washington, D.C., those people were basically held captive by criminals, and Donald Trump went in there and solved it, and now they're happy. And you won't acknowledge the fact that those people deserve to have their city. And maybe there is some, there's something real about what's happening there. You won't even look at that because you have such a distaste for Donald Trump that you can't look at anything positive that's happening and thinking like, well, maybe Democrats can do some of that stuff too. But you don't look at that. And that's why I originally called. Like, we're pivoting off to J6. Dude, I didn't call to talk about J6. That's a conversation for like last year. I called about to DC, but because you know that that's a hard argument to win, you had to pivot onto J6 and try to make some other things going. That's ridiculous, dude. I called to talk to you about an hour ago about DC, and you keep trying to pivot to other things.
I'm not pivoting. Do you want me to explain why it's not a pivot?
You went to climate change. You're
just a fucking idiot. And when you bring up things and when I try to compare them, you don't actually listen to the things that I'm saying or what I'm comparing about that. You just listen to the example. The example isn't just what's being compared. It's a basis or a part of the example that is comparable that I'm explaining and showing that is the same. For example, when you talk about violent crime in DC and how you want to reduce violent crime in DC, well then how can you say that while also simultaneously supporting the people who were pardoned by Donald Trump who caused violent crime in DC by inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol? That's what I'm asking you. So if you don't understand the connotation of what I'm saying because you are not trying to understand me, you're going to come up on my live stream and you're going to act like I'm just trying to pivot. But that's clearly not me pivoting. That's clearly not me pivoting.
You have innocent civilians, people like citizens of Washington, D.C. being held captive by criminals that have been empowered by Democrats. That's a big difference than protesters going in there, I hate to say this, and fighting law enforcement, because they're not attacking civilians, dude. That's the difference. And you know what? That's the difference between the Democrat riots of 2020. The Democrats went in there and attacked civilians as well. So that's the difference. You want to talk about what the difference? Yeah.
So because because they're attacking police officers, it's okay?
I'm telling you, they're not attacking citizens, and that's the problem.
They were, though. They were. Not only were they attacking civilians there at January 6th, but also police officers. So, again, you're just lying. You're lying. You said, and then you're talking about criminals being empowered by Dems. I just gave you an example of criminals actually being empowered by Donald Trump, and you can't give me an example of criminals being empowered by Democrats.
Case.
Shut up. I'm trying to address all your points. You don't want to let me do it.
You're horrible. Dude, you're a super rude host, dude. Like, I don't know if you've ever, like, listened to your people, like I admit that you're one of the top Democrat liberal.
I'm in the middle of explaining everything that I'm saying, and you're just proving that you're not listening to me. I'm rude for calling you out and for saying shut up on my own live stream where you're not letting me speak or not listening to what I'm saying. I'm giving you the ability to even be heard on my live stream. Okay? And I'm trying to respond to the arguments you're providing.
Money by getting
and you're not, you're not making me shit. You're not making me shit.
Yeah, you are, dude. You get likes and clicks. What are you talking about?
You don't make me anything. You make me nothing. I had this all without you. You didn't do shit. Okay? Can I please address all the points without you fucking trying to talk about me making money? Like, Jesus Christ. Please, let me address this. I didn't even ever get to... I wrote down the stuff that you talked about because you kept saying things. I got to address one of the things you said, and then you cut me off, and I can't address the other things. So please, let me address it all. Is that fine? Thank you. Biden did not let that happen. The argument that Biden let that happen is ridiculous, because then the same thing would be true for Trump letting it happen under his administration because he didn't federally take over the country. So that would be a ridiculous argument. And then I can look at things that are positive that happens under the Trump administration. I genuinely can. The increase the child tax credit, the increase the standard deduction, the no tax on tips up to $25,000, the deduction for tips, the deduction for overtime. I think that those are good aspects of bills that he's passed. We can point to different things. The AI deepfake one, we can point to plenty of things. Operation Warp Speed. I can acknowledge things that are good. The federal takeover of DC, I disagree with. So stop just trying to act like I am just disagreeing with it because I disagree with everything, because that's not true. I'm disagreeing it based upon reasons. You can go now. You can speak.
So are you saying that Biden, I'm just asking you this question, you think that Biden in no way was part of the DC crime bill? That's what you just said, right?
I don't think that Biden caused the DC crime bill, to my understanding. Do you have any evidence of that?
Okay, I just wondered if you thought that.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Well, I mean, they brought it up. They brought the press secretary brought it up in a whole announcement about it.
So can you give me any evidence that Biden caused this?
All right, here we go. Here's a basic question. Was the Biden administration part of the DC crime bill? Yes, but in a roundabout way. I could read this whole thing.
So Biden didn't specifically let that happen.
No, not directly.
Any more than Trump let that happen. Apparently, Biden did help write one small part of the crime bill. I do see that. So I'll give you that to some degree, but.
But can't we just get back to the original thing? I mean, because I got to.
You kept using this to pivot away from what I was saying.
No, but I'm just like, so we can leave on. I want to go back to our original thing. I want to leave so everybody understands your take and my take, and then we can leave.
No.
We can't have that.
Because you act like our takes are equal when you don't respond to my points.
Okay. My thing is, I'm talking about the DC. My point of view coming into this thing.
And I was talking about DC. I responded to the points about DC, and you never fully engaged with those points. Do you agree that Donald Trump himself inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol is him causing violent crime?
Yeah, I'm talking about DC. I don't care about J6. What I'm saying
is that not in DC?
No. Listen what I'm saying.
What?
Oh God.
You think that wasn't in DC? He thinks the Capitol isn't in DC.
That's not what I said, dude. You know that's not what I said.
Is the Capitol in DC?
It has nothing to do with. Listen to what I said.
Is the Capitol in DC?
Listen, that's not what I'm saying, dude.
Is the Capitol in DC? Yes or no? Is the Capitol in DC?
Yes, dude. Listen, that's not what I said. I said the J6.
That is what you said. I'll play it back.
No, it's not. I said J6.
You want me to play it back?
No, I don't. Okay, let me rephrase what I said. J6 has nothing to do with what's happening in DC right now. Nothing. Okay, what I'm saying
I
is,
never said it has something to do with
Okay,
what's
good,
happening
then
in
we
DC
agree on
right
that. Let's
now.
stop talking
What
about
I
that.
said is that it's caused violent crime in DC, and you're okay with
Okay,
causing violent crime in DC.
So the J6 protesters caused all the killings and carjackings that's going on right now in DC.
No, I'm
That's what you're
saying that Donald Trump
That's what you
caused
just said.
this by pardoning violent rioters.
Okay. So my thing is this, dude, is that we had back to our original point, and then I'm going to leave, is that I thought, and maybe I'm wrong, you have pointed the picture that I'm wrong, is that you're saying that I said that we should look at the people's videos, that most from Black Americans that are saying in wonder, walking around their city, feeling safe, saying that they can't believe what they're looking at. And you're saying that that is anecdotal, and that should not be considered evidence, because we need to look at the polls that have been done for the residents of Washington, D.C. that are anti-Trump, but we should look at those as real data of whether or not it was good to federalize that city, right? So that's just what I'm saying. That was my original thing coming in. You think that we should believe the data from the people, the polls that they've taken, and I'm thinking that we should look at the videos, and you're saying that those videos don't reflect what's really going on there. That's all, dude. So at that point, that's the argument. And once we lay that out,
Wait, hold up.
Once I lay that out, then your audience can make their own decision.
Okay. By the way, Santana, that's not the crime bill he was referencing. He's referencing a DC crime bill. So it's a different crime bill that he's referencing, by the way. Santana, just letting you
But
know.
look, I just want your audience to know, because they can hear. This is how debate works. Now that everybody knows, they can hear your argument, right? Which is that, look, you can't just sit there and throw a couple of videos on TikTok, go watch them and think that's what happened. You have to look at what the Washington Post put out there in their polling, and that's what it is. And now at that point, your audience can go make their own decision. They can go look at the videos for themselves and say, yeah, I don't believe this at all. Or they can go to the Washington Post and look at their poll and say, yeah, I don't believe this at all. That's all it is, dude. You put your case out there, I put my case, and at the end of the day, people can make their...
Katrina, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Katrina. I really appreciate it. Brian, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Brian in the comment section? Christina, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, Christina, that's actually a W. They said that in Minneapolis that they triggered an investigation into MPD, and they found out that they specifically, they were racially profiling, which caused a total overhaul of their training and system. So despite some being violent, they did create some change. That is one thing that they wanted to say. Michaela, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Laura, thank you for the $10. Jason with the $20. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Katie with the $5. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Jane with the $20. Thank you so much, Jane. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For my family are in DC. Everyone there hates the occupation. DC is held captive now by a dictator. This guy can get pushed. I don't agree with him.
Dude, anyway, thanks for the time, dude. You may not agree with me. I don't agree with anything you say, but thanks. No,
don't run away. I want you to address.
No, I've got a business meeting I got to go to. But go ahead, real quick.
Sure.
No, go ahead. What do you want to say?
I wanted you to acknowledge that it is the case that he's condoning crime, when it is the case that he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and in the situation in which he's condoning that, it is the case that he was inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol. And if he was inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol, he caused crime in D.C., meaning that, like, if you actually cared about reducing crime in D.C., you wouldn't have supported Trump in the very first place. And the idea that you supported Trump in the very first place is pro-crime.
I'll do that if you admit that those people walking around D.C., pointing their phones everywhere, thinking how great their city is now, that we should actually take a listen and see what they have to say.
You should listen to them, sure. That doesn't mean you have to agree, and that also doesn't mean that they're the only people in D.C. that have opinions. There's opinions of plenty of people in D.C. A lot of people in D.C. have an issue with the current occupation that they have of the city.
You think those people want to see their city go back to where it was before?
There are plenty of people in D.C. that do not agree with the occupation. That's what I'm saying.
I just asked you a question, though. You think that those people want to see
they would prefer D.C. prior to the occupation.
You want to see people using the city streets as bathrooms, and you want to see crime and needles everywhere, and you want to see people getting carjacked.
By the way, that's not what DC is. Like, you arguing that this is DC across the board is ridiculous. Are you from DC?
No, but either are you.
So then, how the hell are you going to say that about DC? Have you been to DC?
Yes.
Okay.
I did. They have an honor flight there. I went there and did.
You went there once.
I did a couple times. I've done honor flights.
Okay.
So, you know what honor flight is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's where you escort a vet. that used to that veteran, and you take them up there and you show them all the, and you're their host through all the Washington D.C.
Why'd you feel the need to explain that?
Because I just didn't know. Because you asked me why I went there, so I'm not visiting my grandma there. I just want to tell you why I went. So I just asked you. Why is that so bad?
I didn't think I tried to ask you why you.
Well, you
went
said,
there.
have you ever been to D.C.? Why would you ask me if I ever went to D.C.? What does it matter?
That's not me asking you why you went there. That's asking if you went there.
And so why would you ask why if I ever been there?
Because I was just making sure that you, like, I was just seeing. I'm like, dude,
I
have
was
you
just
even ever
seeing
been
it.
to the place that you're saying, all right, has these particular issues? That's
Yeah,
all
so
I was arguing.
same thing to you. I was just letting you know. I was just letting you know why I went. You asked me why I went, so I told you why I went.
I didn't.
You didn't ask me why I
ask
went.
you-
You said have I ever been
I
there. and
didn't
told you why I
ask you why you went. I asked you if you went.
went. Right, and I told you why I went.
I didn't ask that.
Okay, cool. Well, now you know. So you can say like, well, your visit wasn't
No one
really...
asked. No one asked.
Okay. Anyway, anyway, people can make their own decision, dude. Good luck with your TikTok, dude. Anyway.
So insufferable. Oh my God, Michael, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael. Josh, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was like horrible. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 44. How
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because honestly, I live in Philadelphia. Have you ever been to Philadelphia, Parker?
Nope.
You should visit it. You should visit. You really should.
Okay.
I can't wait for Trump to bring the feds into Philadelphia, to be quite honest, and clean it the hell up. Just like he's cleaning D.C. up. It needs to be done in a lot of cities. It's unfortunate that he has to bring it to this.
Can I ask you a question? Why did DC need to be federally taken over?
Because it's already under federal law. What are you talking about?
So you're just because you know that a lot of cities are under federal law. What's your point?
It literally is the headquarters for the government, basically. You know what I mean? Like that's where they set up shop. That's DC. It's DC, bro.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that it needed to be federalized.
I get it. Maybe he's doing a little too extreme, but our cities,
A little?
you have to admit, our cities aren't exactly.
Wait, hold up. Apparently you called me a grifter in one of your posts?
Oh yeah, you absolutely are.
Okay, what makes you think that?
It's apparent, dude.
Thank you so much, Rich, for the $5. Thank you. Josh with the $10. Thank you, Josh. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why am
You're
I a
an
grifter?
insufferable punk kid. You don't even go outside anymore and interview Trump supporters. You're scared to go outside. Literally scared to death because of all the projection and hate that you've already put on your fucking lives.
By the way, I didn't go outside and debate Trump supporters much in person, but I actually am going to be debating a bunch of Trump supporters in person coming soon. So
Yeah. Good luck.
So why
I
are you
hope
so
somebody
why are you
puts
so
their hands
triggered?
and
You're
fall the
triggered.
fuck
You said
over
that I'm a
too.
grifter. You said that I'm a grifter. You're so triggered. Why are you mad? Cameron,
I'm
thank you
not
the
mad.
$2 for the grift. Thank you so much.
I just like rage baiting like you.
You're the one that seems raged out.
I
Like,
want to
you're
see
so
you
mad.
set a flag on fire. Why don't you set a fucking American flag on fire? Do that, Parker. Let me see some real balls. Go ahead, set it on fire. Just like you instigate Trump supporters to do the Yahtzee salute, right? Why don't you set a flag on fire and stand on fucking business,
Give me the
boy?
Thank you.
Stand on business, boy. Stop being a pussy.
Were you mad? He ran away. And he was trying to rage bait me. It looks like he rage baited himself, dude. That's diabolical. A diabolical take right there. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Thank you so much for pushing the crown. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, bro.
Libby, thank you for the $15 for the grifting is good. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm
You said
18,
how old?
bro.
18 was your birth year?
August 24th,
What month?
2006.
Or I said what month, I meant what year. Yeah, you're right.
said
2006, August 24th, you'd be 19, right?
The problem with you Kamala Harris supporters,
Kamala?
I don't give a damn.
Did you say you were 18?
Yes, bro.
Well, nice MAGA math you got there. Nice MAGA math. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, 41.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And why is that?
So one of my main things was I'm really concerned about the financial security for my children and grandchildren in the future. So really, I'm just concerned about the budget deficit, to be honest.
Okay, so did you know that Trump signed off on more debt-related spending?
Yeah, does that go into the budget deficit?
Yeah, like, so Donald Trump, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, which is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, indicated that Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending under his first administration, and his campaign plans for the next administration will do $4 trillion more than Harris's campaign plans, according again to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. And we can also point to the $3.4 trillion that Trump added through the Big Beautiful Bill to the debt.
The 3.4 trillion being added is inaccurate.
That was from the Congressional Budget Office. That's not inaccurate.
Well, it was inaccurate. It's inaccurate today. They revised it recently.
Okay, so what was the revision? I must not have seen that.
4 trillion budget to wipe off the budget in the next 10 years.
Can you give me the title on that? You said it reduces the deficit?
By 4 trillion. Yeah, the CBO was the one they just put a statement out last Friday.
Yeah, tell me
Good
the
old
title.
Summer Friday.
Tell me the title.
I don't know the title off the top of my hand, and I can't swipe out. It's from the
CBO indicates BBB saves 4 trillion.
Yeah, that probably kick it up on Google, I'd say.
Nope. Not a thing. You just made that
so
up.
CBO revision. Try CBO revision for the Big Beautiful Bill, and then filter your results by the date that it was released. If you're having like a filtration
CBO revision
for the Big Beautiful Bill.
Okay, yeah, July 21st, 2025.
It was more recent than that.
There isn't any
They
more
released
recent.
it last. They released it on a Friday. I could swipe. I mean, I can swipe it. The thing is, I can't find it.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
swipe out.
you can go find it and then come back and tell me the title.
So if I open my app back up, I'll just be here, kind of like chilling. I just need to unmute or whatever.
Yeah, when you swipe out, I won't be able to hear you. But once you come back into the app, I will be able to hear you. Just make sure
Okay, cool,
every
cool,
like
cool.
1.5 minutes or so, you come back till you can see me, because otherwise it will kick you out.
I don't think it'll take that long. Okay, right on.
For sure.
For sure. Appreciate
Go
it.
ahead. Give him a second, everyone, while he finds this information real quick. Do tap that screen if you're here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. It'll help get it out to more people, everyone. It'll help get it out to more people. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Can we get some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now? W's for Amanda. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to again support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. But also, I put the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal as my pinned comment on YouTube as well. What's title? Matt says he found it and that there's a title, but he'll send it to me in a second. Alan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alan. Ben in DC and Philadelphia, they have same issues as other cities, including red cities. Most DC crime is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm guessing that's the White House, isn't it? Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. An update. Santana just sent it to me. From August 22nd, 2025. Is that it? Was that what you're talking about? I found it. It's an update about the CBO's projection on the budget of. Oh,
Can you hear me again?
Are you talking about tariffs will decrease the debt?
No, I'm talking about the deficit in general. I was just simply saying that the reason
so you're
that
saying
I
that
voted
tariffs.
for him.
Okay, so what you're saying is the tariffs will.
I'm saying that I voted for him to lower the deficit. Is what I'm saying.
Hey, I get you. The analysis that I had about the big beautiful bill wasn't wrong. You're just saying that there's a different analysis.
It's updated, correct. They didn't factor in the tariffs, correct.
Tariffs are not in the big beautiful bill. And in the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget's analysis of Harris versus Trump's campaign plans, they take into account tariffs. So that was already taken into account. This is about $400 billion.
Yes, but we're getting away from what my position is. My position simply is I voted for Trump to lower the deficit, and from the most current information that we have, he's going to lower it by $4 trillion over the next 10 years. That's all I'm saying.
That's only taking into account one thing. That's not his overall policy. That's only taking into account tariffs. If you look at the Committee
That's just taking into account that the deficit drops. Deficit is going to be $4 trillion cheaper, and that's the main driving reason for my children and grandchildren.
Which is $400 billion a year, okay? Which is specifically from tariff revenue, okay? And I understand you're saying tariff revenue comes in, you're going to have less debt. What I'm telling you though is that if you look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, they made an analysis of the campaign plans for Harris and Trump, and they took into account the revenue that would come in from tariffs in the amount that Trump would cause in terms of debt-related spending.
Sure. I mean, to go back in time on campaign outlines versus what's been laid out structurally into a bill and what is now law and being implemented. Yes, I get what you're saying. They're two distinctly different things. I'm just simply saying the reason I voted for the man, why I support him, and my evidence to back up what I'm saying as to why I was supporting.
Okay. I also just want to let you know, tariffs are paid by Americans, so that's going to be taken from the economy in America. So if what you're doing is you're shifting the tax burden from income tax through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by decreasing income tax, and you're replacing it with tariffs, what you're doing is you're shifting the burden of taxation from people who are higher income to people who are lower income, because people who are lower income specifically spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products. And if they spend a greater proportion of income on consumer products, well, then it's going to be the case that they then are going to be paying a greater percentage in their income comparative to people who are rich, specifically on
Are you
that
making an
increase in
argument for
taxation.
cost increases or for the the budget of the country? I'm not understanding. I get what you're trying to do. I'm just simply laying out something that I
You didn't listen to what I said. Can you repeat back what I just said at all?
did.
Like the general concept?
Of the hypothetical that you just laid out of price increases for people. The premise of what you're trying to say is that you're trying to undercut the fact that I'm right, and you're trying to find an argument around and find another little thing to say, yeah, but what about this? But it's going to cause this. I'm simply saying my concern was the deficit to go down. I gave you the source citing the proof of what I think is coming, right? The deficit coming down, and so that's the proof to the claim to the reason that I supported him. I'm not really interested in bouncing off into other areas of whatever, you know. If you, you'll beat me at that, but you're not going to beat me at this.
I've already beat you. You didn't actually re-say what I said at all. Would you like me to play back?
Oh,
what I
I'm
said?
sorry. So what is? Okay, go ahead.
For sure, for sure.
Okay, go ahead. Yep. Dude, I'm just simply.
Revenue comes in, you're gonna have less debt. What I'm telling you. Sorry, it's loading. People who are
You're good.
lower income, specifically spending, is you're shifting the burden of taxation from people who are higher income to people who are lower income. If what you're doing is you're shifting the tax burden from income tax through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by decreasing income tax, and you're replacing it with tariffs, what you're doing is you're shifting the burden of taxation from people who are higher income to people who are lower income, because people who are lower income specifically spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products. And if they spend a greater proportion of income on consumer products, well, then it's going to be the case that they then are going to be paying a greater percentage in their income comparative to people who are
you
rich, specifically on
Are you
that
making an
increase in
argument for
taxation.
cost increases?
Did you hear what I said then?
Yeah, I heard every word that you said. I'm just trying to figure out in your mind how that has. You're making the link to the claim that I'm saying that the big beautiful bill is reducing our budget by $4 trillion. Like you're saying, from what I'm gathering, you're trying to say how the money's shifting around and how the ends, how the means is just, you know, making the ends happen. But you're just simply trying to find a way around what I've originally stated and get me caught up in explaining things that you probably have more knowledge on or whatever you want to say. But I get what you're trying to do. I'm just not as well spoken as you.
What I'm saying is that it shifts the burden of taxation. Income tax is progressive, meaning people who are higher income spend a greater proportion of their income on that type of taxation, right, when they are paying the tax. So do you want revenue from taxation to come from people who are disproportionately rich or disproportionately from people who are lower income?
So I don't have a preference on where revenue comes from, as long as the revenue is achieved. Okay, let me ask you this. Is the big beautiful bill, as you understand today and what you've been, you know, updated on, is it going to reduce the deficit of this country?
No, it will increase the debt.
So the CBO is that you relied on to say so much that it was going to increase by 3.4 trillion. You're not going to say now that our deficit is going to be increased by we're going to pay off basically 4 trillion more than what, instead of adding 2.
Again, you're just looking at tariffs, right? What you're not looking at is the big
I'm
beautiful
looking at
bill.
just
The
the
big beautiful
deficit.
bill is separate from tariffs. And if you're looking at the overall effect that's going to affect the debt, then what you have to do is you have to look at what's it called? You have to, in terms of the debt, you have to look at my brain. You have to look at the Congressional Budget Office, not Congressional Budget Office, Committee for Responsible Federal Budget Analysis, like I already mentioned to you, that compares the different campaign plans from Harris and Trump.
So your statement, as you are here today, and you've seen that what you've read from, you know, little. I granted you've had little time to read it. Your claim is that we are not going to decrease the federal deficit of this country over the next 10 years for whatever reason, whatever mechanism caused that to happen. The Trump administration is not going to reduce the federal budget over the next 10 years by 4 trillion. Is that your claim?
The tariffs will. The committee for
the Trump administration. I don't. Yeah, let's. I'm not saying tariffs. It's a multi-pronged. Let me ask the question: is the Trump administration going to reduce our deficit by 4 trillion over the next 10 years?
No.
Do you have
talking from a net
sources for that?
basis. Yes, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budgets Analysis. I've said this multiple times. Are you listening?
Was
to me?
that? Yeah. So what's the difference between that and the CBO?
They're different committees. The CBO
so which one
is.
would you trust more?
I'm not saying I trust one more than the other. The
Okay,
CBO
fair
doesn't
enough.
disagree with the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, by the way. The
But they
CBO.
made has the
You're gonna make
that
me go
committee
insane.
updated their original. I apologize. I'll be quiet. I'm so sorry. I'm
I've
not trying to get
responded.
you
I've
worked up.
said the same thing like 8 times, dude. I don't know how many more times I can say it. That's
But you
tariffs.
haven't.
That's just tariffs.
I've already told you. I know what you're saying. I know where the money's coming from. You're trying to get me back to a foundational level of the claim, like I don't understand. I've already acknowledged long before. You obviously repeating yourself. So let me repeat myself again. I know where the money's coming from. It's coming from tariffs. That is affecting the budget deficit. I know that's where that money's
Yeah, but
coming
that's
from.
not going to be the net effect on the budget deficit. The tariff. That's just the revenue specifically from tariffs.
So what does the CBO state then? That so are you trying to say then that the 4 trillion actually just negates the 3.4 negative side? So now it's only actually a 0.6 billion to the positive side. Is that the math
If
you're
you're
trying
only
to?
if you're only taking into account those two, what you have to do is look at the overall effect of what the administration is going to be.
Has that other committee that you're referencing, have they revised their numbers with the new numbers that's come in from the numbers from tariffs and the money that the country's receiving? Or are we going off old numbers of not counting for a revenue that's coming in?
Well, they would be projecting greater level of tariff revenue.
So they did project the accurate numbers. I'm just trying
No,
to see if the
I
CBO
said they did-
and
I
this
said
other
they did-
one that you're quoting would be at odds.
Dude,
take a breath, man. It's cool. You're talking to somebody that's trying to talk to you that's on the opposite side. Just chill out. I'm not calling names. I'm being pretty respectful. I apologize for interrupting so much and stuff. I have a problem.
It's
with doing
not the
that. I'm just
interruption.
curious.
It's the not understanding at all. It's the not. It's like you're. I
Steel,
feel like
can
you're.
you steel man my argument? Steel man my argument for me real quick. Tell me what you think I'm arguing.
Yeah, you think that you're arguing specifically that there's going to be a $4 trillion decrease in the budget deficits over the next 10 years, right, due to Trump's policy overall?
Close enough. I'd say Trump administration, but yeah, the policy word I don't like because that connotates a specific, if policy can include tariff and, congressional bills and things like that as a whole, I just generally mean that the Trump administration, and we have our first indicator that was revised from the CBO that points in that direction. So I'm trying to lean on that evidence.
Okay. So if you take into account both of them, the Congressional Budget Office, the 3.4 trillion added to the debt over the next 10 years, the context of the big beautiful bill, and then the 4 trillion through the tariffs, that would be it's not 4 trillion taking into account what the big beautiful bill adds. It's 4 trillion just in terms of the tariff revenue. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to look at the overall effect of what the budget deficit is going to be impacted by due to Donald Trump's policy, you have to look at the overall effect of what his estimated policies are going to cause, which is exactly why I'm referencing the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. And you can make a set determination, say, if it was the case that they had a difference in the tariff revenue established through the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, that you can then put in the new numbers. But it is the case that they actually are estimating more revenue, right? Because there were greater tariffs that Trump was advocating for originally.
As well. The same number that the CBO increased by is what the other committee, they have adjusted, their numbers are set at that as well. Because you might be right here.
I'm sorry, it's like he doesn't listen to me. I said it would be more because they expected more in terms of revenues.
What I'm failing to understand of what you're trying to tell me here is where does that $4 trillion that's collected, okay? Where's that going to go and what's that going to do? Collected from tariffs.
So wait, say that again? Sorry.
Where's the $4 trillion over the next 10 years collected from tariffs? Estimated. Could be higher, could be lower. Where is it going to go over the next 10 years? Where does that money go?
The tariff revenue?
Yes.
That would to reduce the deficit.
Okay. So where is a higher than 4 trillion over the next 10-year number increase to offset? Maybe we could start, since I'm not an economic major, we could start from a bare bones level. There's a 4 trillion number. Where's the number that you're saying is going to offset that to where it's going to put us into a deficit?
Offset, it's going to put us into a deficit. Of like other policies, what other policies will he engage in? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Like, where are
Okay.
you getting the basis of your numbers?
Yeah,
Because
it
we're
could be
combining two reports,
the
and it's a
overall
little hard to do that if the numbers aren't the same for what they project the tariffs to be. In my humble opinion, of not being a math major, that's how I would assume, doing simple back of the hand math.
That's
trying to
fine.
work through
There's the big beautiful bill is the one they specifically passed so far. Mass deportation specifically that will cost money. There is specifically modernizing military, increasing military, different budget bills specifically that will increase how much, because they have like specifically under the first administration they had different types of bills they did specifically after 2 years and after years later. They have different bills that come later on. So that's why I'm referencing the overall effect through the context of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, which takes into account these different policy proposals. And if you want to look at the tariffs, it actually has a very similar revenue projected. So not much of a distinction in terms of what the established numbers would be. There's still significantly more debt for Trump than Harris.
Right on. And I'll have to go back and look at that source myself. I was unaware of there was a competing, or a not necessarily competing, but it sounds like I can't imagine the CBO and another organization doing the exact same report. So they probably pull some of the same data, touch on the same things. I'll have to go back through and kind of do some simple math and look. But so how are you going to feel? I mean, how are you going to take it? Just as somebody that likes watching you and listening most of the time, how are you going to take it if he does decrease deficit and all these things that everybody rails against? I mean, are you so against the idea that if it does work out that you would just say, don't give a fuck, like,
So,
you know, or would you actually
I will,
applaud it when it's all said and done?
I will acknowledge that the deficit has declined. I will think that that's a good thing in declining the deficit. I don't think it's a good thing in terms of the way that they get to decreasing the deficit, because it shifts the burden of taxation from people who are higher income
with
to
you.
people who are lower income. So it's because he's
Sure.
replacing a progressive tax structure with a regressive tax structure.
Right. No, I get the basis of the ideas and everything, and Squire kept it very broad, because if I were to get in the weeds with you, you'd fucking mop the floor with me. And I'm sure most people probably thought you mopped the floor with me anyway, but at the end of the day, I enjoy watching. I just thought I'd hop up, and I thought I had one that would be hard to, you know, the numbers were the numbers. So you did a good job, bro.
Yeah, I do want to say I apologize for getting annoyed at you. I
No,
think
it's
you
all
were
good.
very
It's all good.
respectful. I do just think that, like, we had a point where we were just not understanding each other.
Sure.
Here's a few things I'd want to do this. If Donald Trump does increase the debt, would you say that you wouldn't support him anymore?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if it comes, but see, the problem is that would have to come after the fact, right? Like, I've already given them the space to make most of this, short of, like, I'll string a motherfucker up if I find out that he did something to children or all these different things, right? Like, I'm not a sycophant or anything like that. I do have a line, but for myself and for a lot of us out here, the line was 4 years. We're going to give you 4 more years. So as long as it is nothing, you know, short of something I think that he should be hung around his fat orange neck for, right? Touching kids and doing fucked up things, I'll be totally on the side of that. But he's got the leeway for 4 years. If he fucks it up, it's on us for making that decision, and we'll have to eat it as voters. And the country, you know, we're taking it was a chance. A lot of us out here felt like we took a chance. I'm in Illinois, and I'm an independent, so my vote went
before you do,
to
real quick,
Democrats anyway.
do you acknowledge that Donald Trump specifically did have more debt-related spending under his first administration by $4 trillion?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, when you look at the numbers, yes. Factually speaking, all these things, they are accurate.
So did
But
he already
so you
have
got-
4 years?
Sure, but we wiped all that clean. See, what reset everything, really, that's how else do people that aren't crazy. See, you think everybody that votes for, I don't know, I don't mean to say that. Most people think everybody that votes for him is wacky out the end and all of this. Honestly, I think a lot of people, they got pissed off with the all the lawfare stuff, man, and it really reignited the whole thing, and it made people look at somebody that they should never feel like sorry for, and it made the country be able to say, hey, here again, I feel like, you know, look, that's just like they would do to me, dirt to dirt to dirt, and it reignited a thing, and he put a good plan out. I don't want to get into all of it. The way they had to redo They had to make for the felonies to stick, you had to have 3 different new things and a new novel theory. The jury could pick from one of the 3. It didn't have to be the same one. Like just the way it was all done, and the extent they went, the extra fines, the way they rolled it all together at the same time. It just all, whether it was righteous or not, it did not appear righteous, right? The way they did it was very bad. To wait so long and the way they did it was not good optics.
For the sexual abuse case, it takes decades for many people to come out, right? The idea that you would blame the victim specifically for not coming out right away, I think is ridiculous, especially because for many victims it takes decades to come out. Well, I mean, that doesn't mean it's political like lawfare against him, right? Explain to me why it was only specifically the case that she came out in 2019 if it was political lawfare. Why wouldn't that happen in 2016?
You mean for the
before he got in
sexual
office in the
assault
first place?
cases and all of that?
Yes.
Honestly, man, I don't know what trauma does to people. I couldn't begin to, think to myself like how the time thing. I've never worked with victims. I've met some victims in my life that haphazardly that I've been friends with that through opening up have told me things. I'm not really in a position that I could make a decision about that. All that I was able to have access to was, one side of the political argument was this, the other side of the political argument was this. Here's the case and the facts that you can go and look up at the courthouse. And then you have all this weird shit. It was just all weird on both sides. Not only like some of his behavior was weird, right, that I don't necessarily condone, but then at the same time, the way they prosecuted him made it seem like it just everything in a not singly one single thing, but everything as a group, it really galvanized the general public, especially people that have no interest in politics other than their civic duty every 4 years. It's not hyper-focused like you. I'm somewhat hyper-focused, and I'm not even that hyper-focused, and I listen to everybody from far left to far right to in the middle. I consume
Do you think
it
that
all.
he deserves to be prosecuted?
Prosecuted for what?
For the crimes that he's committed, the felonies, and for the sexual abuse.
In all honesty, what I think that he deserves or doesn't deserve is probably inconsequential. What'll end up happening is the same thing that happened with his $500 million fine. They went too far. They will overturn the New York State court on his 34 felonies as well. Go ahead. I'll answer your question. Ask me. Sorry.
No, you just said it was inconsequential. Could you answer the question instead of just saying it's inconsequential?
Sure. He was in my mind. If he even for the crimes that they said he committed for those 34 felonies in the documentations case, he's already faced his punishment.
Wait, the 34 felonies is not documentations. It's for felonies for the falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because of the predicate crime.
In furtherance of they really had to hobble that one together in order to make it for to try to sway camp. I get it, I understand, but the way they hobbled that together, can we agree that's the first time they ever tried a case like that, and that is called a novel case theory? That they won?
I don't know if it's the first time ever tried, but I do know that it's not likely to be tried a lot because of the nature of how Donald Trump committed the crime, because he was specifically trying to run for president of the United States. So it's just not a common crime to commit because there's not a lot of people running for president of the United States that would be furthering another crime in terms of the falsification of business records. Could you provide me a source, though, that it was the first time?
Could I provide you? Do you want me to slide out of my app and get into the weeds with do you really feel the need to win so badly that you want me to get into the weeds and look silly after I've already admitted that I'm not a good debater and I just...
I'm not trying to make you look silly. I wasn't trying to make you look silly. I was just genuinely curious.
Yeah, no. So the source that it was stated, my source that I used was stated several times across several different media platforms, whether it be CNN, whether it be Fox or MSNBC, that this was a novel theory that was being tested for the first time in the state of New York. The way that they hobbled campaign finance together. In order to get
you just made the claim again instead of
using
providing
a
a
predicate
source
crime.
for it. Would you like to provide a source that it was the first time that it was tried?
Yeah, I provided you my source of where I got the information. It was Fox News, was from Fox, from MSNBC and CNN during all of the
Would you like to give me a title of an article? Like, I'll give you time to go look it up. I'm not trying to make you look silly. I'm just genuinely curious.
I mean, I'm sure if you typed in novel legal theory 34, I mean, you use the internet very well. I'm sure if you want me to swipe out of my phone here to try to finger fuck it around, I could do that. But
Go for it. Go for it real quick and just let me know.
Okay, give me a second.
For sure, for sure. In the meantime, thank you so much, Valkyrie. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Talia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much, Talia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Talia in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Amanda with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Alrighty. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up on YouTube as well. Give me 1 second, everyone. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Taro, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Sarah with the $5. Thank you. Happy birthday, Sarah. Happy birthday. Alan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Cameron with the $2. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there. I think I am fully caught up. As well as K-Wall. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. All right, do give it a second for him to find that information, everyone, and then he should be back. Lakin, thank you so much for appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Alrighty. Brad, thank you so much for the $1.11. Thank you, thank you. For the DNC money, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty, everyone.
All right, so it's lawfaremedia.org.
Okay, what's the title?
I'll have to back right back out again. It's got a long title. Give me one second.
Fine.
Charting the legal theory behind People v. Trump.
Charting the legal theory what?
Behind Trump, the People v. Trump.
All right, Lawfare Media. And what's the... Where do you see in this?
You'll have to give me a second to go back and search through that. I mean, that's the whole basis, the whole thing. That's my source. That the whole article is about how they used a first time novel legal theory to make this conviction stick.
No. It just originally says that they first brought charges against him.
Okay, well, hold on.
All they did was say that the legal theory was unclear.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me go back and look.
Do give it a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Do give it a second. Gene, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Gene. Can we get some W's for Gene in the comment section right now? Thank you. Do give it a second. How do you debate, Parker? It is on TikTok. There's a set of criteria. If you meet the set of criteria, you can join. I can try to add someone up in the meantime, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. I think there's something Jaden wanted to add real quick. I don't have any guest requests.
Hey, there we go.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, wanted to talk to him about the case here.
Hey, so I did find that was the source that I gave there was the underlined pinning for what the information comes from. The other, so there's an article you can look about it is from The Guardian. And then the title, give me 1 second. Let me see what the title would be. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Is there something you
Trump's
wanted to add real quick?
Trump's conviction of all 34 counts is a complete victory for DA Alvin Bragg. And in that article, it discusses how this was the first time, a very novel legal theory being tested out for the first time.
Okay, so no, this did not have any new legal practices or theories. The novel aspect lies in the fact that this was now, for the first time, applied to a former president and an election-based legal theory. Not that they had to use laws that previously didn't exist or legal theories. No, this is New York state law. This is how they were able to prosecute him. I think it's Penal Code 17510, felony elevation based on the intent to conceal another crime. As it relates to this particular crime, this is one of many different instances in which people do not have to reach unanimous verdict in order to convict. There's O'Brien v. Texas. There's United States v. Edmonds, 1996. There's State versus Taylor, amongst others.
Sure. So I just got drugged. I mean,
what?
So I wasn't really trying to have this debate. I don't know enough about, right, to say one way or the other and get into the weeds of this. I'm not informed enough to say. I know a little bit, but I don't know enough to have a debate about this to feel strongly enough one way or the other to give you any kind of an answer that you're going to be looking for.
I'm not looking for an answer. I'm just clarifying your statements here. This is not new legal theory.
I mean, it was... So it's not a novel. I mean, so let me ask
the only
is there
novelty
anything
in
new
this
about
case, yes, the fact that it's a former president, which, as you could imagine, doesn't happen very often that former presidents conceal crimes in furtherance
So
of another
how
crime.
often do you get to choose which of the three underlying crimes actually led to? Like, how often do you, as a person on a jury, get to pick one of three options that it could be in order to achieve the ultimate final crime?
So the jury instructions aligns with cases allowing non-unanimous agreement. And this has happened before. I just gave you a few examples where non-unanimous predicate crimes have still reached a verdict. Now, all of them applied. They did not have to say whether or not it was solely one, just that one happened in furtherance of another crime.
Well, my original statement about this in the first place was just simply that in totality of everything that was going on, all the attacks, all the things that were being said, the way that people were campaigning like Letitia James did, what my statement is, generally speaking, is that the optics weren't good. Whether the truth of that was true or not, whether that was what it really was, and that was the driving factor for a lot of folks, right, that aren't in the weeds, that aren't well informed.
Yeah, people are stupid.
Like that.
I think
Right.
people,
No, I don't
when it
disagree.
comes to legal matters, people shouldn't be focusing on optics. They should be focusing on evidence, and the evidence was clear. Okay, 34 felony counts tied to invoices, checks, statements that had his name and signature on it.
Bro, 50% of our population is under a 90 of an IQ. So, I mean, where it's a heavy lift, right? So it's a heavy lift at any point in time to, yes, I get it. And that's why I'm against mail-in voting, actually, because you're giving more people left and right that have no business voting the ability to just sign some shit and send it off on some decisions where normally they would have had no clue. They'd have never went nowhere, done nothing. Anyway, I do want to ask, is Tommy okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't agree with his politics most of the time, but I have talked to you guys before and been a part of his show, and I hope he's all right. And even though I'm a MAGA person, like, well wishes to him.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to keep talking about these cases, or you pivoted?
No, that wasn't. No, my original thing that I came in for is that the reason
was the
that I support
deficit,
Trump.
right?
Yeah, right.
You said, we owe him a chance. We owe him 4 years. He had 4 years, but you voted for him anyways, even though the deficit increased.
Right.
Is
Yeah, there was
any
COVID and a
explanation
whole
to
lot
that?
of there was a whole lot of mitigating
prior to
circumstances.
COVID, even prior to COVID, the 3 years prior, the 3 years he had that were not COVID related. had deficit increases year after year.
Yes, but if the economy would have been fully unleashed and never actually
What is going on?
bogged down, that would have paid itself out.
I said
I'm a
during the
T4
3
paraplegic climbing
years.
out of my bed. That's what's going on.
Okay,
Yeah.
during those 3 years, how was it the case that they were going to be reducing deficits? You just give them an extra year, they would have kept going up.
Not if the pandemic wouldn't have hit. I mean, I think it was all circumstantial.
Yes,
at the
no,
time. I think
yes.
Things happen.
So you're saying that 2020 would have offset the 3 years of deficit increases?
No, I'm saying that I'm not well versed enough in any of this to have an informed debate that would inform anybody out there other than to make me look like another dunked on person during semantics through a conversation that we'll
It's
have.
not semantics.
You know.
You guys
Well,
throw
it's
that
not
word out a
semantics,
lot. I don't think you know what it means.
Okay. No, all right. I didn't use it appropriately. I'm not going to get lost in the weeds on shit that I shouldn't be speaking on to make an informed decision
I was
like
getting
I have a
lost in the
position on it.
Okay, well then
I just
why'd you
bought a
come
new
up?
Earth box for the deficit thing.
Right, but you didn't want to talk
And then
about
I got ragged into. What do you mean I didn't want to talk about it?
it. You just said you don't want to talk about things you're not informed about.
Well, I was informed about the deficit. It's going to go down.
I
4
know.
trillion
I
over
was
the next 10
saying,
years.
why did you give him another 4 years if during the previous his deficits were increased?
Well, then ultimately it's a perfect storm. There's a lot of answers to it. You're left with a better of two choices
Can you give me one?
situation. Yeah, better of two choices.
How?
How not?
You
How
have
can
one
you
choice
not-
that
how
increased
can
the
you not
deficit
look at
and another candidate
Kamala
who
Harris
didn't.
and not realize and not understand inherently that when she gets up and speak, she's passionate about one subject, and that's protecting people and what she did. I appreciate that. She was a DA and did a lot of good things. She was passionate about that. The rest of it was hollow. It was hollow. It was words. She didn't believe in it.
I know, the
She's
way
not
she
a
weaved.
leader. She's not a leader, bro. She don't give off leader vibes. I don't understand what
Dude,
people. I
I
get that you
completely-
think that she does.
No, I actually agree with you. I thought it was completely embarrassing and childlike of her to say that she was endorsed
be
by Hannibal
so
Lecter.
state-like
For her
and
to,
she was
I
the
know,
most
for her to roll out the
overqualified
red
and-
carpet, for her to roll out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin and then have a U.S. factory bomb the next day. That was so fucking embarrassing, wasn't it? For her to tweet out Kofefi at 4 a.m. and then doze off into the sleep. That was so unleadership-like. I think it's insane that she's going out of her way to target Rosie O'Donnell and saying that she wants to denaturalize her. Don't you agree? Papa, are you there? Papa, can you
I am
hear
here.
me?
Yeah,
There you are.
I am here.
I had to mute him.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, the budget's going to be reduced by $4 trillion over the next 10 years.
just ignore everything I said, right?
No, not at all. You ignored. I said.
No,
what
I
did you
addressed
say to
everything you
me?
said.
How did you address the $4 trillion
okay.
to the deficit? Address
Oh my
it.
God,
That's
that
the
was
only
how
thing
we
I said.
got to the subject of Harris, because I said
Not-
the deficits increased, and you said, well, it comes down to the candidates at the end of the day, and that Harris wasn't a
I'm talking
leader.
about
So I
today
give you
right
all
now with the new
I know,
president.
I'm giving you shit that Donald Trump is saying today and doing today,
Okay.
and you're saying that's still better than Harris.
Yes.
Okay,
According to the
then
CBO.
conversation about the deficit is irrelevant because you pivoted to this shit.
Okay. Well, so who? What are you wanting from me, Jaden, right now?
I just want to know how any of this shit that comes out of his mouth and the policies that have harmed people, the policies that previously harmed people, how is any of this justifiable? Indeed.
No, it's just that it always comes back to positions of emotion because the arguments always become somewhat in nature emotional with some factual things behind it. And it's just like when you get down to the emotional things and you start to say these things, it just makes it very difficult to have progress one way or the other. I would do better if I was more knowledgeable, right, to be able to fend off what's happening. I'm just not knowledgeable enough in debate or stuff like that in order to do that. So,
Well, then are you here to learn? Are you here to converse? What are you here to do?
No, I was just here to. Originally, I was going to pop on for 3 minutes and say,
Okay.
"Hey,
About your original point, that only applies, and the CBO specifies this, if there are no policy changes over the next few years, which is feasibly impossible.
Sure.
He's already gone back on the tariff rates multiple times. So they're saying that the current rates right now would be deficit reducing. If he reverses those, of course that revenue is not going to exist.
So, I mean, which world are we living in? The worlds of what ifs, or the world of what's happening right now?
Well, that's exactly what the article is a big what if. It doesn't say that definitely deficits will be reduced to that. It says it could be. In fact, that's the header of it.
No.
Yeah.
So,
So, like,
I mean,
wait.
so
Do,
it
do,
could
do,
be-
wait. So, do you
it
think that
could
Donald Trump
be
is going to
adding
keep in place
3.4.
these? Wait. Do you think that Donald Trump will keep in place all of these tariffs?
When you say keep them in place, what do you mean? Exactly how they are? Do you mean percentage change?
At the
Do you
same percentage.
mean
Yeah.
Exactly how they are? I mean, that
Yeah.
would be silly of him, since his main goal is to use them primarily to force the hand of manufacturing.
So then they're
back.
not
Why
going
would
to
it be
reduce
silly
the
if it's
deficit then by
deficit
4 trillion. Yeah. Yeah. So you're not sure that it's going to be 4 trillion. You actually think it's likely to be less than 4 trillion, right?
I think it's silly if you, okay, I think it would be silly if you were trying to, let's say for instance, a car market, right? And the car market, you wanted to set them at a solid 15% in Japan, whatever that number is, right? That's what the import would be. Well, they're going to pay, let's just say for instance, 15% in Japan as well. So now there's a 30% total on the company between that and tariffs. Or if you come over and you make in America, you get a flat 15%. So for in instance of those tariffs, I believe they only work long term. Now, are there tariffs out there that could be changed that are used for negotiating, say, wars or different things to put pressure that are going to, yeah, those are much more malleable. I absolutely believe there's some strong tariffs that should be put in place for a more.
Oh, you cut out. Hello? Oh, looks like he completely cut out.
All right.
Bro, I'm just getting flags for no reason.
Dude, me too. And it's
been
stuff
happening
that
all
doesn't
day.
even exist.
Yeah, I just got one for harassment and bullying. That's my, and like I got the same one earlier, and I'm like, dude, what was even happening?
Nothing.
Like literally nothing was happening. So I'll have to.
I had
restart here in
no
a second.
guest yesterday. I sat for 2 hours and I got flagged.
What? That's crazy. That, by the way, the guy just left. So, yeah, I'm gonna hit a quick restart. I appreciate you coming up, Jaden. Thank you, man. I appreciate that guy was crazy. Like I feel like he just kept going back to the what's it called, the budget deficit every single time we critiqued his position.
And then pivoting from it. Yeah.
And then
you
not
gonna do
realizing it was
solos?
just tariffs. Yeah, I think I probably will for a bit.
All right, no problem. See you around.
Appreciate you. All right, everyone. I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit a quick restart. TikTok is experiencing plenty of issues. Santana says it's the updates they are doing to TikTok, even though the change in the layout is glitching. Yeah, I don't know. There's been just so many issues. I actually do have a few people to say thank you to. Randy with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Randy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate it. Kay, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to hit a quick restart here real quick, everyone. I'll be right back for the 3.1 thousand people here on TikTok. Come right back. I would recommend to go over to YouTube so you don't have to deal with any of these restarts. I love y'all so much. I'll be right back, everyone. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person, or go on to the stream, everyone. I just need to hit a delete on this real quick. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Why do I keep saying, dude, it's like anytime I do a task, it's like my brain thinks of that whenever I'm on stream. Like, why is my brain doing that? I'm not even, dude, I haven't even gotten to that point yet. Why do I keep doing that? Dude. What is up with my brain? Oh my gosh. What is going on? What's up, everyone? Joining in the stream, everyone. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. It helps get it out to more people. Helps get out to more people. How many likes do we have here on YouTube? I think we have 1.4 thousand. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. 2,000, I would really appreciate it. Talia, you did send it to the right account. I hope you heard me say thank you. I hope you heard me say thank you. Talia, I really appreciate it. You did. I did see the message. And I said thank you. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. That was such a kind message. Martin, thank you for the $2 though. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Martin. Thank you. Why is Charlie scared to debate you? Because he gets destroyed. Because this happens. Let's just take a clip. This I had a clip that just fucking is blowing up on Instagram, or did blow up on Instagram. It went crazy. Has 7 million on Instagram, and it's literally just a compilation of me fact checking Charlie. Do y'all want to see it real quick? Do y'all want to see it? Or I mean, a lot of y'all probably have seen it already. I'll play it for people who haven't seen it. I'll play it for those that have not seen it. Let me do it real quick. Alrighty. Just while we wait for some guests, I thought this would be something interesting to do, because it's only like a minute long. Oh, hold up. Let me.
At least give Trump credit. We had no new wars for 4 years.
Well, again, there was the Turkish-Kurdish war. What was the new war caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Putin invading Ukraine.
That wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Donald Trump believed, right, Putin over...
Hold on, I just want to stop it there. Like, it's actually crazy. Like, the amount of times that he just, like, willfully lied in this video. Like, just straight up willfully lied in this video. The debate on Jubilee, and just like didn't care to get fact checked is crazy. Like, this is just literally the Jubilee. By the way, if you haven't seen this, do you want to see the full debate? This is a debate on their second account that they'd never posted to their main account. So I actually might do a reaction video to this because it's actually incredibly relevant to like politics, and it's literally political. So I don't know why they didn't put this in, but
for U.S. intelligence.
Well, honestly, our U.S. intelligence was wrong.
No, it wasn't. Putin lied. Putin said he didn't interfere in the Russian election. That was proven.
Literally, though, like, he was making the argument that Trump, or that Putin specifically didn't lie when saying that that they didn't interfere in the 2016 election, which was proven to be true. That's fucking nuts.
Tell me why there was global inflation.
As I mentioned, because Western democracies all decided to pursue a deficit spending spree.
Wait, so why did it happen in Asia and Africa and South America, Central America? How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
The Inflation Reduction Act.
The Inflation Reduction Act didn't cause inflation. It was deficit reducing.
Flooding the zone.
Wait, Trump added more to the debt than Biden-Harris.
That's not
8.4 trillion, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, 4.3 trillion under Biden-Harris, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. There's higher real median wages right now than there was in 2019. But according to the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
You acknowledge people don't have purchasing power because prices are up.
Wait, that real median wages accounts for inflation. Did you know that?
Yeah, but you think people right now have the same purchasing power they did under Donald Trump?
What does real median wages mean? It means accounting for inflation. So wages have gone up, accounting for inflation.
Do you know that carbon emissions were the lowest under Donald Trump they've been in human history?
That's so crazy. Right there. That's so funny. Like, I think one of the biggest takeaways that I took from this was that he doesn't fucking know what real median wages mean. He doesn't know what real GDP is. He doesn't know that that's accounting for inflation. Maybe he should have gone to college, and maybe that would have helped him at his specific profession, right? Maybe that would have been relevant to the work that he does. Maybe college wasn't a scam for me. It wasn't because I was able to dunk on him in the debate. That was so funny, dude. The amount of times he willfully lied is crazy. And I'm honestly really happy. I got him on all of it. Like, I got him on all of it. The fact that he didn't know about the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget's analysis is really funny. He tried to claim that Trump added less. Like, what? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
I like him because...
Actually, what's your birth year, sorry?
My birth year is 2005.
What month?
May.
You're wrong, bro.
You said...
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Yeah, I support.
Or sorry, how old were you again? Sorry.
Allowing undocumented immigrants in the country.
Sure. And how old were you again? How old were you again?
20.
What was your birth year?
2004.
What month?
September.
Okay, just seeing. All right, go ahead. You're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't support legal immigration, and I'm happy that Trump's administration. There's less of that. There's more deportations.
Can you name one way mass deportation benefits our society?
One way. It enforces the law. That's the way.
Okay. So do you agree that Donald Trump pardoning violent rioters on January 6th is not enforcing the law? Do you agree you voting for a convicted criminal and letting him into the Oval Office is not enforcing the law?
Well, they did go through cases, and the law was, like, they did throw the book at him, and the law was enforced. And they decided that the president can be a convicted felon and be a president at the same time.
No, I'm saying you're not enforcing the law by voting for a candidate that violated the law and that pardoned people who violated the law. Not only just violated the law, but assaulted police officers in a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Well, my candidate didn't do that. I don't support January 6th. Just like I don't support the BLM riots. Yeah. He didn't do that, and he went through the law. He didn't violate the law. The Supreme Court, the people who decide the law, decided that he can be president and be a convicted felon. Is that true? Yes or no?
Well, technically, anyone who's a U.S. citizen who's of 35 years old, who was born in this country, can become president, even if they were convicted of child sexual abuse.
Yeah, he was,
and that's bad, right?
Yeah,
you don't. Do you think?
Yeah, I also think Kamala Harris.
Do you think it would be enforcing the law to vote for that candidate?
What do you mean I'm not the one who enforces the law. It's the president. I'm voting for someone. I
understand, but you're not enforcing the law when you specifically do not, or when you support candidates that have literally gone against the law, right? In such very vast ways.
Well, that's unfortunate. I wish there was a better option. I would have voted for the better option, but there wasn't.
Kamala Harris was the better option. She never pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers.
She didn't have any real policies, yeah.
Really?
Or only good policy.
Name one of her policies.
Trump took the tax. Yeah. Okay. The no tax on tips, for example.
Name one that she had that Trump didn't have.
One that she had that Trump didn't have. The housing, give money to kids, not to kids, to single earners. Was that not a policy? Single house earners.
How much to what single earners?
Okay, you wanted me to say the specifics?
The specific policy, yeah. $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. Is that what you were trying to reference? So actually, a housing affordability policy. Can you tell me Donald Trump's housing affordability policy?
Yeah, because the housing issue isn't about like the demand; it's about supply. Trump is trying to increase the supply of housing by giving tax incentives to these industries.
Which tax incentives? Because that's what the tax credit would be.
No, that would be like an incentive not for the suppliers, but for the people who already own the houses. We want a tax credit for people who are building houses.
Yeah, it is because it is specifically because it is the case that it provides an increase in demand for the good, which will then obviously make it easier not only for people to get access to housing, but it also will incentivize suppliers to build that housing. Because it essentially works as a subsidy.
That isn't necessarily true. The supply won't necessarily catch up to the demand. The demand could be too much.
Do you know? Okay, I have a question. When price increases, does supply increase?
When price increases, the supply increases. Not always true.
Okay, well then you're going to say that tariffs don't increase domestic production, correct?
Tariff don't increase. Tariff along with good domestic policies. So if you do a tariff along with tax policies that
So just
that
a
direct
tariff
money
alone.
gain from the
So are you
tariff.
saying a tariff alone will not bring back jobs to this country?
A tariff alone? Yeah, that's not what Trump is doing. Trump is doing a tariff along with the big beautiful bill. Other policies that are gonna
The
increase.
big beautiful bill doesn't help it in any way, which would lead to that happening. I'm so confused.
Yeah, it directs money through through tax incentives to like more productive fields, like more productive domestic fields. So
Like
like a field that's making a lot of profit is gonna get more, or like giving a lot of benefits to its employees is gonna get a lot more tax right off.
You don't know anything about the bill.
true.
You are yapping right now. You know nothing about the bill. That's so clear. It sounds like you didn't
Well,
read
tell me where I'm
you
wrong.
didn't read the book
Am I
for
wrong?
class, and you're trying to show up and just make up anything on the spot
Am I wrong?
based on like what other people have said. Yes.
How?
What did I just say?
Well, not like what I said was really vague because I don't have the bill in front of me. I don't have the specifics. I didn't think I was actually gonna get up, but
Yeah, so you didn't have any of the tax credit in specific.
yeah, I'm not prepared.
You said it went to more productive fields. You don't even know what that is. You're not prepared. Sure, that's fine. But
Yeah.
like you weren't prepared to vote.
Yeah. Okay. Big beautiful bill, along with also like things like deals, like the deal Trump did with was it Honda, where they said they're gonna increase domestic production, things like that too. Like
Wait,
that's a
there was no
specific
deal
example,
he made
correct?
with Honda that got them to increase domestic production, right?
Okay,
It is the
yeah.
case that Honda was already producing stuff in the United States because it was already profitable for them to do so. So what specific
Yeah, and
increase in
now they
production
said they're gonna
happened
produce
because of
more.
Trump? Because actually, if you want to look at manufacturing investment in the country since Trump has become president, it's declined.
Yeah, that could be because of a lot of compounding variables. I don't know if you can't attribute that solely to Trump, but obviously this is gonna be beneficial like in the long term. Like our country is gonna still keep growing, and Trump is just directing the way the country is gonna grow towards a more manufacturing.
It's going to grow at a lower rate
more
because it is the case
manufacturing
that
manner.
Trump is deciding to operate under this faction. And you said it's specifically to increase domestic production? It's going to increase domestic manufacturing. We'll take a look at this graph. This is the St. Louis Federal Reserve on real manufacturing investment. Do you see this?
Yeah.
So do you see that massive increase? Hello? Do you see the massive increase?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, I
under
see that.
Biden. So this is when Trump got in office his first term. This is when Trump left. This is when Biden got in office. This is when Biden left. This is Trump.
Yeah, you would expect right after COVID, after a historic decline, there would be a bounce back, right? After there's like a recession, there's like it's just going back to the trends of the increased
So,
trends. Like it's
so-
just expected after COVID, no?
Why would it continue until quarter 2 2024? That's because it's bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act. All of those policies were passed. You said bounce back after COVID, but there was massive
Yeah,
inflation. I don't
policies
know what you're
that
talking
increase
about.
Spending, yeah. Yeah,
And this isn't a bounce back after COVID. This is growth that didn't exist prior. This is not a bounce back. A bounce back would be this already existed and then it bounced back.
Bounce
This
back
is not
from
a
what
bounce back
expected.
because it did not exist prior.
Yeah, expected trends. Bounce back to expected trends.
How is it an expected
It
trend?
was already increased. It was increasing.
It was declining. It declined. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I meant 2016.
26. That's when. So you're saying it was already decreasing when Trump got in office? Well, it continued to decrease later on.
I don't know the specifics for
And
why
then
it
it
was
massively
decreasing.
increased.
I
You don't know
assume
the
there's a lot of
specifics? You're looking at it right
compounding
now.
Variables, and the increase was along the same lines as COVID. Like I'm not surprised it increased because COVID ended, and now all the restricted businesses all the restricted travel was unrestricted.
So why
It's
wouldn't it
pretty
just bring it
simple,
back
but I
up to
don't
the
know.
level that? Wait, why wouldn't it just bring it back up to the level it was at prior? Why would it cause way more growth?
because there was like an artificial like site like closing of the industries in the United States. I don't. It could because a lot of industries were waiting that were trying to get into the United States.
So then why would it? So again, it would make sense if it was the case that in 2020, right here, you see this little right down right here. Here once COVID starts, which is like right here, by the way. This is when COVID starts. So there's barely a decline, right, due to COVID. Like, come on. It would make sense that it would go back up to about right here. You know what I'm saying? That's a bounce back if it went up to here. If it went up to maybe here, that's a bounce back. But here?
I don't know the specifics.
That's not a bounce back. If you bounce back, that means you were already in that position. They were clearly not in this position. That's not a bounce back. Hello? This is a bounce back. You see how it gets back up to it right here to what it was in 2008? That's a bounce back.
I don't know the expected trends. The experts thought it was.
So this is obviously due to the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, I'm saying it's because of COVID, but the artificial like
it's not because of COVID. COVID somehow increased manufacturing in the country, chat. That's information that we all just learned. Amber, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. That's amazing, by the way.
I don't know why it wouldn't be because of COVID. It doesn't. It just makes sense.
Because
it's pretty
I just
explained
it to you. I just explained it to you because then it would just go back up to what it was prior to COVID. Okay, it went way more than that.
Yeah, I don't know if this is accurate because even these acts.
You don't know if this is accurate from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. It might not be accurate.
Your analysis of this is accurate. Even the acts Biden put in place. He said the effects of these acts would take in place years after. These aren't like immediate effects where you.
That was for some. That was for some. But this was specifically due to the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act. Right, all of these things increase the investment.
Can you provide evidence for that? Because to me it just sounds like speculation.
I can tell you the bills that provided investment. I just told you the bills that provided investment.
Can you tell me an expert saying that this increase in manufacturing is attributed to these bills and how much the rate is? Like, it's just speculation.
You said it was bounce back and now you're just trying to find any way to get out of it. What do you think it was due to? What was the cause?
Removed restrictions from COVID and a lot of other things. American economy was.
Then why wouldn't it just go? If it was removed, then why wouldn't it just go back to the height it was at prior? That makes no sense.
I'm not an expert. I don't know.
So what I'm essentially telling you is that there has to be another explanation. If it's not that, if it's just that,
it could be a lot of things.
Yeah, it's got to be something else than that. And what it's likely to be is the increased investment in manufacturing due to the fucking manufacturing investment bill that exists under the Biden-Harris administration.
I don't know if that would take immediate effect, and I don't know if that was.
And you can get this from the U.S. Department of Commerce.
I'm just looking for evidence if that's true.
Yes, the title is manufacturing.
I'm agnostic. I'll be agnostic.
The title is from the U.S. Department of Commerce. Manufacturing booms thanks to Biden-Harris administration investments.
Yeah, and who's writing this?
I told you it was from the U.S. Department of Commerce.
U.S. Department of Commerce, and when is this written so I can search it up?
I just told you the title. It's 2024. That's what it's from. In the meantime, everyone, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Only send a guest request if you do so. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description on the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Is that good enough for you or no?
Yeah, I'm reading through it.
Okay. Do give it a second, everyone. In the meantime, do give it a minute. Cece, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Do give it a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. He's finding a source. Do give him a second. It will take him a second to find a source. Someone said it was lagging in the comments. Is it fine? It shouldn't be lagging. By the way, everyone,
Yeah,
the
I'll
best way to
concede that
find the
there's-
Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is through the link tree in the bio, everyone. You were saying? You said you were going to concede?
Yeah, there's evidence that can be attributed to the Biden policies for manufacturing boom in the United States.
Fantastic.
Yeah. What was the point? What was the point of that?
I was showing you that it decreased under Trump and that it increased under Biden. And then you were asking me for evidence that the increase under Biden was specifically due to him. I just gave you evidence of that being the case. I gave you policy of that being the case. Yeah. Now, would you like to mention about any of the economic booms that happened under the first administration for Trump or related to Trump?
Oh, you want me like the booms that can be attributed to the chops and the cutting taxes Jobs Act. I forget what it's called.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which added $1.9 trillion to the debt, along with specifically only increasing the GDP size by 0.04% per year, which is like $8 to $16 billion, which is nothing, and nowhere near enough to be able to pay for itself.
Which is nothing. According to who? According to who did it? Was it an ineffective tax policy?
From a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. Look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform bill. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. At TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get out to more people. We should be on for a few more hours, everyone. I think Dean's Dean's hopping on later. Dean is hopping on later. He's not doing an early live. He's doing a live later today. Long day? It's only been 3 hours and 40. Okay, it's been almost 4 hours, so I guess it has been a long day. It has been a long day. Parker's brain is cooked. It's cooked, chat. It's so cooked.
Yeah, it was moderate to low. Why are we acting like we care about like an increase in the debt? Why are we acting like both just don't do that?
Wait, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates that he signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration. I think it's important to be fiscally responsible for the future of our children.
Yeah, but both the only president who was fiscally responsible was Bill Clinton. The rest aren't. This isn't like a new thing.
Wait, no, I'm saying Harris was more fiscally responsible than Trump. Not to say that they're 100% perfect on fiscal responsibility, but to say that they're better than Trump. Kimmy, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Well, I don't know. That could be debated. I've read some places saying that the Inflation Reduction Act didn't reduce inflation or didn't.
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act only really reduced inflation by like 0.1% in the long run. That wasn't the point of the bill. The point of the bill was to do a $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare, to increase the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and to bring into more revenue and reduce the deficit, which it did.
That's kind of a silly name for a bill. That's
sure. Dude, I'm sorry. Your biggest critique of the bill is the name. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just saying that it didn't reduce inflation, and apparently that wasn't the goal of the bill. Okay.
His biggest disagreement with the bill isn't the contents of the bill, but it's the name.
Yeah, it didn't. I'm saying it didn't.
Are you a snowflake? Do words hurt? Do words make you mad?
Was the point change after they realized it didn't reduce inflation, or did they always have that point? Or did they just like retroactively change the point of the bill?
I'm just
I
saying.
wonder why they called it the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, I'm sorry that they named it incorrectly. They don't dispute you on that. They disagree with the way that they named it now. I'm confused about how this bolsters your point in any way that's meaningful.
Yeah, I'm saying the Democrats aren't fiscally responsible either. So
yeah, but they're more fiscally responsible.
I think that's debatable, but
no, it's not.
I don't know the specifics. I didn't prepare.
It's not debatable.
How is it not debatable? Did they which the Democrats the
I can
Congress,
give you an analysis from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government that indicates you're fucking wrong, bud.
Yeah, I'd say it's the difference is marginal if there's a difference, but
the difference is marginal. 4 trillion. 4 trillion is marginal. Do you want me to show you the difference because you're just saying it's marginal? Let's look at the difference. Trump v. Biden, CFRB.
Yeah.
Watch this. Let's look at this marginal distinction, chat. Let's take a very small distinction, Not a big distinction. Very small. Very, very small, I tell you. Look how small that is, chat. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
Yeah, this is pretty reductive.
Look at it.
You don't even know if it's comparing.
Look at it. Look at it.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, if you know, you know.
Yeah, that was very.
W SpongeBob meme. W SpongeBob meme.
I thought you were gonna show some analysis between policies, but even if I grant all that, there's still non-negotiables I have with the Biden administration, like them supporting DEI, them supporting.
Wait, what is this pivot? Can we talk about how this is not a small distinction?
Yeah, that's not really convincing. That's just
that's not convincing.
Graphs can lie to you. I don't know if they're comparing analogous policies.
I told you the source, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Okay, let me check out the source.
Yeah, do you want me to show you what it shows? Look. Take a look. It's on the screen.
Increase in tariffs, tax and job. Let's see what they're comparing. Because obviously the tax TCJA, obviously that's going to be a big dump in the budget. Yeah, did the Biden administration launch a tax policy or a tax act?
8.4, 4.3. Do you think over 4 trillion is a small distinction given that the entirety of what Biden added is 4.3? It's almost 2 times.
Yeah, they're comparing analogous policies. There's a lot of different things happening in each term, right? And are they adjusting for inflation and adjusting for how much increase in the budget each term had?
Are they adjusting for inflation? Hello? What, dude, that would hurt your side. If they're adjusting for inflation, that would hurt you.
I'm just asking if how accurate they're being.
They are being very accurate. Look at this.
Yeah, I'll read a link for it and I'll read it later. What is it? What is it called?
It's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Just look up Trump v. Biden, Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, or you can just look up Trump and Biden, the national debt. Let's abolish the Department of Education, chat. Let's make this country less educated. It looks like we need it.
Well, that's not really what abolishing the Department of Education does. It doesn't make the country less educated.
Yes, it does.
It was just full of bureaucracy, and even though it was just filled with bureaucracy and just like an inefficient system. That's why you replace it with more state-level systems.
What was it? Name me the inefficiencies in the Department of Education.
Name you the specific inefficiencies.
Yeah.
It's bureaucracy. I told you.
So then let's get rid of ICE. That's bureaucracy. Let's get rid of ICE, right? Abolish ICE. It's too much bureaucracy. Too much bureaucracy, chat. Let's get rid of it.
I'm pretty sure this is well known. This is undisputed that
It's undisputed. There's too much bureaucracy. Let's get rid of ICE.
No,
right?
in the Department of Education, obviously.
Abolish ICE? You agree with me? Abolish ICE?
Is ICE full of bureaucracy? Is it
yes,
not an
dude.
efficient
That is
system?
bureaucracy. You said government workers equals
How is it?
bureaucracy. So let's get rid of the bureaucracy, right?
No, it's not just government workers. It's government workers where they're not supposed to be.
Exactly. Government workers shouldn't be fucking detaining people without due process and not identifying themselves and violating the law,
any country,
right?
You need people deporting.
Wait. People can be deported without ICE.
People can be deported without ICE. Not as well, not as efficiently. You need to enforce federal law. Yeah, I agree. The people deporting without ICE aren't enforcing state
So
law.
enforce federal law. So put the people who are pardoned, who are violent rioters, back in prison.
Yeah, including the BLM rioters, obviously.
I mean, they weren't pardoned.
Well, did Biden? Was it Harris? She launched a bail fund for them. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah.
Wait, repeat what you just said?
Wasn't Harris? She's the one who launched a bail fund for them, for the BLM rioters.
No.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Minnesota Freedom Fund, which is specifically for peaceful protesters. Now, that's not comparable to Donald Trump pardoning specifically and intentionally violent rioters on January 6th, because he had the ability to not pardon the violent rioters. Knowingly, right?
Yeah, I don't support January 6th. Just like I don't support.
So then, should we put the violent rioters back in prison and force the law?
Yeah, you should throw the book at them just as much as you can.
So put them back in prison, right?
I don't support the pardons Biden did, just like I don't support the pardons Trump did. I don't think that should be a thing presidents can do. It's weird.
Okay. Do you think that he was condoning or condemning the behavior by pardoning it?
Condone. I don't make that inference. I just make the he believed they're innocent. He believed they're innocent, so
Did he want the violence on January 6th?
Did he want the violence on January? No, he didn't.
Then why did he pardon it?
He pardoned it because he believed there was no violence. He was misinformed by Fox News.
He believed there was no violence, but he pardoned the people who were violent rioters.
Yeah, because he believes there was a conspiracy against them.
There was convictions. They were on video.
Yeah, he believed that they were falsely convicted. That's why
they were on video doing it.
The Trump administration. Well, I don't agree with Trump on everything, just like you don't agree with Biden on everything.
I'm sorry. There's no way he thought that. They were on video doing it.
Biden thinks Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent. Well, you don't. So like you don't agree with the person that you
What
support
type
on
of
everything,
fucking
so
pivot is
it's
this,
not,
dude?
it's not. I'm just saying I don't agree with him. I'm just explaining his rationale like in a good faith manner. Like I'm just explaining it honestly.
That's not his rationale.
Does he or not believe they are innocent? Be honest. He does believe they're innocent.
They were convicted and it was on video, right? In plenty of instances, they
Well,
admitted to it themselves. I think the best argument you could have in quote unquote good faith is saying that he just didn't know about the case because he didn't do any research into it because he doesn't read.
yeah, he didn't, and he believes they're innocent. He just believes what he's told.
So
He's
he did.
not,
So
like,
isn't that an issue that he's
emotion-intelligent
pardoning
person.
people who he doesn't know who he's pardoning? Who's handing him
Yeah,
the people to
Biden.
pardon?
Biden. It's an issue. Pardons.
Wait, you
exist
guys were like,
as a
it's not
whole.
Project 2025. That's not real. That's not a real thing. But now he's just being handed people to pardon. He doesn't even know who he's pardoning.
Yeah, Biden pardoned his son. Like there's.
We have nothing to
pardonings
do
are
with
things-
Project 2025. No, nothing to do with Project 2025. Except for the people on the administration that were appointed by Trump, the practically like 60 to 70% of the things that they've done in the administration being from Project 2025. And not the literally didn't know who he was pardoning and just pardoned random people that were handed to him.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I disagree with the pardoning. I just like I disagree with a lot of presidents on a lot of things. It's. I don't have to agree with them on everything. It's
I
like-
understand that you disagree, but you must be able to understand that he was inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol then. And then if you agree with me that he was inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol, why would you ever vote for a violent insurrectionist?
No, they already. I'm pretty sure in a few states he was proved innocent of that, or they couldn't convict him of that. So I don't think that's substantiated. There's no.
Wait, I just want to let you know.
I'm not
I think.
the person who can determine.
Wait, are you saying convictions determine substantiation?
At least legally, yeah. That's why
Are
I
you saying
disagree
that
with
something? Are you saying something cannot be substantiated without there being a conviction?
Oh, are you? No, I'm pretty. What is this? Insurrection is a legal term, and I'm referring to the legal.
Oh yeah. So what do you mean by
conditions for that.
insurrection? And we'll go off that set of criteria.
I don't know exact legal criteria, so that's why I.
Then just
defer
clarify
to
the way that you're using the term.
I don't know the exact. I'm using it in the legal way. That's what I mean. I don't mean colloquial insurrection.
So how about this? A violent uprising meant to overturn a government.
Well, that could be any riot. That's pretty. Like, what do you mean by overturn? Like what? Like is that it? I don't know what you mean.
They were trying to get the government out of office. They said, take back this country from those that stole it from you. I feel like this is pretty self-explanatory, like a coup of the government. Do you
I
think
don't know
every
the
riot is
specifics,
to
but weren't they-
overthrow the government?
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it I'm using the legal term. I'm not using the
Then tell me
colloquial
what.
term.
Then do you want to
He
look
wasn't-
up the legal term and tell me? Because I'll go
Yeah, we
off of
can
any
look up the
definition you
legal
want.
term and see why it didn't apply to him.
Go ahead, do
see
it,
why
and tell me.
he couldn't.
I won't be able to hear you while you swipe out of the app, but once you come back, you can tell me. If you're on YouTube, everyone, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Isabel, thank you so much for this $5.57. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Could you say something motivating? Yes, you're going to do fantastic on your master thesis. You're going to get an A. You're going to do amazing. I promise you. I promise you. You're going to get it done super quick. Don't worry. I would start working on it now because you're going to do fantastic. Everyone here believes in you. If you believe in Isabel, right, on her master's thesis, right, type a 3 in the comment section right now if you believe in Isabel. It looks like a lot of people are on your side. A lot of people believe in you. It looks like a lot of people believe in you. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as well, everybody. Those are the best places to support me. Plus, I put the support me link in the pinned comment on my YouTube. You can click on that, and that sends you right to my link tree. How many likes are we at on YouTube, everybody? How many likes are we at on YouTube? Let me see. Let me see. In the meantime, we'll give him a second to find that information. Alrighty. He will be coming back in a second. Don't worry. Don't worry. To give it a second. 1.6. Everyone keep liking that stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. 1.7 thousand likes. Let's go. Let's go. We're at 1.7 now. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was looking at Cornell Law School, that definition of insurrection. It says any incitement of violence with the intent to rebel or insurrect against the United States. Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that just used the word within the definition. That's why I would prefer my definition, but we can use that one if you want. That one, it still meets that set of criteria. Exactly what Donald Trump did. Love you. Thank you the $5 for Isabel. We believe in you. You got this.
I don't think he did. I would say the people in the riot were trying to insurrect the country, but Trump wanted to stay peaceful, even though I don't support like any violent rioting at all.
Wait, repeat what you just said. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Trump personally, he wanted it to stay peaceful, but the people inside, the people who thought the election was stolen and who wanted to destroy the system, did an insurrection. The people convicted of, I think it's conspiracy, seditious conspiracy.
Okay. And so then why did he pardon the violent rioters?
Because he believed they were innocent. He has the right to, which I disagree with.
You believe they're innocent is such a ridiculous way for you to not take accountability for this, and it's really frustrating because it was on video, right? They admitted to it. They were convicted of it. Why wouldn't you believe it in that scenario? And if someone doesn't believe it in that scenario, wouldn't that be a reason to not support them? And wouldn't it still be true that they pardoned a violent rioter? So they clearly wanted the violence?
It's understandable to not. You don't, just like the O.J. Simpson case, or maybe for you, Kyle Rittenhouse, you don't believe or trust in the law for every scenario. You can disagree with the law. For some reason, Trump disagreed with the law, even though I might
disagreed with the law, saying that like you shouldn't commit violent crimes.
Yeah, just like any other case where anybody else disagrees with the law. I gave an examples where there's popular cases.
So assault. So he disagreed with the law, making it illegal to assault police officers.
Somebody. Yeah, people disagree with laws all the time.
Yeah, and is that the law he disagrees with?
He disagreed with their conclusions. He obviously agrees that it should be illegal. He disagreed that those people actually did it.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
So then he's just an idiot, right? Because he can't determine that based upon them admitting to it being on video, and a conviction that they're guilty. Really? He thinks that there was no violence on January 6th.
I think he's a normal person who can make a mistake, just like.
So you wait. So then you think that he's committed? You think that he thinks that there was no violence on January 6th?
He thinks the violence.
MJ, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
I don't know what he thinks. I actually don't know. I don't know. He thinks there was no like. I don't know what these like MAGA people think, but. He just thinks they're innocent for some reason.
You don't actually, didn't commit violence. I don't think you actually believe that.
Well, I just said I don't know what he thinks. That's all I said. I'm being honest.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, I want to talk about deport.
So the next person, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go on the next person, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Nikita, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. Thank you. I'm not planning on it, to be honest. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
August 17, 2003.
For sure. And why do you support Donald Trump?
What happened with Mama Peach?
I'm confused what you just said. Why do you support Donald
Where's
Trump?
Mama Peach at?
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Honestly, like, I don't know. He's just a cool guy.
Okay, why so?
He's just a cool guy. I don't know.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, I'm trying to go pee.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Well, only on one case. And
Like
I have
if
to
you
tell
could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
This is not what I'm talking to you about. I don't want you to.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you're willing to answer my questions, and also if you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris if you could go back in time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I didn't mean to join. I'm so sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support the grift, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello?
Oh, okay. As soon as they said hello, I kicked them. That's rough. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay.
How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Gia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I know, right? Like, it's so weird.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2001.
What month?
February.
2001. February would make you 24.
Is that what I said?
No, you said 23.
Oh, I misspoke. I'm actually 24. Yeah, I'm born 2001 February. I must have misspoke.
Okay, is there a way you can move the phone out of the fan?
The fan? Yeah. Hold up. Is that better?
For sure. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I feel like this is an argument you probably don't hear often, but like if we are proud to be an American, we're supposed to support who represents us. And if we're going to sit here and like not support who represents us, we're just
Here,
causing harm.
Can I clarify? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Oh yeah, in that case then Kamala would. Yeah, well I'm.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. I don't know what type of view that is. It's incredibly un-American just to support any candidate no matter what. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, he got some really good points. No?
Such as?
Making America great again.
When was it great and when will it be great?
Oh, well, that's a great question because America's never been great. It's founded on slavery, stealing other people's land, and we keep doing the same actions. But I do think war needs to end, and I think it's kind of silly that we make so much money off of funding wars. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, so then are you actually a Trump supporter? Because then you don't agree with the MAGA slogan.
Oh, well, I believe in making America great. You know, I believe in that. I think it's a great concept, making our country great. Well, actually, I believe in making all countries great. I believe in actually a one planet unity, you know. You know, because if one country's great, then you can make other countries
for sure.
great. You know,
How is
that
Donald
kinda
Trump how is Donald Trump
neighborly
making how is Donald Trump making our country great?
Well, sometimes you got to stir up the hornet's nest. You know, in order to get rid of them, you got to protect the other bees. You know, if they're on your property, you got to, you know, get rid of the hornets. So, does that make sense?
No.
Okay. All right. So right now he's getting rid of all the migrants and they're saying that they're bad, right? They're evil and yeah, all that stuff, right?
Okay, yeah, and
So-
do you think that you should get rid of every undocumented immigrant in the country? Because I think that there's no reason to deport people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. I think that there's no reason. I think mass deportation harms our economy, harms our culture and society, and it's inhumane.
Well, I think incarcerating people, white people are the largest criminals in the United States. Black people are just stuck in that minority group of being stuck there because of what we did to them. You understand?
Okay, I feel like this person is like, what? I'm so confused. I'm just going to go on to the next person. What is going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
So, do you think that, like, as currently constructed, that the Lakers can win it all?
Gene, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. I think I actually will need a few more rips, to be honest. Thank you so much, Gene. I appreciate it. Thank you. Araceli, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Nigger! You're fucking disgusting. Mods, please make sure you can ban them if you have the ability to, because I don't have the ability to unless I have my phone open on a different account with that set up. So if you can, just make sure to ban them as always. They made a whole new account just to do that. It's fucking gross. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2000.
What month?
February.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
He's cool.
Why do you actually support Donald Trump? Can you be specific?
Well, he makes my wallet bigger.
In what way?
I have more money because of him.
Due to what policy?
I don't know. I just have more money than him.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
It's bugging, man. Hang on. I'll re-request.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. It looks like Dean isn't quite live yet. It looks like he'll be on live later, everyone. I tried to ask him what time he'll be live. He hasn't quite responded, though, yet. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because I associate with his agenda, his ideology, the things that he kind of, wants to do. Some things I like, some things I don't, but the majority of what he does, I like.
Like what?
Secure borders. I'm okay with the tariffs. I basically like a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. Basically the restructuring of every 3-letter agency in our federal government. I think it's long overdue. And I think it's a step in the right direction.
Just because there's restructuring doesn't mean the restructuring is good. So you'd have to be clear specifically on what the restructuring is. Secondly, in terms of securing the borders, I'm assuming you're saying that's through mass deportation.
Well, no, mass deportation, but part of it, I mean, actually securing the borders to the lowest numbers we've seen in 3 decades with crossings and encounters. I think that's a big part of it.
I actually think it's a bad thing that there are less people come to the country. I think mass deportation is a bad thing as well. So I think both those things are bad. I guess I would ask you, can you name one way in which mass deportation benefits our society?
Yeah, it's basically, I want to argue whether it benefits or doesn't. I think it's just it's a radical way for a hard reset. Like, we have an immigration problem. Neither party wants to solve it. Neither party has solved it. I think it's just his way of kind of signaling to his base and just again like an extreme hard reset on what he's trying to do.
So can you name one way it benefits our society?
Yes, it gets people that shouldn't be here out of our country.
That doesn't. How does it benefit our country to do that?
So yeah, so it bets a lot of things. So say, for instance, you have 1,000 people taking up housing. Well, now there's 1,000 vacancies in housing. Say you have 1,000 students that are using local tax money for schools. Those students are no longer here, so now you have all that money that's returned. It's kind of a trickle down effect from top to bottom. Schooling, housing, you name it.
So you also know that there's less people who are paying into the systems. Undocumented immigrants, for example, paid $100 billion in taxes in 2022. There's less people demanding goods and services in the economy. There's less people building houses. There's less people who are working at grocery stores. There are less people working in general because you'd engaged in mass deportation.
Yeah, so from that same report where you guys get that $100 billion paid in, if you actually go a few pages ahead, it goes to the overall cost on U.S. taxpayers, and it's over $150 billion. So yes, they bring in $100 billion in revenue. Again, that very report where you got that number from, a few pages ahead gives you the overall cost, and it's over $150 billion.
I didn't get it from the FAIR report. That's a far right think tank. I don't get my sources from far right think tanks.
Fantastic. So then what's the cost on the U.S. taxpayer for illegal immigration? What's that burden on a yearly basis?
Well, I don't think it would be a state and local. I don't think federal governments specifically provide anything for undocumented immigrants.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I'm not being descriptive.
I have a question. Do you think legal?
It doesn't matter. It's still
I have a question.
Still a burden on taxpayers.
I have a question. Do you think legal
Yeah, sure.
immigrants are a burden on taxpayers?
No, not at all.
So then why don't you just provide mass amnesty for any undocumented immigrant who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime? Because you agree that they wouldn't be any type of drain in our system.
Yeah, and I'd agree with parts of that.
Amnesty,
it's a
not
slippery slope for me. No, some things I agree with, some things I don't. I don't think we should just grant everyone status. I think again, I kind of up and down on the topic, but I'm okay with mass deportation.
Okay, but mass amnesty does everything that you would want without actually deporting people from the country. It benefits our economy as well. And you also said one of the ailments of undocumented immigration, one of the things that you consider it bad for is because you specifically think that they're a drain on our system. One, that's not true, and two, even if you did believe that to be the case, they still wouldn't be a drain on our system because it is the case that we could provide a pathway to citizenship for anyone who's in the country undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, which would then make them legal immigrants. So they wouldn't have that drain on the system.
So they are during the system. I mean, I can give you an example from the literal town I live in. So, I mean, for you to say that, it's just not a factually accurate statement.
No, it is completely and totally factually accurate because you're also not taking into account the federal revenues that you're getting specifically through the context of the tax structure because of increased immigration.
Yeah, but again, you're making the distinction between federal and state money, and the biggest issue is the state level, which is where it impacts people the most. So it starts at the federal level at our border, and then as these people are distributed around the country, it then becomes a local and state issue, which is the main issue.
So then if it's a local and state issue, then you want less states' rights, more federal control?
Well, no, I think there needs to be more of a working together on this issue. And again, so not on policy, just on his EOs, he's drastically affected this issue in a positive way by securing the
Wait,
border.
so if a state wants to help out people, all right, should they have the right to do that?
If they want to, yeah, that's their right. I don't agree with it, but it's
okay. Then what
it's
was
their
your
right.
issue with it? States' rights, right?
Again, I'm saying I think there needs to be a better harmony between the federal and state on this issue. I mean, it is an issue.
Okay, but you're not telling me what the solution would be.
Again, I don't have a clear solution. I think there's a lot of things that could be done. Again, parts of amnesty I would agree with, parts of deportation I agree with. I'm not like a cut and dry person on this thing. I think both sides need to work together and do a better job. But unfortunately, the reality is it's just it's a ball that gets kicked back and forth every election cycle and nothing ever gets done. So that's the reality of it.
So then here's my question. In terms of deportation, again, explain to me what circumstances in which you would apply deportation.
So again, as far as what he's doing, it's not necessarily I don't agree with if you're in this, if you're here illegally, right? You're not a documented citizen. You don't have, you have no legal right to be here. I don't think you should be here. I think you have the right to be deported. I don't think that the asylum laws should be used the same way as kind of the Trojan horse to this immigration thing. I don't think
Ridiculous.
asylum
Can I ask
seeking
you a
is the way to
question?
come into this country.
So you think
How's it
anyone
ridiculous?
undocumented? You think anyone undocumented should be deported? Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So a child that's in the country undocumented, they should be deported.
Well, we have laws in place with their parents. So again, the parent, whether they came here or without, they put their child in danger by illegally crossing into another country.
So
I mean,
so then like
at
let me give you
first,
an
step
example.
one was the fault of the parent.
So like let me give you an example. A kid is in this country. We don't know who their parents are. We don't know where they're from. Where do you deport them?
Yeah, so in that case, I would not support deporting a child. If you have a child that has no parents, no, I don't support that
Why not?
because they're a child. You just said, right? So if we know nothing about them,
So
how
so
do
we
we know
shouldn't
where to
deport.
send them?
So we shouldn't deport any children, and you shouldn't deport
Children,
people to
no.
a country, and you shouldn't deport people to a country they've never been, right?
Well, no, I don't agree with that either. If a
So
country,
then
if you're
the
trying
Trump
to deport
administration
someone,
deporting people to countries they've never been before, is that an issue?
So if you're here illegally and your country isn't willing to take you back, what are we supposed to do with them? The U.S. taxpayer is just supposed to keep them here and pay for them to be taken care of? No. If you have a country willing to take them, yeah, absolutely. I have no problem with them being
If they
sent back.
haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be able to stay in the country. I believe they should be able to be
And that's fine.
citizens.
That's where our opinions differ. I don't. You say they have to commit violent crime. I think that the crime of them being here illegally, crossing into our country illegally, is enough for them to be removed.
Wait, but like, okay, so if you think that like someone should not be allowed into the country if they commit a misdemeanor, then you shouldn't believe that someone who's committed a felony should be allowed to go into the Oval Office and be president.
Well, no, those are two different things. Crime does matter, and what crime it is actually matters, right? So if you're going to say that all
Exactly.
crime is the same, that's not a logical thing to
Oh,
say.
that's actually what you were
So
arguing.
no, it's not at all.
So then
'Cause they're
we
totally
shouldn't
different-
treat all
they're
crime the
totally
same.
different
So then we should give zero punishment for this crime. We should not enforce that if it's the case that they haven't committed a
No,
violent crime
no.
or bad
Again,
crime.
you're trying to conflate two totally different situations. That
Yeah,
have
the
nothing to do
felonies
with
are
each other,
worse.
right?
The felonies are worse.
Well, no. Well, no. I mean, I don't consider them worse. No, not at all.
That's nuts.
How is it nuts?
Falsifying
So-
business records with a predicate
Yeah,
crime
so-
is definitely
so, yeah.
worse. Is definitely worse than coming to the country
Yes,
undocumented.
So no, crossing an international border into a country illegally, I think is far worse than fucking up some documents or doing some shady shit.
No,
with paperwork.
purposefully hiding information to affect your election prospects.
Yeah, again, that's not the reality of what it does.
That
Minus
is
the fact
exactly
that
the
they were all-
reality.
yeah, minus the facts list. If we want to talk about it, they were all misdemeanors that were then upgraded to felonies
Because of the
the
predicate
AG
crime.
of New York. Yeah,
No,
which
because
no
of
one
the,
has
no,
ever
not
been
because of
charged
the
before in the
AG,
history of
not
court,
because
ever.
not because of the AG, because of the
Well,
predicate
it
crime.
was. No, it
And that's
was.
made
No,
up.
it
you
was.
said this is the only time
No,
it's
it's
been
not made
tried.
up.
That's not true. Gail, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you
That
so
is
much, Gail.
absolutely true. They were
Then
all
give me a source. What's your source?
Single misdemeanors. Single
What's your
misdemeanors
source?
clumped together
What's
and
your
upgraded
what's
to
your
felonies.
source? What's your source that it's never been tried before?
Again, there's people more smarter than me that do this stuff for a living that have
What's your source?
documented and talked about it on TV. So again,
Yeah,
don't
and
have it
I
off
do
the
this
top of
for a
my
living,
head.
and I'm a lot smarter than you. So then, do you accept what I say? That didn't happen.
Fantastic. You want a cookie or?
Well, I just said I meet the same set of criteria that you said.
Well, again, you're arguing.
I'm on
our
I'm on
opinions, though,
people's
so-
TV right now. Currently, if I'm on your TV right now, type 3 in the comment section.
Yeah, you're arguing opinion. So again, I'm clearly stating I don't think crimes of paperwork are the same as crossing an international border illegally. I mean, so you could have your opinion, I have mine. It's fine.
Yeah, again, felonies are worse.
Again, that's fine. The status of the felony and what the felony is doesn't make a difference to me. Again, it's a felony based on paperwork, not crossing an international border illegally. I mean, there's always going to be a drastic distinction in my mind between those two things. It's like saying, is there a difference between jaywalking and schmurder? There's a big difference between jaywalking and schmurder. So again, when we're talking about illegally crossing international borders,
I have a question.
and
I have a
really
question.
doing
Why is
paperwork,
jaywalking
that's
not
a drastic
bad?
difference
Why is jaywalking not bad?
because it's just you're crossing a street.
That's exactly what happens when someone comes to the country undocumented.
Well, no, because you're missing the point. It's an international border. It's not just a street, right? There's a difference, right? a sovereign nation, the border of a sovereign nation that you're crossing illegally under the crime of, punishment of crime. That's a big difference between being in a country where you live and you're a citizen and just randomly crossing across the street. Those are
Yeah,
two drastically different
if you,
situations
yeah,
that you're trying to classify together just because they're a misdemeanor. It's not the same thing.
If you think about the law rather than specifically looking at the actions they engaged in, right? Because it's not like someone's personal property.
Yes, it's a sovereign nation, the United States of America.
That's not personal property.
A country is defined by its borders.
But that's
right?
not
International
personal
borders
property.
are a thing.
That's not personal
I'm not
property.
saying it. I'm not saying it is. It's a nation that you're crossing into illegally.
I'm
You're
not
breaking
disputing
federal and international laws.
But that's again, what's bad about that? What harm does that cause?
It could cause all kinds of harm. The fact again, right? You're committing a crime by illegally crossing an international border.
And what harm does that cause?
It could cause many harm. That person we just saw, the person down in Florida, illegally here and just unalived 3 people with the license he was given in California based on Democrat policy. So a person that shouldn't be here just unalived 3 people with a license they should have never had in the first place, given to them by a Democrat state like California. So that's the outcome. That's the outcome right there. That's what could happen. That's why it's serious.
1, I'm gonna need a source for that. 2, undocumented immigrants commit
What do you mean source for it? It's one
Can
of
you
the
shut up?
stations in the country. Like, what are you
God,
talking
every time I try to explain something, it's like the fucking guests do this. It's so frustrating.
Well, you said you're so informed, but you don't know about.
I let you speak. Now shut up. Can you be quiet? 1, I would want a source for that. 2, undocumented immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea that undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to the country to a greater extent is ridiculous. If you're going to say the nominal level of crime increases, well, the same thing is true for tourism, yet you don't want to ban tourism.
Yeah, okay, so that's that. I love when you guys bring this up. So yes, of course, the citizens of a country are going to commit more crime in a drastic amount disproportionately to people who are not in the country. So you guys keep bringing up that argument, and it's nonsense. Yes, the citizens of Mexico are going to commit more crime than people not from Mexico. The citizens of, Spain are going to commit more crime than the citizens not of Spain. The citizens of America are going to commit drastically more crime than non-citizens. Like that's a non-factor. It's a play on words and statistics that doesn't really mean anything. Yes, if you're in a country of 350 million Americans, if you have 10 million illegal migrants, yes, even if every single one of them committed a crime, you're still going to have drastically less impact in crime statistics than those American citizens. That's such a nonsense point to bring up.
These are crime rates. These are crime rates. They take into account population. It's not nominal level of crime.
Again, it doesn't
crime
matter,
rates.
though. And no one's
per capita.
No one's saying that they're the overall percentage of crime. No one's ever said that.
Wait. I said per capita, and then you said, oh, it is the case that there's a greater population of people who are in the country legally versus people who are in the country. Can I please speak? You said that there's a greater percentage of the population specifically that is in the country legally versus in the country who are not in the country legally. And it is the case that you said that was the reason as to why there was a greater nominal level of crime specifically for people who are in the country legally versus people who are not in the country legally. And all I said specifically is that the crime rates that I was comparing are per capita crime rates that take into account population. So as per person, there's a lower likelihood that they would commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, again, if they're undocumented.
Yes, of course.
In the
again,
country.
it doesn't matter. Yes, it doesn't matter what specifics you want to use for your data. It's always going to be the same. The citizens of the country are always going to commit more crime in every single percentile than people that aren't citizens of the country.
Why is that?
Because there's a drastic difference between population and numbers. If you have 350 million compared to 10 million, that's not.
These are per capita rates. They're taking into account population.
Yes, again, it doesn't matter if it's per capita. You're still going to have more for U.S. citizens because they make up the overwhelming majority of the population.
This guy's an idiot. I said it's taking into account per capita. It means it divides by population. And if you divide by population, then population can't have an effect on the results.
You're going to have lower numbers. If you're going per capita from a smaller source of numbers, you're going to have lower numbers.
No, because it's as percentage of the population. If you take into account population, then population couldn't be the reason as to why there's more crime.
You're going off the population of a small amount of people that are illegal, whatever you want to call it.
Undocumented.
So of course whatever you want to say, undocumented. It's always going to be a smaller number.
But they commit a lower percentage of crime accounting for population.
Yes, that's always going to be the result.
Okay, so then why would you act like they're causing more crime?
I never said that. I never stated that.
Well, yeah, you were.
You
You
asked
were.
me. Your question to me was, what harm does it do if they cross the country illegally? I just gave you a specific example. I said that's the result. You then said that, well, they don't. Your whole statistic thing. That wasn't my claim. I didn't say they cause more crime. I didn't say that the majority of crime. You asked me what is the problem with it, and I gave you the result of that problem and why it's a problem.
The reason why it's not a harm specifically of just coming to the country undocumented
Well,
is the same
did it
reason.
harm those 3 people that were just unalive, though? Because you're saying it's not harmful. I think those 3 people would argue with you because they're not alive right now.
Well, people just coming to the country undocumented is not the cause of that. It's the specific people.
Well,
that
see, now you're
refer-
moving the goalpost.
Am I able to finish speaking without you cutting me off?
Well, no, because that's bullshit. You're moving the goalpost right there. You're
I'm not.
pivoting
I'm
away
not
from
even
what you
able to
actually
speak.
said. Well, you're trying to, because no, I already know where you're trying to go. You're saying, oh, well, the actual action of them crossing an imaginary border doesn't hurt anybody. Yes, if you're in the middle of a desert and you cross a border, you're not hurting anyone. What hurts people is what they do after they cross that border, like the example I just gave you. So for you to say there's no harm, no foul, it's nonsense.
Okay. Can I speak without interruption?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so just the action of coming into the country undocumented doesn't specifically cause this. It would be the certain people coming that specifically cause that to happen. And I'm not saying in those circumstances where people have committed violent crimes and bad crimes that they shouldn't be deported and that these laws shouldn't apply to them. I don't think that they should be allowed in the country. If someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, they should not be allowed into our country. But the point that I'm making with this is that just coming into the country undocumented is not a harm. Now, let me explain exactly another example as to why this is the case. For example, tourists coming to the country. Do you think tourism is a harm?
No, I don't.
But tourists, in some circumstances, have murdered people.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then, like, why wouldn't you apply the same thing to tourism in the same connotation that you blamed undocumented immigration?
Because again, you're comparing apples to oranges. You're comparing 2 completely different situations.
That's obviously in a comparison you compare 2 different things.
Yes, but you're not on the same level here. You're comparing people that come here for vacations and tourism and go back and they commit crimes. You're to people who are illegally crossing a border to knowingly stay here. Those are 2 different situations.
Wait, repeat. Say that one more time. I was responding to my girlfriend.
You're presenting that it should be the same thing on people that come here for vacations and tourism, right? Well, they come here with the plans of going back. The difference in immigration or people that cross the border, especially our southern border, is that they're coming here to stay. They're not coming here on a vacation. They don't come here on a plane. They don't come here for tourism. They're coming here for completely different reasons.
That's not a relevant difference in terms of what I was comparing, because the basis of my comparison was that there was crime that comes to the country and happens in the country because people are able to come to the country through the context of tourism. But you don't blame tourism. You blame the specific individuals that did that. The same way that you shouldn't blame undocumented immigrants. You should blame the person who did it.
Yeah, I am. I never said blanket statements. You're putting
You did.
blanket statements in my mouth.
You were blaming undocumented immigration for this. You said
Yes,
that it
and I
was a
gave you
harm
a
from
yes, I
undocumented
gave you a-
immigration.
Yes, I give you a literal specific example. I didn't say all immigrants or all people that come here or immigrate here are criminals. That's not what I said. I literally gave you a specific example. I didn't give a
So let
broad
me
statement.
clarify. Just the action for someone, just the action of coming to the country undocumented. What harm does that action cause?
It's not a matter of if it causes harm or not. It's the fact that it's against the law and you've crossed an international border illegally. At
Wait,
that
so
point in
is
time, the
jaywalking
argument
against the
isn't
law?
if he's. Yes, it's against the law.
So do you think jaywalking in all circumstances should be punished?
If it's against the law, yes.
Do you think have you ever shot off fireworks
Yeah, all the time.
in the inner city?
I don't live in the inner city, so no.
I'm just saying, like, it's likely that an area which you shot off fireworks that it's illegal.
Yeah.
And you shot them off. Do you think you should be held accountable?
If you're caught by police or someone calls the police on you and then they're
So it's
then
only
involved,
if you're
sure.
caught. Only if you're caught by police.
Well, yeah. How else are you
you-
going to pay for a crime if police aren't
Wait, no,
involved?
no,
That
no.
makes no
You think
sense.
that people should be held accountable? Oh, you just got a flag for for hate speech and hateful behaviors. Damn, did I just get 2 for that? I think I just got 1. I don't know. I'm gonna go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I should literally like turn on my screen to show the chat that I got a flag each time that happens, because there's always people in the comment section that says Parker got destroyed and he left. He lost so bad that he had to kick the guest. Guest won. Guest won, so Parker had to kick him. As if I didn't just explain that there was a ban, a flag. And any of those people who just said that, do you want to send a guest request? I invited like practically every single one of you. And now people are just going to say that so they can join the live, who are going to troll, but... Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Ruby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Ruby. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey.
How old are you?
I'm 16 years old. I'm going on.
You got to be 18 to join the live, everyone. Scott, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Scott. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was embarrassing, the fact that he didn't know per capita. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why do you support Donald Trump? Wait, what's your birth year actually, sorry?
October 3rd, 2006.
And you said you're how old again? You said you're how old again? You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What are your thoughts on Jewish nigger faggots?
So the next person, so fucking disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, how are you doing?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I can only speak English.
What'd you say?
I said I can only speak English.
I said, do you support Donald Trump?
I don't understand.
Oh, okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
March.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I've got a question for you, Parker.
Or do
I
you
do
support Donald Trump? Okay. If you could go
yes,
back in
I
time
do.
and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Okay, go for
it. My question is, what do you think of the clankers taking our jobs?
I'm literally just getting trolls today, everyone. We're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Are you going to work straight after?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23 years old.
What's your birth year?
2002, 18th of March.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
Okay, why so?
I just think he's absolutely fucking class.
What state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
What time is it?
4:22.
That doesn't even make any sense. 4:22? Like, how did he do that? It's 41 everywhere around the world. Okay? Everywhere around the world, it's 41, to my knowledge. Is there a place around the world where it's not 42 now? It's not, what? Like, poor time traveler got stuck 20 minutes in the past. You know, how old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
1993.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I just think the left has become a little too soft.
Okay. In what way?
You know, all the, sensitivity, anything you say is offensive. I think they isolate the other side and don't allow for communication. And I'm a little bit against.
Watch this real quick. Chat, is everything I say offensive? Type 3 in the comment section if you think everything I say is not offensive. Right? At least some things that I say are not offensive, right? Okay, so now you see a bunch of people on the left are not saying everything's offensive. So what's your point here?
I mean, I guess it's just from personal experience and not living on the internet from what I see in person. And I mean, anybody can type, what you tell them to type because they're your, fans.
But like, they just don't think everything that I say is offensive. So if they don't think everything that I say is offensive, then why would your particular perspective here matter? Because then the left isn't too soft. So I mean, yeah. I think the right is too soft. I mean, they got mad at Colin Kaepernick taking a kneel. I mean, they want to put people in prison for burning the American flag for a year, which was determined by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment. A combat veteran was arrested, right, specifically for burning the American flag.
Yeah, I agree. I think both sides have people that are sensitive.
The right is soft about Bud Light.
I think it's
the right is soft about Eminem characters.
Soft. But I'm also against. I don't know if I'm not usually on TikTok. I don't know what I can say, but against shmushmortion. I feel like is what you usually say.
Okay, so like abortion. So what specifically about that? I mean, that has nothing to do with the left being quote unquote too soft. So are you going to pivot off that point? Is the left not soft anymore?
No, I'd say both sides probably are soft, but if I had to pick a side that's, soft on topics that I think are overreacting, I would lean to say the left is more sensitive.
Okay, because it looks like I think Trump is very sensitive.
Why do you say that?
I mean, he gets angry and triggered about everything.
Can you give an example?
Rainbows.
He gets angry at rainbows.
Yeah, the right gets angry at rainbows. The right gets angry at gay people in movies, in TV shows. The right gets angry at trans people's existence. At Taylor Swift. Windmills.
But if I'm on the
Obama in a
right,
tan suit or eating stuff with Dijon mustard. Like, come on. The new Superman. It's too
but
woke.
if I'm on the right and I don't get offended by those things, does that, make your point not valid anymore?
Well, I mean, that's actually like the point I was making about you. Was that like if I'm on the left and I don't get offended at those things that you're saying, you think that liberals think everything is offensive. Well, I don't think everything is offensive. So does that destroy your point? I was kind of getting you to try to realize that. If you're
No,
not
right,
offended
that's
by
why
these
I said
things
it
and
back
it's
to
just
you.
the rest of the right, well, then it's simply not a left-wing thing to say that the left is too soft. It sounds like both sides are too soft under your view.
Yeah, no, I did say that earlier that I think both sides, obviously have people that are sensitive, and we kind of harp in on the people that stand out the most and live on the internet and, kind of paint the whole side as, the picture that they create for everybody. So I try not to do a blank, put it on everybody, but, if you're kind of having a debate, you're talking about it, it's just kind of how you feel, right? It's just like more times than not, in my opinion, or things, I guess, subjects that matter to me, I feel like they react a little bit more drastically and can be sensitive than the people on the right. But I'm not saying that the people on the right definitely are not, have their fair share of equally crazy and overreactive and sensitive people as well.
Okay. So then, I mean, you were the one that just generalized the left, saying that the left is too soft. Do you disagree with that generalization now?
Yeah, I mean, it's too hard to paint everybody, but
Sure. So then,
just
okay, what is the reason why you support Donald Trump then? Because it can't be because the left is too soft.
well, it can, if I was to say it's not everybody, but I feel like the majority, or like I said, on subjects that matter more to me and things that I think aren't necessarily key talking points that we should be, getting super reactive about and complaining about. The same thing, like you brought up the Bud Light and rainbows, like that's not things that we should focus on either. So yeah, I don't know, maybe, both sides do have their, equal amount of people being sensitive to the wrong things, but
Sure. So like,
yeah.
so like, what is the reason why you support Donald Trump then? By the way, Katie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Lola, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's amazing to hear. That's amazing to hear. And Estella, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And Tish with the $2. Thank you. As well as Nick, thank you for the $5.
I mean, some things we only have, I guess not only, but a lot of times we pull from the internet and things that we think might be happening, and maybe they're not happening as much as the internet makes it out to be. But, I have a young kid in school, and when I hear things like teachers and the school systems kind of pushing things onto the students, it can be worrisome in terms of altering, what my kid might be thinking, because there's so much influence within the schools and how much time they spend there.
Wait, what's being pushed on children?
I guess it would be like the sexual beliefs and even the transgender thing, and I think if it's pushed too much, it can have a young kid really question where they stand.
What sexual beliefs?
I'd say that, like, sexual preferences and
Okay. So can you give me an example of how they're teaching sexual preferences to children?
it would just be like hearsay on the internet. I don't have any, facts. It's just, like, I'm not sitting here like.
Is it just saying gay people exist? Or like, for example, if the teacher is gay, is it wrong for them to have a picture of them and their partner on their desk?
No, definitely not. It would be more so like pushing certain literature that
You'd have to be specific with what literature.
Yeah, no, I would if I was to, claim this as an absolute fact. But if you're just asking me, why I voted and I'm hearing these things and it's just a concern of mine when, I'm not
Can I
sure.
ask you my next question? Do you think it's possible to be convinced to be trans or gay?
Um, I'd say, yeah.
Yeah. So you think that you as a kid could have been convinced to be gay? You think being gay is a choice?
Um, I don't know. In a way, yeah. I mean,
Yeah. So explain to me how being gay is a choice, because I don't have that choice. I'm straight. I could never choose to find a man sexually attractive. So explain to me how you could.
okay, so maybe I shouldn't say a choice, but I would say that you're not born that way, but it can be instilled in you with enough influence at an early age, I guess.
Yeah. So how could someone have influenced you to be gay?
I mean, maybe if they caught me at an early enough age, and I think just maybe being having it be talked about and having something I think about all the time, it may be something that's a little bit more acceptable, and I don't know. I think
So you're
I
saying
haven't thought
it being
about it.
acceptable would make you gay?
No, obviously not. But
Yeah. So like I'm confused. How are we gonna cause children to be gay here? It's not a choice to be gay, right? If it's not a choice to be gay, could you please explain to me how we're gonna be convincing children to be gay? It's literally just that children who already were gay will be accepted in coming out as gay. It's not going to be that children become gay. That's not going to happen. That's not how it works. You can't just like cause someone to be gay by like getting them to choose that. That's not how it works, right? You couldn't just tell me as a kid that gay people are accepted and valid and just think that I'm going to turn gay or something. That's nuts. I have a question. Do you think people whose parents are gay always end up gay?
no.
Okay. Why is that the case? Do you think that people whose parents are straight always end up straight? Hell no. So just because you grew up around a certain thing, whether it be straight relationships or gay relationships, is not going to make you straight or gay. The only thing that might lead to someone portraying themselves as a way they are not would be a society that stigmatizes them for being gay, for example. Then people will say they're straight when they actually are gay, right? Because of societal stigma, and that should never happen. No person who's gay should have to be like put into a circumstance where they feel like they need to be closeted in order to be safe.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And like that's the society that we want to create. We want to make it so that people don't have to be closeted to be safe, right? And that includes accepting people, and that's not going to turn kids to be gay and trans. That's not going to happen. You couldn't do that to me. You couldn't do that to anyone else. Right? The only way in which that would be the case is if they're already gay or trans, So the idea that it's being pushed onto children is ridiculous. The only thing that has been pushed onto children is the idea that they're cis and straight, meaning that they're not trans and straight. That's been the idea that's forced onto them consistently. And there are plenty of examples of this. Children who are gay, they were forced into heteronormative views, specifically that they could only view a relationship in the context of being straight, especially for those that are bi, as well in those contexts, specifically being forced on them to deny the other types of feelings that they would have, right? Both of those have, historically speaking, for people who are gay and for people who are bi, negatively impacted their ability to be themselves.
Yeah.
That's the indoctrination we should be against. That's the forcing of certain types
No,
of
I'm
sexuality onto
definitely
children
against.
that you should be against, right?
No, I'm definitely against that as well. I want people to be comfortable being, whoever they feel like being. It's just, and maybe the gay argument wasn't the best because it's just about attraction, but the trans argument being that, it's like, it's okay, if say I have a daughter, it's okay to be a boy, it's okay to be a boy, or, boys and girls are the same. And I don't I don't know if I necessarily believe that that's as black and white as maybe the gay and attraction is. Can lead to some confusion and something that a kid might believe for a little bit and then eventually pull back on and kind of feel like they were misled. And just I guess it's just over
The
concern for
likelihood
your
of that is
child. Right?
incredibly low. And I just want to let you know, right now, the societal stigma targeted towards children that are trans, that there is no context in which a child would choose to be trans. Right? Like the level of societal stigma that you go through specifically for being trans is unbelievably high. Why would a cis child pretend to be trans? Right? Why would they ever do that? If some kid specifically has the thoughts about their gender where they're like, I'm not quite sure, let them figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with letting them figure it out? That's all we're saying, is letting them figure it out. Don't force it onto them. And it seems like people want to force being cis onto children, the idea that they're not trans onto children, and they want to force sexuality onto children, force them to be straight. And that's exactly what the left is advocating against. And then for some reason, people on the right want to portray us as the ones trying to force children to be a certain way. No, we're actually the ones that want to let children be themselves in that way. And we're not trying to force children to be that way. And we're advocating against it being forced onto children to be that way.
Right. I guess I feel like sometimes when people are so passionate about something and things have been one way for so long, in order for them to feel like they can fight it, they fight it to the extreme. So it's a concern of things, if the left or you may feel like for so long and currently, children are being forced to feel a certain way and straight and, I don't know the term, a cis or, the gender that they were born as. The concern being that it could flip completely the other way and impact children is just a concern, I guess.
So this is just projection, because people who are straight and people who are not trans are for some reason scared that everyone is going to do exactly what they've done to trans people and to gay people. So it just sounds like projection. And we're saying, no, we don't want to force stuff onto children. We're saying that's not what's going to happen. And no, you're not going to be discriminated against. We're not going to discriminate against you. Dude, I'm straight. I'm not trans. Right? I'm not advocating to like discriminate against myself. That would be ridiculous, right? Lorelai, thank you so much. I really appreciate the hand heart.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Not so much discrimination, because I don't think it comes off that way even currently, as much as just a very strong influence. And if you strongly influence people in the other direction, it's not necessarily discriminating against yourself, especially if that's the way you'd want things to be. And I'm sure you have more of like a balanced mindset, but it's the people that are extreme that that are concerning.
Yeah, and we're not the extremists. The extremists are the people that want to force people to be cis and straight. Those are the extremists. And for some reason, that's not talked about in our society. And it's only talked about that people are forcing the LGBTQ plus community on children. That's like so far from the opposite, from the truth. Like literally, like I don't know a single person that would advocate to literally force being gay and being trans on a children. I've literally not once ever heard that argument. I'm serious. Never once in my life have I ever heard that argument. And I would be genuine. I'd be like, I've heard this before once, but it's not most people that have it. I've never even heard the argument.
Well, it doesn't come in an obvious way.
No, literally, no one I've ever talked to holds the argument.
It's going to be very subtle. And I mean, people may not have said it, but when they're against certain things, that's kind of what they're saying without saying it. That's their concern. That people are, especially with children, they're the easiest to manipulate. So, and then if you have them, for a certain amount of time without, the parents' supervision and you do it in a subtle way to where it doesn't get back to you, I think that's people's concern.
Okay, so I think that's obviously not happening. You have no evidence of that happening. So, okay, let's go back. What is the reason why you support Donald Trump? Because this couldn't be the reason either, right?
Wait, why did my account say it's going to be banned? Because I'm not old enough. Did I put the wrong...
It doesn't say that. Where does it say that?
Says it on my screen.
What? Oh wait, I just got that. Your live is not eligible for recommendation because primarily directs people off platform. Oh, it's been doing this recently. I appealed it. I just said my stuff does not contain that.
It's saying something about my age.
I didn't see that. I got that I'm directing people off the platform. Everyone, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube, everyone. Is he banned? His name changed? Okay. All right, I'll go to the next person. Oh, I did just see that. I apologize. I don't know why it banned you. I don't think you should have been banned. That's TikTok, man. I apologize. Hello? Okay, it looks like there. You just directed people off the platform? Yes, I did. I did. Everyone, go to YouTube. Go to YouTube. YouTube. By the way, no, you can say that on the live, and it doesn't do that. It just randomly does that every once in a while. It's actually it never actually goes through. Like I do it all the time without that happening. But everyone, yeah, go to YouTube for the 5.7 thousand people. Make sure to go to the YouTube, everyone. It's the reporting. Oh, also, yeah. By the way, if you report a guest, don't report it through the live. Try to go to their own account and then report them, like separately. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker.
How old are you?
I'm 20 and I'm from Congo.
Oh, for sure. I am just looking for people who do support Donald Trump, who specifically are American. I appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Christopher, thank you for the $5. MAGA cries, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, why so?
Because he's a boss president. He's kicking ass and taking names.
Okay.
You didn't hear what they put out about Obama recently?
What about him? Nessie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
That they're investigating him for treason?
What treason?
Everything he did to Trump.
What is that? What was the treason?
Let's see. When he said that Trump was working with Russia, which he was not.
He never said Trump was working with Russia.
Russia collusion? Who came up with that?
It was an investigation, and they determined that Russia interfered in the 2016 election, and that was true. Along with the idea that Russia... Wait, hold up. Along with the idea that there were people on Trump's administration that were working with Russia. So that they did look over that. Now, can you define treason for me, please?
It's when you fuck over your own country and you're the president.
So, like inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
Did they get Trump for treason?
And also, fucking over your country is not treason. You got to be more specific.
Okay, exactly what Obama did. Exactly what Hillary Clinton did. Exactly what a lot of people on the left did to try to prevent Trump from winning. Letitia James, court cases. Adam Schiff. All kinds of people did whatever they could do to make sure Trump did not win. Why were they so scared of Trump winning?
You're not defining treason, and then I'd love to continue on with that. We can talk about how you think that they were trying to quote unquote prevent Trump from running.
Okay, when you have private meetings, you can go on the DOJ website and look all this up.
Private meetings? What private meetings?
That Obama had. Like I said, there's a whole list of evidence that is out, and it's too much for me just to recite to you. I don't have a computer.
You can't
right
recite to me any of it. You can't tell me what treason is. You can't tell me specifically what private meetings Obama engaged in that were treason. That's ridiculous. Theta, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Theta. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You don't want to pull it up because you don't want to prove yourself wrong. You'd rather just try to...
They are trying so hard.
Try to knock me and act like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, I was just saying you don't know what you're talking about.
I just told you where to get the information on what I'm talking about. But you still don't want to look it up because it'll prove you wrong.
I did
look
look it up already.
Of stuff, Parker.
I did look it up already.
That's and why. What does it say?
It says that he did not commit treason.
Then you're not looking at the same thing.
Yeah, there's no treason that Obama committed. Private meetings are not evidence of treason. You have to be specific. What was the specific treason he committed?
Why don't you just look it up and help us out? I told you I don't have a computer right in front of me.
Kathy, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really
There's
appreciate it.
about
Thank
5
you.
pages worth of stuff.
So if you said 5 pages, and you don't have the ability to look through it. So again, you can't tell me specifically any of these contexts. So then you can't claim that he's committed treason. So then do you want to go to an argument that you can argue on the live? Because clearly you can't argue that Obama's committed treason. And I actually promise you any definition you provide of Obama. Go ahead.
What I argued was he was being accused of it.
Okay, wait.
Never said.
Trump has been accused of treason.
Yeah, but this is new. This just came out.
Okay, well, I don't really
Trump
care.
is being accused for a lot of shit for a long time, and he's president.
I honestly,
now.
I don't care that Obama's been accused of treason specifically by Donald Trump because he's trying to distract away from the Epstein files. Like, I don't care about that false
so you don't
accusation.
think the FBI that hated Trump and everybody on Joe Biden's team couldn't wrestle up some evidence that Donald Trump did shit illegally with Epstein? You don't think that they would have proved that with all the bullshit
sealed.
court
They were
cases
sealed.
had?
They were sealed.
If they had, because they were sealed.
Yeah.
Really?
And they released stuff they did have access to, like the flight logs.
So who could unseal them?
That would be the court system.
So Joe Biden, that had the court system wrapped around his pinky because multiple states had Trump in court cases. You're still trying to make excuses.
Wait. Joe Biden didn't create. Wait. Okay. So then, if they created and manufactured the Epstein files because they have all of this power, like Donald Trump claims, if it's a hoax created by the Democrats, then why didn't they release it?
I never said that. You love putting words in people's mouths.
But Trump believes that.
Trump believes what?
Trump believes it's a hoax created by the Democrats.
No, he does not. He knows exactly what's going on with it.
Do you want me to show you the tweet of? Wait, do you want me to show you the tweet of him saying the Epstein files were a hoax created by the Democrats?
Whatever.
Whatever. I know you just proved me wrong, but whatever.
No. I mean, you can show me a tweet all you want, Parker. You love to get excited when the pom-poms are up for you. But when somebody's schooling you about some shit that you don't want to know about, you won't go educate yourself on it.
What'd you school me on? You didn't school me on shit.
Because you don't want to educate yourself on it.
You are not educated on it. What are you talking about? You didn't even know what you were referencing. So shut up. If you haven't read it, if you don't even know what the hell you're talking about, why the hell should I read it?
Go to the department.
All you did was say it was an accusation. Do you accept accusations as true?
Oh, I know it's true because it's been said in court multiple times.
So something said in court means it's true? It was said that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll in court.
Oh, yeah. No, not everything said in court is true.
Okay.
I mean, you get so flamboyant about this shit, bro. Calm down.
Wait. What does
you just told
flamboyant
other
mean?
dudes
What's
you're not gay, but
wait? I have a
swear
question. I have a question.
you got
What's
feathers
wrong? What's
ruffling
wrong
and
with
shit every
being?
day.
What's wrong with being quote unquote flamboyant?
That's not manly. You know that, right?
What? Wait, I'm confused. Is being
You
a
can be
man not?
flamboyant all you want.
Wait. So do you agree that being a man is not based in biology?
Oh, most definitely is based on biology. And then
Yo, dude, accidental ally moment. Let's go. Woo! Let's go. Accidental ally on the stream. Look at that. He just said that gender, being a man, is not based on the biology, huh?
See, there you go again. Putting words in people's mouths, dude.
Well,
that's what makes people so mad. And they want to just.
Dude, that's what you just argued.
I did not just argue that.
Wait, you just said that I wasn't
just said
being
you're
manly.
acting flamboyant. That doesn't mean
What is
flamboyant?
What is flamboyant?
Okay, what is it when a man acts like a woman?
Wait, what does flamboyant mean?
What is it when a man acts like a woman, Parker?
You're saying drag.
Okay.
Like, so do you want me to show you JD Vance engaging in drag?
Sure.
Okay.
We can also look at Tim Walz too.
I mean that W drag if Tim Walz engaged in drag.
Yeah, I mean that's their preference. Who cares? So now you're acting like it's a bigger deal showing people doing this. You know, Trump has had gay weddings at Mar-a-Lago. He has gay people working on his cabinet.
Wait, hold up.
Rick Grinnell was one of the first gay. Awesome. That don't even look like him, but sure.
That doesn't look like JD Vance?
And it looks like his fat homie.
One, don't make fun of people for their body size. Two, this is clearly JD Vance. You did just make us uncomfortable, apparently. And I got another flag, so I'm gonna hit a quick restart, everyone. I'm gonna hit a quick restart. There's another flag. Oh, that was an accident. Hold up. There we are. I'm gonna what's called hit a quick restart, everyone. I will be right back. I'll be right back. I got another hour or so left on the stream. I'm gonna hit a quick restart for the 5.3 thousand. For the 5.3 thousand on the stream here on TikTok. Make sure to follow me here if you haven't already. Make sure to come over to YouTube. I would really appreciate that. Go over to YouTube. I'd really appreciate that, I tell you. I'll be right back, everyone. Literally 30 seconds. All you have to do is go onto my account. You click on my account. All you have to do is refresh in about 20 seconds or so. Refresh. You should see around my profile picture, it will have this thing that says live. All you have to do is click on that, and it should take you right back into the live. Wait, actually, I just lost my guest access. That's fantastic. I just lost guest access. I literally was just about to end the stream. Bruh. Are you serious? I was just about to end the stream. Let me see if it actually sends. Appeal submitted. View details. Appeal and review. Okay, alright. It looks like I sent the appeal. I'll go to my other account, everyone. Parker Get a Real Job. So everyone here on TikTok, all you have to do is go to Parker Get a Real Job. I'll put the @ on the screen right now. @ Parker Get a Real Job, everyone. Let me pull up this, and I'll put @ Parker Get a Real Job. Actually, we could just do different text, actually. Actually, you can just look it up. Everyone look up @ Parker Get a Real Job. Go over there if you're on TikTok. If you want to also, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. I'll see y'all there in a second, everyone. Damn, that's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. I hope I get the account back. Okay, we're going to QR code. We got another hour or so left on the stream, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. Make sure to hit that thumbs up here on YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. It helps send it out to more people. Help send it out to more people. I'd really appreciate it. Alrighty. Alrighty, hitting that startup for my third account. There we are. Alright, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. How many likes are we at, everyone? How many likes are we at, everyone? How many likes? How many likes? 2.1 thousand. Let's try to get to 3,000, everyone. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think we can hit 3,000. Let's try it, everyone. Oh my gosh, I've freeze frame on like the funniest face. Angela, thank you for the $1.50. I definitely didn't mean to do that if I did do that. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. We have about an hour left on the stream, everyone. Just letting everyone know. We have about an hour or so left on the stream. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, again, as well as the description of the YouTube, everyone. Alrighty. Why isn't Dean live? Dean said he was going to do a later live today. A later live today, he said. Wait, image. What the hell? What's up with my background? Why isn't all my stuff showing up? Oh, it's glitched. I have a TikTok glitch, everyone. Does everyone show up on... Is everything showing up? Or I might have to hit a quick restart real quick because it's literally not showing up. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it not showing up? Okay, apply, show. Bruh. I see everything? You do? No, it doesn't say, why do you support Donald Trump? Whatever. I mean, I guess I wouldn't have the content on the criteria. Yeah, let me just hit a restart on my shit. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'd recommend to go over to YouTube right now. I'll be right back. Or actually, I can just hit a restart on the stream this way. All I have to do is this. End studio, and then go back into it. Oh, it did end my live. Oops. Alrighty. All right. There we go. It shows everything now. What the fuck? Yeah, okay. All right. There we are. Perfect, perfect. What's up, everyone here on YouTube again? Make sure to hit that thumbs up if you haven't already, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000. YouTube is honestly the best by far. I just want to let everyone know. Oh, they appealed my my thing for live access again. So that's great. That's great. I'm not going to go back on that account because I don't want to risk it. But yes, we do. Actually, I can just add myself up as a guest. All right, there we are. That's the best move. That's the best move to do right now. What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone? YouTube chat, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. I'm looking. It doesn't even let me block people for some reason. Am I able to block them? Interesting. I got rid of them, don't worry. Valerie, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Mods, I got it. Thank you for letting me know. Or I mean not mods, YouTube chat. I need to set up a YouTube thing so that I have more mods on YouTube. I need to do that here pretty soon. I've been meaning to do that. I'll have to keep up a list of people who are typically in the YouTube chat that I've seen. And I'll send over stuff to people that I've seen on YouTube all the time. I can always check a bunch of different things, so we should be fine. We should be fine. I should be able to get people here to do that. And for people who say more mods on TikTok, there's a limit on how many mods you can have on TikTok. I actually can't have any more mods than what I currently have on TikTok. So I can do it on YouTube, but not for TikTok. And I'll do it a different day on YouTube. So what I would recommend if you want to end up being a YouTube mod or something, you know, be in the YouTube streams all the time. If you're always in the streams and I see you here, I'll definitely mod you. Like there's people that I've modded that are always up in the streams. So that's like the best way to do so. And I will get mods. I'll set them up that way. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that like on the stream, everyone. That is the best way to ensure that you could possibly be a mod is to subscribe and mod. I actually can, or not mod, make sure to subscribe and like the streams. I actually can see when people do that by clicking on their accounts on YouTube. So it's actually a cool thing that YouTube has. I can actually also see comments that, like, if you comment on my YouTube, I can see any of the comments you've ever posted on my YouTube before. So. Yo, what's up, Howdy? Nigger! Disgusting. Nigger! You're so gross. Fuck you. Made a whole separate fucking account. What a gross fuck. Disgusting piece of shit. I found the account blocked. Disgusting fuck. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description, the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Yo, what's how old are you?
Parker.
How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Nessie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I know, it's really brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh. I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. We're on the route. We're honestly so close to 3,000 likes, everyone. We're so close to 3,000 likes. Alrighty. Criteria's not on the screen. I got you. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
August.
What day?
29.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I'm not even coming up here. I'm not really supporting anyone. I'm just curious why we.
If you don't support Donald Trump, don't send a guest request. We are just looking for some debates. Why are we still talking about this? Because Trump is the fucking president, and it's relevant to talk about the fucking president and to call out the bad things that they're doing, and also to be able to shift people away from candidates like him in the future. So, I'm assuming that's what the question was. That's what the question was. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I want to fuck every nigger in the asshole.
Disgusting. Get the fuck off my stream, bro. So gross. Dude, it's just, I get so many fucking trolls. It's so annoying. Valerie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007, August 1st.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I think that he's a great president for like everyone around here. I'm not really a good debater though. I just want to know why you don't.
Yeah. It's a pretty long list. Would you prefer me to talk about his character or policy?
Let's go policy because that matters a little bit more.
Sure. So in terms of policy, his big beautiful bill decreases after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners, for the bottom 10% by $1,200 a year. It adds $3.4 trillion to the debt, and then also cuts over 10 million people off Medicaid. It cuts what's it called 2.5 million people off food stamps on average per month. It cuts 420,000 children off of access to free lunch and breakfast.
Right?
per
Can I
month
cut you
on
off
average.
real quick?
Go ahead.
Didn't he just pass a bill where you aren't getting taxed on your tips anymore?
So the no tax on tips thing isn't actually a thing. It's a deduction. It's a deduction of $25,000 from your taxable income if you make at least $25,000 in tips. That doesn't mean you get $25,000. That just means you get to reduce your taxable income by $25,000, meaning that it is the case that you can multiply essentially the $25,000 times your top marginal tax rate, and that's what you would save because you would have otherwise paid that level of money in taxes, given that it would have been qualified as income.
Right. And what's your stance on what are they called? Sorry, aliens. I don't really. I always
Undocumented
forget
immigrants?
the actual- There you go.
So I'm confused. What's your what about
What
undocumented
is your
immigrants?
stance on them? Like, what, like how he's handling it per se?
anyone who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe, should be given a pathway to citizenship. I think that Donald Trump is violating people's due process rights, which is granted by the Constitution under the 14th Amendment. I think that Donald Trump is creating conditions in which people have to live in who have not committed violent crimes, have no criminal record, and they have to literally live in prisons, specifically detaining facilities that literally had maggots in food, that had fucking
But
cockroaches
if they
in food.
had gone about it like the right way, going in legally and everything like that, then they wouldn't be in that predicament.
Well, so again, one, we don't know if they're in the country documented or not because they were not given due process. Secondly, it is the case that if we want to reference people who are in the country undocumented, given that they are in the country undocumented, does not mean that they should be treated in that way. That's fucking nuts, right? Donald Trump's committed a crime. Should he be sent to Alligator Alcatraz?
No, because the crimes that he's committed, I'm honestly not sure what he has committed or what he hasn't. But all I know is that he would be processed like everybody else if he has done something bad like that.
And would you accept the conviction?
If he did something wrong, yes. Which he hasn't, though.
Okay, Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, was determined to have done that by a unanimous decision of 9 jurors. Given that that's the case, would you still support him?
When did he do this?
1996.
Right, and do you think that people deserve second chances?
Not rapists.
Well, here's the thing. People do stuff which they want to take back. I don't know if he regrets it or not. But is there, like, evidence against this? Or is this just hearsay?
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating each in Carol's vagina against her will, meaning it was based upon evidence. They have a standard of evidence, preponderance of evidence, in the context of civil courts, that the jury makes a determination based upon. So again, if a jury had enough of a reason to determine that Donald Trump has done this, why don't you?
Honestly, it's probably because I'm uneducated and I live in a household where we're all right-leaning. So
Okay.
I've only been hearing the right stuff about it. I actually haven't heard any of this stuff.
So sure, given that you have heard this now, would that change your mind?
Well, it wouldn't make me lean towards the other side, but it wouldn't make me lean towards him either. So I guess I'd be in between then.
Yeah, so I would hope that you keep watching these lives. Maybe I can convince you otherwise to move more towards the side that we're on, but that's the point of these live streams, is to get people to not support Donald Trump. So I do appreciate you coming up.
All right, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Raylan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, hello?
How old are you?
23,
What's your birth year?
January 11th, 2002.
And you said you're 23?
Yes,
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
absolutely.
For sure. Kathy, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I really just wanted to ask you if you think he was a racist.
I do.
And why?
So yes, he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya with no evidence to undermine him being president of the United States. He said that Kamala Harris turned black. He said that, meaning that she wasn't black prior under his view. He also called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. Ariana, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. He also didn't rent to black people in the 1970s. He said that black people have a trait of laziness. I can give you
He
many
said
different
that black
explanations.
people are lazy?
He said that they have a trait of laziness.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I mean, I do think that take that he made against Kamala was pretty accurate, considering that she does try to, impersonate a lot of different races, and she doesn't have black ancestors. Her dad is.
What? Her dad is black.
I mean, not African American is what I'm trying to say. He's Jamaican.
What? He's Afro-Jamaican. He left. Bro literally just left. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. By the way, if you think that I kicked him, you can literally go to the VOD and you can see me not move and him just leave. Right? Like, you can literally see it. Like, I never moved. So I kicked him using telepathy. You know what? You're right, chat. Parker, Get a Job has telepathy. You're right. Parker, Get a Job has telepathy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
November 14th.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I
Or
like
actually-
his abortion law.
Hold up, Ben, 1 second. Let me actually ask this next person. Magical, how old are you?
I'm 24.
What's your birth year?
2001.
Okay. What month?
April.
Okay. Why do y'all support Donald Trump?
I support Trump because for the last 12 years we've dealt with a really bad Democratic Party, and I just want to start off by saying, you know, I hate Harry, I hate Dean. You're not as bad, Parker, with the way that you debate, but there's a lot of bad things that have been happening for the last 12 years, and Trump is the only one that's finally started to do anything. With that last guy, you said that he was racist because he didn't sell to black people. Well, that's not true. If you actually go and look into it, he specifically fired the people that refused the black people to be able to rent to. He specifically went and fired them. He's also been on record as getting
Because
awards
he was forced
with...
to. And I just
No,
want to
he
let you know, that they specifically indicated that Donald Trump was the one that told them to do that. And they specifically had a process where on the applications of those that were non-white, they would put the letter C, right, specifically to not rent to them.
Okay. I haven't looked too much into it, but he's also been given awards with Muhammad Ali and Rosa Parks, and the black community loves him. He also got a lot of funding for black colleges during his first term. There's a lot of things that he's done that proves that he's not racist. So I hate when they say that he's racist. I hate when they say that he's sexist. All of these lies that the news and media have appropriated with him is ridiculous, and it's the reason that the Democrats lost and that America is waking up.
Okay. So HBCU funding actually was decreased under the Trump administration. It was $500 million per year under Obama. It was then decreased to $250 million per year under Trump, and then increased to literally $4 billion per year under Biden. Did you know that?
Under his first term?
Yeah.
Well, his first term, he was dealing with the backlash of COVID. There wasn't a lot to do.
Wait, we're talking about the HBCU funding.
I'm not too familiar with politics into that much, you know, all of the statistics and everything as much as you guys research. I just go off of, you know, the things that I research a little bit. And from what I've seen, the Democratic Party is the racist ones, is the ones ruining America. They're burning flags in the street. They're burning our cities to the ground.
What cities have been burned to the ground?
California,
That's
New
not
York.
a city. California and New York are not cities. Those are states.
Do you know what I mean?
New York
The
City is a
cities-
city,
the
or New
cities-
York, New York is a city.
You know what I mean, Parker. You're trying to just change what I'm saying. You know what I mean. The Democrats are burning our cities to the ground.
Where in the city? What city within California was burned to the ground? You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
I'm going to look up what cities. Like I said, I don't
For sure.
research.
Give them a
into
second, everyone, to look up what cities Democrats burnt to the ground. Give them a second, everyone. Give them a second. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen for the 4.7 thousand here on TikTok. Tap the fuck out of that screen. Give them a second, everyone. Tap, tap, tap. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. We're almost at 3,000 likes, everyone. We have 4.9 thousand people in here. If you keep tapping the screen here on TikTok, it will help push it out even more. I'd really appreciate it, everyone. It's ticking up the stream. Actually, type
Unfortunately, I'm not able
sentences in the
to
comment
find-
section. I think it's pushing the live, everyone, like crazy. We hit 5,000.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to find any evidence because
Interesting.
anything you search up on Google doesn't allow you to actually get the information because it's already been proved. It's already been proved that Google has purposely censored certain information that you're able to find.
Okay, so then why don't you use a different search engine? Are you gonna use what search engine do you think is preferable?
There is no other search engine.
There's no other search engine. I thought you were gonna say DuckDuckGo.
Nothing that's gonna give me what I need.
What about DuckDuckGo?
I don't even know what
Jacqueline,
that is.
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for Trust Me Bro. How about you use Trust Me Bro, the search engine?
All right, Parker, you take it easy, man.
Wait, no, don't leave. I'm serious. I just genuinely, I want to understand your position. Like, why do you believe things like that
I
with
told
no
you
evidence?
my position. I seen the way this world was run under Democrats, and I seen what Trump did in his first term, where he didn't even have a lot of the things that he needed like he does now. Like, you guys ran everything, so anything he tried to pass, it just got blocked. I
Okay, well,
seen the way it was ran.
Well, he did pass things, but you would say Democrats blocked everything. Well, I mean, obviously Democrats are going to block things they disagree with, but if you want to talk about things that he does pass, like what things do you like that he passed?
I mean, like, no male in girls' bathroom, no males in female sports, no burning the American flag, deportation, going and cleaning up the cities, all of the money that he's gotten, sitting down with all of the foreign leaders who looked at Biden as a joke.
Can I
Them-
respond to these?
Yeah, go ahead.
So public confidence, especially around the world, was actually higher than what it was for Biden than what it was for Trump. Not even close, actually. It was significantly higher for Biden. If you want to reference deportations, I guarantee you can't mention one way in which mass deportation benefits our society. I would actually love for you to try to answer that right now before I respond to the other points.
I absolutely can. I mean, you've got drugs coming in, you've got humans being sold, children being sold. I mean, it goes on and on. There's so many terrible things that happen with all these illegals that joined.
Wait, so
I mean,
so hold up. You said mass deportation, right? Actually, most people, over 90% of DRUGS that come to the country, that's specifically due to U.S. citizens bringing it to the country. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. There's a bibliography in my bio, a works cited page that indicates that to be true. If you'd like to go check it out, there's many pages that indicate that of peer-reviewed studies. So if you want to like provide a response to that, you can, because they're not increasing crime.
well, like I said, I don't know all the statistics. You know, this is your guys' jobs. You look into this all day. I just go off of the little things that I research and how the world is going and what I've seen. I mean, you've got leaders sitting down from foreign countries that are saying Trump is the only one that has been able to save us. He's the only one that'll that will talk to.
Which leaders?
Who was it that just sat down with him? I forget who it was. South Korea. The leader of South Korea came out and said Trump is the only one that is going to be able to bring peace.
Only one that can bring peace. Impressive. Thank you so much
By
for
the
the
way-
$25. Thank you so much, Impressive. I really appreciate it. Thank
By
you
the
so
way,
much.
to
Give
your
me some
guest
W's for
saying that I
Impressive in the
get my
comment section
research-
right now.
So you're just saying I get my
Hold
research
up.
from Fox. I don't watch the news for my
Wait, I'm looking it up right
research.
now.
You're good.
I don't see this particular quote that you're referencing.
He literally sat down with Trump.
They sat
and said
they
it.
sat down and talked, but I don't see any quote like that.
You can literally go pull up a video of him saying it. There's no, you don't gotta watch a quote. You can
If
go
you'd like
look up
to,
a
would you like
video.
to play the video or tell me the title? I can play the video
Yeah, here, let me look it up.
for sure. In the meantime, Darcy, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Darcy. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. This is going to probably be the last guest here for tonight. We still have a little bit left on the stream, everyone. Still have a bit left. So I'd recommend everyone of the 5.3 thousand people here on TikTok to go over to the YouTube. Parker did a job. I'd really appreciate if you do that as well. And make sure to hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 3,000 likes for the 300 people here on YouTube. Make sure to do so. Alex, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you could search it up on Google right now. It says immediately that the leader of South Korea says Trump is the only one that can bring peace to the nation.
What's the
Literally the
title?
first thing.
What's the title? Because apparently I thought Google was suppressing this information.
They suppress a lot of information, but this is something that they didn't.
Why not? I wonder why they didn't suppress this information. That's interesting. Eleanor, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. By the way, or Nico, thank you so much. I just read that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lee, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. No, I appreciate. I'm so horrible. I need to read messages before
I can't find. Just it's the first thing that pops up on Google.
Okay,
It's on political.
I literally searched up exactly what you're referencing. I don't see it.
Just look up South Korea says the only one that can bring peace to the nation, and the first thing it'll say is about Trump. It says that he says Trump is the only one that can bring it.
I literally looked that up. I don't see this. Can you just tell me the title?
I don't know how to tell you the title.
South Korea leader says that Trump is the only one that can bring peace. I don't see this.
You're lying.
Oh, here. The only one that can make progress, not peace. That's the claim?
No, he said peace.
It says progress. Literally, the quote is the only person who can make progress is you, Mr. President. That's literally like him just trying to like get Trump to do something by stroking Trump's ego. This is like exactly what happened in South Park, where like every person that goes to Trump is like, I promise you don't have a tiny penis. You know that meme?
That's not true at all.
And you don't have a tiny penis. Like, you remember that meme on South Park? That's literally what this is.
That's not true at all. Good luck though, Parker.
You said it's not true, so you're saying he does have a tiny penis.
Okay.
He left. Okay, I mean, he said it, not me, Chad. He said it, not me. He said it. I did not say it, okay? He said it, not me, I promise, okay? Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Jeffrey. A MAGA bingo card? Honestly, we could. We could totally make a MAGA bingo card. People used to do that and like all the time in the stream. Like bingo cards. We should do that all together some stream. Like I would totally do it with y'all. We can make a game out of it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 20,
Do you support Donald Trump?
25. Yeah.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I don't think it's so much that I support Donald Trump, but I'm like really just against like LGBT shit like that, you know?
Here, I have a question. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for? And can you turn off the music as well?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, so why? And can you turn off the music in the background? Is that possible?
Yeah, I already turned it off. Hold on 1 second. You gotta wait.
For sure.
But
for
yeah,
sure.
no, I would probably vote for Donald Trump.
Why?
I don't want like same-sex genders and stuff in the bathroom.
Same-sex genders in the bathroom?
Yeah, like I don't think like women should go in men's bathroom, men should go to women's bathroom and shit like that, you know?
That's not how you say it, one. Secondly, I have a question. Would you ever vote for a candidate that was a man, biologically male, and, like, you know, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of women without their consent?
All right, I can't do this, bro. I'm completely joking. Fuck Donald Trump, dog.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you could support me over YouTube Super Chat. Plus, everyone, the pinned comment in the YouTube is my Linktree. If you'd like to go check that out. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Lee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you, Lee. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And again, Nico, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Can we get some W's for Nico in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Nico. Martin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Martin, thank you for letting me know. I'll make sure to look at that later. That seems to be like the same notion as progress, then. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I didn't mean to join, sorry.
You're good, don't worry. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No way, Parker. I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
This is like a dream come true. I do.
You have an echo. Is there a way you can fix that?
Hold on, give me a second.
It seems like it's a little bit better. What's your birth year?
03.
And how old are you again? Whoa.
I'm 20. Just take it as 20.
What month?
Yeah, I'm a Trump fan, bro. Why you want to know what month, bro? I'm not doing all that. Let's get on with the debate here.
You have
I'm
to
20.
tell me what month, or I will go on to the next person.
I'm July.
Okay, you would be 21 then.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that math is diabolically insane. He got it wrong twice. So the likelihood that he is actually, of age is incredibly low. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24, sorry. I keep getting that mixed up.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yeah.
What's your birth year?
2001.
Okay. What month?
April.
Okay, for sure. Nico, thank you so much for the $5 again. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it's literally just like when I read messages, it's literally like I first look at like the person who sent it, and then after that, then say thank you, and then read the message. So one thing I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna read messages first. I think that's the better way to do it. But thank you so much, Nico. Can we get some W's for Nico in the comment section? Yeah. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I think he's altogether just better for the country, and as far as like immigration and foreign policy.
So immigration, what about it? Oh, you're covering your mic. I can't hear you, Edelman. Hello?
I support the deportations. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. So can you name one way in which mass deportations benefit our society?
Yeah, so just make sure that we know everybody that's here, and so that we don't have just random people walking around committing crimes and doing stuff like that.
Okay, so here's one thing I have for you. We would actually know more people in the country if we provide a pathway to citizenship for everyone in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime. Because actually anyone who's undocumented in the country doesn't have an incentive to identify themselves to authorities if it is the case that they're already in the country undocumented, and it is the case that they would be at a risk of deportation if they did. Seth, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So the idea is that like you would want mass amnesty if you actually want to vet the most amount of people possible rather than mass deportation.
So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but how can we, don't you think that if we wanted, if we were able to get all these people into the country legally and, I guess good citizens per se, why wouldn't we have done that already? It's just not in our capabilities. We don't have enough courts. We don't have enough judges for the amount of people that want to come in all the time.
So we could take all the funding we put into ICE and we could put that into making the legal process go quicker. And anyone who's in the country who's undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime is a good citizen, and they should be given a pathway to citizenship. Like, I just don't see any good reason as to why we would deport people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes. They would be outstanding citizens.
So just because they haven't committed a crime yet doesn't mean they won't commit a crime in the future.
Yeah, but it's unlikely. And undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
Yeah, so I mean, I personally think that comes from the fact that illegal immigrants just don't, why would you commit a crime if you don't want to be caught?
Okay, well, documented immigrants also commit lower rates of crime.
I'm sorry?
Documented immigrants commit lower rates of crime than natural-born U.S. citizens as well.
Well, that goes the same way. If you become a citizen here, you aren't going to want to commit a crime because if you do, you're just going to get deported.
Immigrants who commit crimes don't just get deported.
You could. Not very many people like to go to jail. That's the only reason why people don't commit crime here is because they don't want to go to jail.
So you think immigrants who have already been naturalized will be denaturalized if they commit a crime?
I didn't say denaturalized. I'm sorry. You said naturalized citizens. I thought you said documented immigrants.
Yeah, that's exactly. That naturalized citizens are documented immigrants.
Correct, but not all. Not all
documented immigrants are naturalized citizens. Yeah, but I was giving you an example.
Okay.
Sray, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we some W's for Sray in the comment section right now? Thanks for getting me through my hectic work day for the annoying callers that tested your patience. That's honestly so real. Can we some W's for Sray in the comment section right now?
So
the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. You were saying?
So can you clarify, if somebody is not naturalized, if they're just here on a green card, if they're just here and they commit a crime, you're saying they won't get deported?
I don't think people on a green card will just be deported if they commit just any crime.
Maybe not just any crime, but I mean, let's be serious. You were just talking about violent crimes, this and that.
Do you have any evidence that documented immigrants, once they meet the stage of naturalization, commit higher rates of crime?
No.
Do you have any evidence that they commit the same level of crime?
I guess I don't do studies there, Parker, but I mean, it's just the fact of life. If you aren't scared of the authorities, then you're gonna do what you want to do. Same thing as you guys always say that white people get away with everything, this and that. That's not the truth. I mean, I personally live by the law, and so that's how I avoid the police. It's that easy.
You just don't break the law. So again, you just saying don't break the law isn't actually a good response here. And you never applied that to Donald Trump. If you have such an issue with people being in the country, given that they came to the country undocumented and they committed a misdemeanor coming to the country undocumented, well then why don't you apply that to the president who has felonies?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely can understand that. I guess would you consider the fact that he was a presidential candidate and the fact that there can be lawfare used against people that are presidential candidates in order to get them not to be presidential candidates?
What evidence do you have that there was lawfare?
Well, I mean, multiple states tried to keep him off the ballot before any of this.
So then there wasn't lawfare because they never were able to? And that
Well,
was
they
based on
tried.
him inciting a violent insurrection.
They
And the
tried,
courts
but
did-
they couldn't.
So then the lawfare was not actually something that went through?
Just because you don't succeed doesn't mean that's not lawfare.
Okay, so then Donald Trump, did he try to engage in lawfare? Because he's also tried to portray charges onto other people, like Obama, for example?
Well, I don't think, like, when. Like, I've seen the lawsuits on, like, the different news networks and Paramount and whatnot, but that's just because they're spewing lies. So
They're just spewing lies. So everything about Trump is a lie. Everything that Trump says about other people is not a lie.
that's definitely not what I said.
That's what it sounds like it is. to you?
Definitely not. Nope. I mean, if you're gonna say somebody's a rapist when they're not a rapist, you can get sued for that. I don't
He
know
is a
what-
rapist, and I can say he's a rapist, and he can't do anything about it because it's determined by
not,
the court system. Donald Trump is a rapist. Say it with me, chat. Donald Trump is a rapist.
Well, then
Donald
why did
J.
Paramount
Trump,
have to pay
the
him
president
millions
of the United States, is a fucking rapist.
Why did Paramount have to pay him millions of dollars?
They didn't have to pay him millions of dollars for calling him a rapist. E. Jean Carroll called him a rapist, and it is the case that the court went over it, and the judge specifically said Donald Trump, in fact, raped E. Jean Carroll.
So then, why do you have to pay them? Why'd Paramount have to pay him?
That was it wasn't Paramount, was it? It was someone else, and it was a settlement.
Okay, and so
I don't
why do
think
you
it was
settle?
Paramount? It was CBS, right? Or ABC.
Paramount-
I thought it was ABC.
CBS is owned by Paramount.
Was it ABC? I thought it was ABC. Or it was either ABC or CBS. One of them.
I mean, I can look. I mean, so why do people settle?
Why did they settle? That was
Why
related
do you
to.
settle?
It was related to their own conditions. It has nothing to do with him, whether or not he's a rapist. Can you address what I said? That there was a appeal, and the judge indicated that he in fact is a rapist.
I mean, that is what it is. Again, it was in the New York courts. I mean, in all reality.
So now it's just in New York courts, and you don't accept it. So you see how
I mean,
you see what I
do.
mean?
Trust me. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and act like Trump is a perfect person and like I support everything he's done throughout his life. And
Well, you
this and
consider
that,
all
like,
of the cases against him lawfare instead of being able to acknowledge that he's actually done things that are wrong. And by the way, if it's just
Definitely not
lawfare,
all of them.
why wasn't this targeted towards every single Republican candidate ever?
because he's more threatening to them. He's the one that's actually getting elected. What do you think Mitt Romney was? You think they would do this against Mitt Romney?
You know that other Republicans got elected, right?
Correct, but it
So-
hadn't been a while.
I mean, we can reference Bush.
Hillary. Every time I plug my phone in, it turns off. So my phone's probably gonna die soon. But no, honestly, I mean, I can't defend everything he does, but personally, I just think that he's doing better for our country than what like A, Hillary would have done, and B, Kamala would have done. Simply
Kamala.
off the fact. Well, why does that matter?
Because it's important to say your name correctly.
Why?
Because that's how you say her name.
Doesn't it still get the point across?
Logan, thank you for the $5. Said it was 60 Minutes. Their parent company was Paramount. They edited a clip of Kamala's interview. They settled so that they could merge with Skydance. I mean, I guess that doesn't make sense to me because they edit every single interview.
But no, and another reason, I guess, and I'll ask you this question. So you think that I'll even use undocumented instead of illegal for you, but you think undocumented immigrants don't cause any issues? But let's say, so I guess obviously this is a little bit of a far out comparison, but let's say a bunch of people from Russia or whatnot wanted to immigrate into Ukraine. Why? What's so wrong with that?
What?
If there were a
want
bunch
to
of
immigrate
Russians,
from Russia
military
into
age
Ukraine?
Russians, if there were a bunch of military age Russians, and they wanted to immigrate into Ukraine, what's wrong with that?
They're currently
There's no
invading
issue.
They're currently invading the country.
Let's say they stop tomorrow, and then a bunch of Russians want to come immigrate. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
Yeah, if there's just
No?
Russians that have nothing to do with the military that want to immigrate.
Well, how would we know if they're not documented?
Are you saying people who are coming to the country are like gonna invade the country or something?
Well, if you
No.
put enough people in it, it's not going to be the same thing, is it? It's not going to be America.
Wait, I'm confused. Wait, what do you mean it won't be America?
So let's say we imported everybody from the rest of the world. It would not be
It would
America
st-
anymore.
it would
because
still
there's
be
so many other
America.
people. No, it would not.
Why not?
You can change the name of things easily.
Well,
would
you could
just
change the name, but
change
you
it
don't have to.
to
It could
New
still be
Russia.
America. Could it still be America?
It could be,
Okay, if
but
they
it also
keep
could be New Russia or New Europe or whatever they want to call it. So it would be completely different. It'd be completely different than what our
so okay.
our laws.
I have I have a question. If the entire population of the country was white, would it still be America?
No,
No, it wouldn't.
because the country didn't start all white.
Okay. Interesting. So you have to keep the same racial demographics as the country as it existed in the beginning. We don't have the same racial demographics as what exists in the beginning. Do we still live in America?
So when people come in, I think they should have similar.
Wait, no,
similar
no, no.
values
Hold
as
up.
Americans.
You said it's only America if it's the same racial demographics as literally when they
Isn't-
first got into the country, right? As when
That is
the
not what I
country
said.
first. So then, what is the determination of whether or not the country is America? Jesus fuck.
Our laws, our values, not burning the American
Being what?
flag.
Being what? Not burning the American flag has nothing to do with whether you're an American, idiot.
I think it matters a lot. If you're an American patriot, you aren't going to burn American flag.
Okay, so the combat veteran that just got arrested specifically for burning the American flag, you're saying they're not a patriot and that they deserve to be arrested and they're not an American?
So I mean, I haven't looked completely into that, but I do know that the executive order was if they are committing crimes that are other than burning a flag, which is obviously not a crime because it's protected under the First Amendment, then they can be arrested. And so I don't think if I went down to the White House and I just lit a bonfire and started roasting marshmallows that they'd be like, oh, okay, you're not burning the American flag, so we's all good. No, I guess I would assume I'll look into it more after this, but I would assume that
Is he an
that
American?
guy would commit another crime.
Is he an American?
Absolutely.
Okay. Even though he burned the American flag, he's an American. So can you explain to me what does it mean for a country to be America?
He's an American, but he doesn't stand for American values.
Oh my God. Okay. So again, what specifically is so being an American is different from having certain types of values. Okay. So explain to me what it means to be an American.
It means to love your country. It means to.
Sorry, what it means to be America?
What it means to be America?
Yeah, as a country.
Guess I don't exactly know how to answer that question. How to be America?
Yeah, like how do you know a country is America?
By the flag.
Not just the flag; it's also by where it's located, what time
Not
period we're
particularly,
referencing.
because places can be taken over, right? So in a
So I
certain
said
time
it depends
period-
on what time period you're referencing as well. That's what I just said. Geographical location,
Okay.
time period. Okay.
Exactly.
So we are currently in the United States. Us having greater levels of immigration will not prevent us from being the United States of America. We still will be the United States of America if people immigrate here. Tim, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
I disagree.
So at what point will it stop being America? You swiped out of the app. I have no clue what you're saying. Nico, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Literally, though. Literally. It's like basic respect. Gamal wants me to say his name wrong. I got you. Kaylee, thank you so much for pushing the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Did the guy leave? He left. Wow. Okay. He ran. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Guy left for no reason. He's so scared. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
What's your birth year?
1999.
What month?
November.
For sure. Annie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Annie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. True. That's true, Annie. So why do you support Donald Trump? They left. Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me on YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. He was literally in the chat saying you were scared to chat him, and then he leaves. Haha. That's so real. Run, MAGA, run. You're scared. Santiago, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. For real. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, it is this weekend. Sorry, he was distracting me over there, being rude.
Okay, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18,
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
May.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Is it just me? I think that they're a zygote. I think that they're a zygote. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone here on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. Parker, get a job. Go like the stream there. Go subscribe to me if you haven't already. We're on the route to 300,000 subscribers. We're on the route to 300,000 subscribers. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And why is that? Are you driving?
I am a passenger at the moment.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, he's cleaning up D.C., getting all these homeless off the streets, and if they actually go to the 19 states that he's saying he's going to send them out to, and if Arkansas is one of them, I hope they come to Little Rock and Pine Bluff, or what we call Crime Bluff, and clean it up. Because I mean, you see them on every corner with their signs, not doing anything.
So, do you think that homeless people should be provided houses, or what do you think? Do you think they should be put in prison? What do you think?
I mean, from what I'm hearing, process them.
In what way?
You process them. Steaks, cutlets, ground meat, feed all the low income. You know you are about that cannibalism, Parker.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. That's so fucking nuts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Fuck no, fuck Trump. Love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
In a sense.
Like, if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Neither.
But
Okay, for sure. There's someone in the comment section saying, how is there 4K people that have the time to watch this? By the way, I just want to let you know, you're one of them. 2, there's also 2.8 thousand people here on YouTube. So there's a lot more than just 4.3 thousand. Okay, buddy? Okay, buddy? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What was that?
How old are you?
Like 6, 7.
Nina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's been really bad. It's been really bad. I'm trying to push through. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello?
I am 7 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
I can barely hear. Is the way you can fix your mic?
Yes, I do support Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm sorry. Your microphone is so bad that I literally cannot hear you. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Present.
No.
Was that a actual zygote? Patricia, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Patricia. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Like 6, 7.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, he has accomplished everything that every president for the last 50 years has said he was going to do, but somehow managed to not do.
Okay, so President Gore said he would address the existential threat, or presidential candidate Gore said that he specifically wanted to address the existential threat of climate change. Has Donald Trump accomplished that?
No, climate change is a joke.
So no, he hasn't addressed it. Secondly, we can also point to other sorts of conditions. In terms of Donald Trump didn't drop the Epstein files, he didn't drain the swamp, he didn't build the wall and make Mexico pay for it.
Okay, let's call a spade a spade. In reality, Mexico wasn't going to pay for it. And everything that you're saying, he was taken out of context because he never actually said, per se, I'm going to make Mexico pay for it. Mexico is paying for it.
He did say he's going to make Mexico pay for it.
Not in monetary wise, but in the amount of people they have once they close the border down that they have to keep, and they can't let people in through El Salvador or wherever.
Okay, so
I mean,
Trump
in
Trump
reality,
never got listen. Trump
in
never.
reality, he is doing everything he said he was going to do. He's literally deporting people right and left. He's I don't know. I mean, I'm happy with it. That's all I'm saying.
So Trump didn't get Mexico to pay for the wall. He didn't repeal and replace the ACA. Again, he didn't drain the swamp. He didn't end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours.
Well, again, let's be fair. The war in Ukraine was never going to be ended in 24 hours. We all knew that.
Okay, so he didn't do everything he said he was going to do. So
Okay,
just be clear.
so he was talking out of his ass for a couple different things. But the important things, i.e. immigration, deportation of illegal immigrants, which I completely agree with, and I mean a handful of other things
Okay, so can you give
that
me
I
one?
can't think of right now.
Sure. Can you give me one benefit that mass deportation has on our society?
Well, let's see. No. Because it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me. But at the same time, the city I live in Missouri is literally riddled with nothing but illegals and people from other countries. You can't understand what the hell they're saying. No, I'm
Undocumented
not
immigrants.
racist. I'm just stating facts.
Wait, what's wrong with people speaking languages that you don't understand?
Because we're in America, and when I try to communicate with them, I can't because I don't fucking understand them.
So then why don't you learn their language rather than getting mad at them?
Why not they learn our language?
You know that most people specifically who do come to the U.S. do know English, but that doesn't mean that, one, our language is English. Two, it is the case that we don't have a like official language of our country. And I also don't think that people need to learn our languages, right? Like you don't have to speak English in the U.S. There are plenty of people that live in the U.S. that don't need to speak English, where it's completely and totally fine. What'd you say?
What you think is not the most important thing in the world.
Well, that's
Everybody's looking at an opinion.
That's what you're claiming. And also, like, if it wasn't so important to you, why'd you join my live and listen to my opinion?
Just to troll you.
So, do you actually believe what you believe, or because?
Absolutely.
Okay, then you're not trolling. That's not what trolling is.
No, I just I don't know. I've never actually been on TikTok Live, so I've tried to get on with you, and then with Dean, and then the other douchebag, but I can never get through. So, all right, have a good day.
Hold up, before you do, I want to have a conversation with you. Like, I want to actually hear why you support Donald Trump. It clearly wasn't based on deportation. So, what is it based on?
Everything he's done in the last 6 months.
Such as?
Well, he made Pete Hegseth SecDef, which has improved the military, which I'm a veteran. Don't even laugh.
So he got a DUI hire?
A DEI hire? No.
No, DUI hire.
I find what?
DUI hire.
A DUI hire.
Yeah.
How is he a DUI hire?
I think we all know why.
Hold on. So as far as Pete Hegseth goes, he's over 21, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is he not allowed to have a drink or two?
It's not just a drink or two. And also, by the way,
Okay.
I'm just making a joke.
Do you have proof of that? Were you there?
Well, I think everyone knows that this is true, specifically about Pete Hegseth.
Were you there?
Hegseth. I can't speak.
Were you there?
I don't need to be there in order to know this.
Exactly. You weren't there. You can't say one way or another. You say you believe what everybody is telling you, what the media is telling you, what people are saying online or whatever the hell. You don't know. You don't know anything about the situation. I don't know either. I can't say one way or another. But I do know that he has, Pete Hegseth has made changes in the military that has improved the morale and the overall readiness drastically.
Okay.
You there?
So yes, I am here. I was just waiting for you. So like again, like we're literally just like acknowledging that he literally is drunk in plenty of occasions, right? We're just making a joke out of it. I specifically am a daily elevator, so I'm not like making fun of addiction or anything like that. I'm just poking fun, specifically in that context, like back at MAGA because they like made fun of people for being quote unquote DEI hires, which is a ridiculous and absurd thing when they specifically are supporting Pete Hegseth that is not qualified to be in the position he is. And realistically, like honestly, like I don't see any good reason as to why he's done anything to benefit us.
Well, are you a veteran?
No.
Okay, so how can you say whether or not he's done anything to benefit us?
I don't need to be a veteran to know whether or not he is benefiting us. Like, for example, I can reference a veteran.
In reality, I do, because I am a veteran, and it sucked when I was in with Joe Biden, and it sucked when I was under Obama. So, at the end of the day...
How do you feel about Trump cutting the VA?
Hold up. Where did you hear that?
from his own administration. They cut the employees that work at the VA.
Okay, you want to get into that? There's a reason why they cut them, because they weren't doing their fucking job.
They were doing their job, but that reduces access to
Yes.
care.
Do what?
That reduces access to care. Wait, were you there? Did you know that they weren't working? Were you there?
No.
Okay, so then you can't make that determination, right?
No, I go to the VA all the time.
No, but you
I
weren't
have
there.
appointments
You
all the
no,
time.
but
They're
you weren't.
fucking
But you weren't
useless.
there with all of those employees that weren't working, right?
No.
So then, how can you make
But
the claim that they weren't working?
Dude, I've been to every VA in the United States.
You have not been to every VA in the states. There's no way.
Yes, I have.
What? You've
'Cause
not
I'm a
been to
truck
every
driver.
VA? How the hell could you have been
I'm a
to every
truck driver,
VA
and
hospital?
I make appointments in cities where I'm at.
I have a question. Have you ever been to Alaska?
Yes. I was stationed there for 3 years.
Okay. Have you ever been to Wyoming?
Yes.
What about Arkansas?
Yes.
What about Oklahoma?
Yes.
What about Iowa?
Yes.
What VA hospital in Iowa?
Fuck. Des Moines?
Really?
Yeah.
You just go to every single state for fun?
No, I'm a truck driver, dumbass.
But you've been in every state as a truck driver.
Yes.
And you've gone to a VA hospital in every state.
Yes.
By the way, I know people who have been truck drivers and who are truck drivers, and they haven't been to every single state. Hawaii?
Do I?
Have you been to Hawaii?
No, that's the one state I haven't been to. I was stationed there, but I
Oh,
never
there we
actually
go.
been to the VA there.
So you haven't been to the VA there?
No.
Okay. You know, we found one. You haven't been to every single state in the U.S. I knew it. I was right. Now, okay. So again, oh, he left. What happened? What happened? Did you just leave? Okay. Alrighty. He just left. You know what? I'm going to get off for today, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through today. I really appreciate it. Make sure to follow me here if you haven't already here on TikTok. This is my third account. You can follow me here on my main account as well, right here. Follow my main account. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that. Make sure to hit that that like button. I'd really appreciate it. I'm about to post a video right now, everyone. I'm about to post a video right now on YouTube and a short on TikTok, Instagram, and on YouTube. So I will see everyone tomorrow. I love y'all so much. Thank you everyone for checking out my content. Go over to Dean's stream, spam Parker Raid, spam Elephant Parker. Go to Dean's stream, Dean Withers on YouTube, and it's Dean with 2 A's and 2 N's on TikTok. Everyone, go to Dean's live, spam Parker Raid, spam Elephant Parker. Everyone, I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Good night, everyone. Good night. Good night. Good night.